Gabriel Legacy of Heathen Series EVA winners.
Blurb. Have you ever wanted someone so intensely that it felt like fire underneath your skin? Yeah. Me neither. Not until Gabriel Santos. He walked into the wreckage of my life calm, controlled, and devastatingly beautiful, like he'd always belonged there. I was a storm. He was stillness. And when I shattered right in front of him, he didn't flinch. He looked at me like I was a masterpiece, like I already belonged to him. That was all it took. One spark. One glance. One moment I couldn't stop reliving. I should have run. I should have left him behind. But I didn't. I couldn't. Instead, I kidnapped the heir to the Santos cartel. And now the real chaos begins.
Prologue, Gabrielle. 10 years old hadn't been the same since Raphael rescued her from Santiago Tijuana. The evil man, whoever he was, had broken something inside of her. But I couldn't understand exactly what. No one would tell me. But I still heard the whispers. I heard her screams at night. I wanted to fix it, make her feel better. But I didn't know how. There wasn't a band-aid for her kind of pain that she battled in numb silence. The moon was high up in the sky, shining on me with Bruno, my French bulldog, on my lap. We kept guard outside Mom's door, keeping her safe. We'll keep her nightmares away. Bruno, I murmured, my fingers raking through his short hair. Raphael keeps Mom safe too, but he isn't here. So it's our job to do that. Right, Bruno didn't answer. But he looked at the bedroom door behind which Mom slept. He understood me. I let out a heavy sigh, wishing Raphael were here. Mom didn't say why. We couldn't all be together. But he'd tried to explain. He promised we'd be a family again. But for now, she needed time to heal. So I had to split my time between the Miami penthouse and Raphael's island. Raphael was trying so hard to be okay. But I didn't think he was. He looked sad, almost as if someone had ripped his heart out of his chest. Almost as if he was unraveling too. I wanted to be strong for them. I wanted to protect them. But I was also scared. What if Mom never recovered? Maybe she'd never be the way she was, carefree and happy. It hurt to think that we might never see her again. That our family would never be together again. A single tear slipped down my cheek as a sharp ache clenched in my chest. I didn't know how to fix this. And what scared me even more was the sinking feeling that no one else did either. But I vowed that I would learn. And one day, when I was older, I'd do whatever it took to protect my family.
Amara Revelation wasn't the kind of place one simply stumbled into. It was the kind of place people flocked to when they were dangerously bored or looking to satisfy their kinks. My girlfriends and I didn't fall into either category. At least I didn't think so. Penelope had been tight-lipped when it came to explaining how she got us an invitation, only mentioning vaguely that she was meeting a secret admirer. She was determined to lose her virginity to, naturally, Sky and I tagged along for support, and to ensure this man wasn't a serial killer. A velvet-draped corridor swallowed us whole the moment we stepped in, the commotion from the busy street falling away. Inside, the air was heavy, thick enough to get a sense of the kinds of salacious deeds taking place behind the many closed doors we passed. Whispers slithered through the space like smoke. The soft clink of crystal glasses and the low thrum of jazz created a rhythm not meant for dancing, but for unraveling. Flickering candles lit the path toward the tables surrounding the dance floor. which was where I planned to stick to. I scanned the room, watching as people seemed to shift as one, their movements indulgent and intimate. Definitely not the kind of dancing I had any interest in exploring. Sky Leone stood close, her posture deceptively relaxed. Her arms hung loosely down her body and her dark eyes remained vigilant. Being deaf, she was accustomed to tracking our body language and watching for lip movements. We didn't need to speak words to communicate. Never had. Penelope, of course, had already vanished with her mystery man. We didn't follow. Confident Penelope could handle herself. Dark made sure of that, teaching all its students self-defense skills. I, on the other hand, had been trained from a young age by my unconventional family. My parents wanted to ensure I was strong and could survive among the kingpins of the syndicate, while my mother Liana wanted me and my adoptive siblings Jetmir and Alira to be the strongest in the criminal world. How did I end up with two mothers? Well, that's a long story. But here's the short version. After a one-night stand between my birth mother, Emery DeLustro, Las Vegas, Kingpin, and my father, Killian Cullen, the Irish Mafia boss, he left her unexpectedly pregnant. Then, her supposed father, Gio di Lustro, a cruel and ruthless man, found out and ripped me from her life as soon as I was born. That's how I ended up deep in the heart of the Tijuana cartel's territory. There, Mother Liana trapped in her own nightmare. Married to Santiago Tijuana adopted me and saved my life. She raised me like her own. For years, it was just the two of us, surviving together in the shadows. Then I got sick. I needed a liver transplant. And just like that, I popped up on the radar of the two people who gave me life but never had the chance to raise me. Thankfully, my parents and Mother Liana found common ground, and we've been able to stay in each other's lives. It was a perfect happy ending for all of us. A flicker of movement caught my eye and interrupted my reminiscing. A man, tall and lean, cut through the crowd like he owned the place. His midnight black hair, artfully tousled to seem careless though I knew it was, intentionnel, was unmistakable. I'd recognize him anywhere, even under the moody, amber lighting that turned everyone else into silhouettes. My stepbrother, Jetmire, or just Jet. The name could land like a warning or a dare, depending on the day. What is he doing here? I thought to myself. He wasn't supposed to be anywhere near the state of Connecticut. Jet and Alira finished their studies in Europe, their Volkov heritage not exactly welcomed in many territories across the East Coast. And yet, Jet was here, wearing his usual black suit, crisp and tailored, standing out among the crowd with his tall frame and powerful stride. Confidence hung off him like smoke, as did that familiar scent of trouble. I stood unblinking, seconds dragging, before I turned back to my friend. I think I saw someone. I signed and spoke at the same time, leaning closer to Sky. She tilted her head, then signed back. Ooh, not sure, but I'll be right back. Will you be okay? She gestured to an empty booth, a faint smile touching her lips. I'm a big girl. You go ahead. I'll wait for you and Pen here. She signed. There was no telling how long Penelope would be tangled up with her stranger, but I nodded all the same. This place was crawling with both security cameras and armed guards. She'd be safe here. I slipped into the crowd, people pressing against one another like shadows melting together. Their perfume, the heat, the quiet moans, mingling in the fray, it all clung to me like a second skin. Get a grip. Freaks. I muttered under my breath, pushing past a couple who were so entangled I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. They stumbled into me in their frenzy, and I had half a mind to elbow the guy in the ribs, but that would attract attention I didn't need. I kept my pace measured as I made a beeline for the side door Jet had disappeared through. Once the door shut behind me, the music muffled as I pushed through a narrow hallway that ran parallel to the main floor. The air here was cooler, quieter, but it carried the sharp tang of disinfectant, cigarette smoke, and passion. A different world from the sticky, alcohol-fueled chaos of the usual clubs in the city. Unable to find him, I spotted a set of stairs, and an idea struck. If I climbed up, I'd have a bird's-eye view and could spot him easier. I started to climb the steel staircase, careful not to get my heels stuck in the little holes. I paused, peering around the top of the landing, and then I spotted him. Jet stood at the end of the hallway by the exit, the soft glow of the sign throwing shadows on his dangerous frame. He leaned casually against the doorframe, his face illuminated as he scrolled on his phone. Beside him was a man dressed in a sharp suit that whispered money and style. His face was completely swallowed by shadows. I leaned forward, squinting my eyes, hoping to catch any details about the stranger, but it was too dark. I cursed my nearsightedness. Their discussion turned heated, the words bitten out sharply, but I couldn't make out anything more from this distance. The man suddenly turned and disappeared down a separate hallway without looking back, his stride angry. Jet lingered a moment longer, his head tilting up, and surprise flickered across his face. Shit. Seconds ticked by, and I waited with bated breath. Then he nodded slowly, giving me that familiar, calculated smile as he lifted a hand in a casual wave before slipping through the emergency exit door. A gust of winter air traveling toward me and cooling my skin. As the door slammed shut behind him, I stood still, my thoughts a mess of unanswered questions. What the hell was he doing here, and what was that smile about when the hallway remained empty? I exhaled, pressing the heel of my hand to my chest to steady my breathing, making my way back down the stairs, careful that my heels didn't catch and send me tumbling down. I reached the main floor. This time, the scent of sandalwood and sharp citrus, a cologne I'd never admit I instantly recognized, enveloped me. The click of polished leather shoes followed. Dumb it. Leaving so soon. Preciosa Gabriel Santos stepped into view like he'd been waiting all along. I was half tempted to knock him out cold, but I knew better than to let my real self slip, especially since he was Anya's brother. The last thing I needed was my roommates catching even a glimpse of what I was capable of. That side of me didn't exactly fit in with late-night study sessions and campus parties. Not that I feared what they'd do to me. I was more worried for them, because my siblings wouldn't take kindly to rumors of my friends not accepting me. Of course, my personal sweet-talking stalker. I drawled, rolling my eyes. Somehow, I wasn't surprised he was here. Running into this man seemed to be a constant occurrence from the moment I joined Diarc. Of course, he was miles ahead in his studies, already holding a master's degree and even serving as faculty. I supposed being the heir to the Santos cartel, with one foot in academia and the other deep in business, made him an expert in more ways than one. Look who's calling me sweet, he purred. I scoffed and crossed my arms. How convenient that you left out the stalker part. He was dressed in a black suit with faint white stripes. It was almost as if he'd walked off a designer runway and straight into a Hollywood crime thriller. A few buttons of his crisp shirt were undone, hinting at a gold chain and darker skin beneath. The man was undeniably attractive, and it made remaining annoyed with him all the more difficult. He cocked a brow, and I realized I'd been staring. I forced myself not to blush and moved to sidestep him when his voice stopped me. "Didn't take you for the sneaking off type," he said, leaning casually against the opposite wall in a move that blocked my path to the hallway. If I made my escape, I'd be forced to brush past him to touch him. I wasn't sneaking off. Sure looked like it from where I was standing. He gave me a once-over, and I instinctively pulled at the hem of my dress. "What are you doing?" "Here, anyway, looking to scratch an itch," he asked, voice low and eyes gleaming with a turbulence that set me on edge. "Move. Gabrielle." Why would I do that? He pushed off the wall, crowding my space. "You haven't even said hello or complimented my suit. This one's Versace, if you didn't know. Colombian tailored. I'm thrilled for you." I snapped. "Now get out of my way." He chuckled, slow and deep, like I was his favorite part of the evening. "Careful, Amara. You keep looking at me like that and I might think you missed me. You and your siblings are quite something." That did it. I stepped forward, fury crackling through me. Between Jetmir slipping through my fingers and Gabriel, always Gabriel making his unwanted presence seem like some charming little detour, I was done. Firstly, I would sooner miss a wart on my face than you, I said, voice sharp. Secondly, Jet and Elira are none of your concern. I'd advise you to watch your tongue or risk losing it. He flashed me a full smile, his white teeth gleaming in the low light. "Oh, I'm sure a wart would look so cute on you." I wrinkled my nose. "You're gross." The fact that he didn't comment on the latter part of my sentence didn't escape me. "But you still like me a bit," he drawled, his smile more shark-like than charming. "In your dreams." I bit out, then continued because he wasn't entirely wrong, and I was frustrated. "You know what, Gabriel, if I had to choose between letting you touch me or joining a convent, I'd start shopping for rosaries. I'd rather take a vow of eternal celibacy than stand here and listen to you speak for 5 more seconds. Gabriel blinked and feigned mock offense. Dios mío. You wound me, but I admire your spirit. Very Santa Teresa meets Ice Princess. But you know me and challenges." I groaned and shoved past him, resisting the urge to slap the stupid smirk off his face. "No, I don't, and I pray that never changes." As I rounded the corner, ready to rejoin Sky, I glanced over my shoulder and found him watching me, his expression somber and something else I couldn't decipher. I shook my head and found my resolve, needing to get my point across. Besides, I'm not a challenge. I'm a fucking warning.
Gabriel the Dark campus sprawled across prime real estate in Connecticut, perched dramatically on a cliff that offered sweeping views of the Atlantic Ocean. It wasn't just a school. It was a fortress disguised as an elite university. It was a place that attracted heirs and heiresses from criminal empires around the globe. But its true purpose was more specific to mold Mafia princesses into powerful, self-sufficient women capable of surviving and thriving in the dangerous world they were born into. That was why Anya was here. Technically my niece, but in every way that mattered. She was my sister. My loafers echoed softly against the pavement of the sleeping campus. Moonlight hanging high above, while Amara and her friends were still lost in the shadows of revelation. Her words slashing my chest. But it was for the best. especially after Jet's proposition in the hallway back at the club Anya for Amara. I refused without hesitation. He was lucky I didn't kill him right then and there for the suggestion alone. The dim hallway reeked of expensive perfume, candle wax, and sex. It clung to the air, promising nothing good. Just like the man leaning against the wall near the emergency exit. Yetmir Thorn Volko Tijuana, a Satan reincarnate. Looked like he belonged in here, wrapped in shadows and wearing a smirk that I would like to wipe off his face. His black suit was perfect. Each line pressed into place like he wasn't capable of chaos. But I knew better. I stepped into the silence, letting the emergency door click shut behind me. "What the fuck do you want?" I gritted, tempted to just punch that smirk off his face. After our last encounter, I thought you'd know better than to fuck with me. Never mind. Call me with some fucking proposition. I wouldn't admit that I was curious, but a knot in my stomach warned that whatever it was wouldn't be anything good. Nothing good ever came from dealing with Jet. He didn't move, just tilted his head slightly with a cold amusement curving his mouth. Straight to business. He drawled. "I like that about you." He scoffed. "I fucking doubt it. But as you know, time is currency. And I fucking hate wasting my time with the likes of you." He pushed off the wall, slowly. "Like my message said, I have a proposition." He drawled. "I can't wait to hear it." Sarcasm laced my words. "I've been thinking about your interest in Amara," he said with a lazy smile, ignoring my jab. "And I'm willing to let you have her on one condition." I tensed, his words and the gleam in his eyes making me uneasy. Yes, I wanted Amara. For years, I'd been her shadow, playing a game of cat and mouse while waiting for her to cave in to the clear attraction we both felt. But I wanted her of her own free will, not offered by Jet on a silver platter like a sacrificial lamb. "Still," I asked, "what condition?" His eyes flickered with darkness, and he let a heartbeat pass before he replied. "Anya for Amara." No. The word was out of my mouth, while shock trembled in my chest. "You'll fucking stay away from Anya. And if I catch you anywhere near her, I'll fucking kill you. You hear me? Jet, I'll slice you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Then deliver your bones to your family." That wiped that smug smile off his face, only for a second. But I saw it. "This is between us. And leave my family out of it." His expression was cold enough to freeze geysers. But it had no impact on me. It's a good deal, especially with the dangers of organ trafficking. It'd be an alliance stronger than the Omerta. I don't give a damn about an alliance. My family will keep Anya protected from organ traffickers and leeches like you. She'll marry a man she loves, not some sick bastard who thrives on torture and pain. He didn't flinch, but I could see a crack in his mask. The gleam in his eyes sharper and meaner than ever. "Anya is mine," he said, his voice low and threatening. "I'll give her more than anyone else can. Freedom. Empire. And you'll cage her in velvet and call it freedom." I cut him off. "I'm warning you. Yet. Say her name one more time and I'll end you right here and now." He tilted his head, half amused. "You want Amara," he said. "You can have her. Just give me Anya. They didn't call Jet and his sister ruthless for nothing. They didn't seduce, they devoured. They didn't negotiate. They bled people dry and called it even. I'm not bargaining with my sister's life. Iscofe. That's not on the table. The space between us tightened. Shame, he murmured, almost wistful. Anya's. Choose your next words carefully. Jet chuckled, like he enjoyed dancing on landmines. You're so protective. He wheeled. Relax. I was just gonna say she's got that angelic thing going on. And black souls like mine. His eyes glinted, almost as if he was picturing Anya right here and now. And it made my stomach churn. We can't help but want to see how far that halo bends before it snaps. I ran my tongue over my teeth. Can't relate. My hand drifted to my holster. Not drawing. Just reminding both of us it was there. And that I didn't bluff. I tried to do this the easy way. Santos. Remember that, he said. His voice a velvet threat. Jet took a step forward. Just one. But I took it for what it was. A threat. Anya would be my salvation. You know, his quiet, almost honest words surprised me. But I wouldn't budge. Because that alone made this even worse. She won't be your redemption, I said, steel threading through my voice. And you can't trade women like that. Jet Meyer. I guess you're not into Amara enough. Huh, he laughed softly. But his expression morphed into something twisted. Then he murmured, everyone's a villain in someone's story. Stay the fuck away from us. I warned again, then turned around and disappeared through the emergency door. Even now, an hour later, the encounter still left me unsettled. I could only imagine Sailor's the woman I considered my mother, but who was actually my aunt reaction to anyone with the last name Tijuana showing interest in her daughter. The memory of what Santiago Tijuana did to her, how he kidnapped and broke her, was carved into my bones. I remembered the way she moved through the house afterward. Hollow and quiet. Like a ghost learning how to live again. Anya could never go near Jet. Not now. Not ever. He was the bastard. Blood of the man who had tortured our mother. And I'd burn the world down before I let that cycle repeat itself. Jet's unhinged. Psychopathic ass wouldn't get anywhere near Anya. And I wasn't about to make choices for Amara. She'd made it crystal clear she wanted nothing to do with me. So I could only imagine how she'd react if she learned what her dearest brother proposed to me. As I walked ahead, I found myself standing in front of the door Anya, shared with her roommates, Amara being one of them. I hadn't planned to stop, but instinct overrode logic. I needed to know if she was awake. It felt ridiculous. But something about her recent behavior, especially her choice to go to Albania for her portfolio project, wasn't sitting right with me. And now, after learning Jet's interest in her, the need to check on her twisted into something sharper. I had questions, and I wasn't leaving without answers. I tapped twice, then once, then twice again on the door. It was the old signal we used when she was little, and somehow it had stuck all these years later. The door creaked open, and Anya appeared. Her brows knit tight in confusion. Gabriel, she whispered, rubbing sleep from her eyes. It's the middle of the night. Has something happened? No, I just wanted to talk. She scoffed softly, laced with irritation. Look, I know you're some cartel badass or whatever, but waking me up and crashing my dreams with blue aliens and shape-shifting chickens just to talk, not your smartest move. I chuckled. I honestly don't want to know about those blue aliens. Are your roommates asleep? She rolled her eyes, then stepped out, shutting the door behind her. Amara isn't here. Hermano. Sí. Skuya. And Penelope snuck out. Francesca and Gianna are asleep, though. Then, as if she thought better of it, she added, "At least, I think I didn't exactly go check on them. You know, on the account of being a free country and all. Let's sit down," I suggested to the nearby bench in the hallway. She didn't move. "Anya, we need to talk." The soft warning in my voice earned me a double take, and she made her way to the bench. When we sat down, she asked, "What happened? You look like you murdered someone." "I haven't yet." She stared at me for a beat before she sighed. "Okay. Are you going to tell me who? Or do I have to guess I was in a club tonight?" Her brows lifted, but she said nothing. "And I han into Jetmir. Amara's brother, adoptive brother." I corrected her, although it was silly, because it was completely irrelevant. She considered them her family. Okay, whatever. She watched me, as if she was waiting for me to elaborate. And when I didn't, she continued, "Did you try to talk to him, or something? You know. The stories surrounding him and Elira aren't very nice." "So you know him?" I asked carefully. She chuckled. "I know of him. I mean, who doesn't, honestly? I'm not sure that I want to meet those twins. They are locos. Those two. You have to stay away." "Gabriel." Relief washed over me, but dread accompanied it. If Anya had never met Jet, how was it possible that the fucker was interested in her, Anya? "Yeah, is there a boy you're—" "Gabriel." She shot me an undignified look as she continued. "When I'm ready to share boy names with you, I will. Until then, respect my privacy like I respect yours." My eyebrows met my hairline. "So there is someone." She looked away before she answered. "No, there isn't. Although I'm not sure why I'm being interrogated at this hour. It's a brother's job to worry," I retorted half-jokingly. "Ooh." Silence stretched between us while I considered my options. There weren't many. I'd have to change my priorities. And that meant shifting away from stalking Amara to protecting Anya. Every fiber of me resisted at the idea of not seeing Amara. But I owed too much to my family. And I'd never forgive myself if something happened to Anya. I shot to my feet, and Anya's slim hand caught my wrist. "What's going on?" "Gabriel." I paused, eyes locked on her hand. "If you need something, you know I'm here for you. Always. You're not alone." I leaned in, pressing a soft kiss on her forehead. "Gracias. Hermana. I love you. You know that." "Right," she smiled. "Of course I do. And I love you. Especially because I know you'll back me up with our parents when I bring up my desire to travel to Albania again." I groaned. drawing a sweet, innocent smile from her. You don't know what you're asking of me. Why can't it be Italy or Greece? Everyone's flocking to those. She shrugged. I don't want to be like everyone else. I tugged on my wrist gently. I'm not making any promises. She stood up, the top of her head barely reaching my chest. I know you, hermano. You'll have my back. A sardonic breath left me, but I didn't comment on it. Good night. She rose on her toes and pecked me on the cheek. Good night. My favorite hermano. I didn't bother reminding her that I was her only brother as she vanished back into her dorm suite. Instead, I made my way to another building in search of my nephew, Nicolaou. If I was going to deal with one unhinged psycho, I might need to recruit another. I found Nicola in his dorm room. Judging by the bloodstains on his dress shirt, he'd just come back from one of his own chaotic escapades, probably involving someone else's untimely death. I didn't ask. With Nicola, it was better not to. I wasn't thrilled about dragging him into my mess. But the list of people, more unhinged than the psycho I was dealing with, and still marginally on my side, was short. Nicola topped it. The room reeked of coffee and too many sleepless nights. I see you had a wilder night than I did, I said. Nicola flinched, turned, blinked at me, and then smiled. All my nights are wilder than yours, old man. He yanked off the shirt and tossed it aside. Jesus, couldn't you have kept that on a little longer? I scoffed. You'd rather look at a bloody shirt than my abs. Uncle, now you call me uncle. It sounds perverted while you're standing there half undressed. And by the way, I'd rather stare directly into the sun than at your abs. Little nephew. He rolled his eyes. Nothing little about me. Fucker. What are you doing here? You look like you're about to bury a body. Hate to break it to you, but I've got my own to deal with. I raised an eyebrow. I really don't want to know. Nicola grinned. Didn't think so. My eyes flicked to the bloodied shirt on the floor. Where'd you get the suit? He shrugged. Some asshole at Revelation. It cost me an arm and a leg, but it was worth it. You were at the club too, I asked. Surprised. Nicola tilted his head. Judging by that question, so were you. Staking your claim. Huh? Fucking finally. Any longer and you'd be limping around with a cane, staring at Amara like some old creep. It's a good thing we keep it all in the family. Nephew. Because nobody tops the creep label like you do. Must be the Santos blood or some shit. His grin widened. Oh, by the way, Anya texted me. Said she's worried about you. Mentioned some weird shit. Something about shifters, chickens, and blue aliens. And then that you're worried I figured she was drunk texting. I folded my arms. My sister doesn't get drunk. Yeah, sure. Anyway, why are you suddenly worried about aliens and chickens? I'm not, I said in an exasperated tone. I'm worried about Jetmir. That made him pause. Amaris, Jetmir God. How I hated hearing it phrased like that. I was Amaris. Not that smug bastard who had suddenly decided to sniff around Anya like she was his next meal. I ran into him at Revelation, I said, skipping the unnecessary emotional detour. Nicola Blinkel. Jesus Christ. Revelation was the hot spot tonight. Huh? What? Was he into some orgy shit? I wish. He muttered. No. He wanted to meet me. He made the most disturbing proposition. Nicola's eyes widened. Get the fuck out. He's into your Colombian ass, I groaned. Not like that. I snapped. He wants to make a deal, Anya, for Amara. Nicola let out a long, low whistle. Did not see that coming. Yeah, neither did I. He said, Anya's never even met the guy. I need help handling him. Nicola's face shifted. The humor drained out of it. Are you out of your fucking mind? He said. You don't screw around with the Satan twins. You tell him no. Thanks. Walk away. Keep your sister close. And he'll move on. Eventually. He didn't believe a word of it. I could tell. And so could he. Which is why he added, we can only hope. I dragged a hand through my hair, frustration tightening in my chest. I don't know. Nicola. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Maybe he's just screwing with you, Nicola said, half shrugging. You've been glued to Amara's side for years. Maybe this is his twisted way of giving you a taste of your own medicine. I mean, if Anya's never even met the guy, how could he possibly be interested in her? It did sound like something Jet would do out of spite. But I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was more to it than just revenge for my interest in Amara. The dark, obsessive look in his eyes unnerved me, because it told me he'd go to great lengths to get what he wanted. What if we ran this by my parents? Nicola offered. My mom loves Anya. We're family. After all, I shook my head. No, she'd tell her brother. No question. Raphael would blow a fucking gasket. And Sailor, I exhaled. Yeah, that's a hard pass. Anything Tijuana related still gets to her. Nicola tilted his head pensively. I mean, we could try and kill the bastard, but it will probably backfire. And I'm working really hard to get some shit resolved with Sky. I chuckled. God, you're whipped. He grinned. There are worse things than that. But once I get those things figured out, we can go after Jet and kill him. Until then, we'll keep a close eye on Anya. I nodded, but a gnawing unease churned in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen.
Amara. The door clicked shut behind me with a sound too loud for how late it was. I stepped into the dorm suite quietly, half expecting the place to be dark and still. Instead, the soft glow of a lamp twinkled from the side table, casting a golden haze over the room. Music played low from someone's Bluetooth speaker, its sad tunes matching my melancholy mood. Sky was curled up on one end of the couch in her oversized hoodie, legs tucked under her and her eyes closed. I breathed a sigh of relief to see her, because she was nowhere to be found when I returned after my bizarre encounters with both Jet and Gabriel. Penelope was sprawled across the shag rug, her makeup slightly smudged and her hair messier than usual, still very much in post-Mystery Man bliss. And Anya sat on the love seat, a Kindle in one hand while she munched on a bowl of dry cereal with the other. Hey, I greeted them softly, kicking off my heels. Glad everyone's back safe and sound. Pen nudged Sky, and everyone's eyes locked on me. I've been here all along, so I was definitely safe. Anya retorted dryly, although tonight seems to be full of excitement. You're back. Sky signed, smiling tiredly. Everything okay? Penelope blinked at me through smudged mascara. You look like you had a rough night. Well, yeah. I was worried some sicko got a hold of you too and looked around for you both like a madwoman. Sky signed. Nicola showed up and pretty much forced me back home. I didn't want to rat out Penelope. I gave a weak smile and dropped onto the couch next to Anya. She handed me the cereal without a word. I took a handful and sighed. I thought you two got tired of waiting for me, which I wouldn't blame you if you did, and left. Penelope admitted sheepishly. I'm sorry. I was in post-orgasmic bliss and wasn't thinking clearly. At least someone got lucky tonight. I muttered. You'll never believe who I ran into. Gabriel Sky signed, already putting the pieces together. I nodded slowly. Penelope smiled, just as Anya cleared her throat uncomfortably and said, I'd like to remind you all that he's my brother, so you better watch what you say. I patted her hand. I know you love him, but he really shows up at the most inconvenient moments. I was just about to go after Jet. And, of course, Gabriel got in my way. Wait, Jet, Penelope asked, sitting up straighter, eyes widening. Your bad boy. Scary hot brother, don't say it like that. I groaned. You make it sound like it's a soap opera. Anya muttered. Or one of my romance novels. We are in a soap opera, Penelope said, grabbing a pillow and hugging it to her chest. I laughed, despite myself, but it faded quickly. He was at Revelation. I said, he shouldn't be in the States. Never mind Connecticut. Anya rolled her eyes, then focused back on her Kindle as she grumbled. It seems everyone but me was at Revelation tonight. Hey, don't be mad, Penelope retorted. You're under 21, and you look barely of age. It would have, yeah. Yeah. Anya cut her off. No matter. Because I had an awesome night with my blue alien, Penelope, Sky, and I shared a guilty look. Maybe we should have included Anya on our little excursion to Revelation. But Pen was right. No. Amount of makeup could make Anya look legal. Was Jet alone, Sky signed, watching me closely. I shook my head. He was talking to someone. It looked serious. I couldn't hear much, but it didn't seem like a social visit. Penelope tilted her head. Do your parents know he's stateside? I doubt it. Sky reached over and squeezed my hand gently. Maybe he just wanted to get laid, she signed. He scoffed. And he traveled all the way here to do so. Yeah, I don't think so. Did you ask him? Penelope suggested. Yeah. After I got rid of Santos, Anya lifted her head, narrowing her eyes on me. And I quickly amended my statement. After I had a nice little chat with Gabriel, I called Jet. He said he was just handling some business. Maybe he was. Pen muttered. These mobsters make deals anywhere. Sky offered. Yeah, maybe. I agreed reluctantly. I stared down at the cereal in my hand and let the words pour out before I lost my nerve. I think I'm going to take some time to backpack Europe. You should, Penelope said. Yes, do it. You've been talking about it for years. Sky signed. Always ready to support everyone. You shouldn't do it alone. Enya chimed in, shutting her Kindle. It's safer if you have a backpacking buddy. I tilted my head. I wasn't scared of doing it alone. But Anya wasn't wrong. And there was no sense in worrying my family. They would. Probably be more open to the idea if I told them I'd bring Elira along. Silence hung thick in the room. the music filling the space where none of us knew what to say. "So when are you going to do it?" Sky signed. "Right after the holiday," I answered. "I want time to get some space and perspective. Then I'll be back and help my family with their empires or whatever they want me to do." Penelope's brow furrowed. "When you say backpacking, do you mean like real backpacking and no showers?" I chuckled. "Yeah, but I'll occasionally treat myself to showers." They all grimaced at the idea. I was raised differently than my roommates, who were stereotypical girly girls. I wouldn't trade them for the world, but it was hard not to notice the differences. "I want to backpack through Europe," I continued. "I want to see museums and eat gas station croissants in Paris and cry over overpriced espresso in Rome. I want to sleep in hostels and dance in dive bars and get lost in cities I don't know how to pronounce. And I want to catch the most amazing views from mountains that surround picturesque little towns." Anya smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Man, if you drive to all those places, I'd go with you. My fingers are itching to snap those photos. But no matter, because I will convince my parents to let me go to Albania and take the most amazing photos the world has ever seen." "Why Albania?" I asked, surprised at her choice. She stared at me with a dull look. "Because the country is beautiful and wild, full of opportunities to take photos of things and places that nobody else has ever seen." Okay. I see your point." Sky shook her head, smiling. And even Penelope let out a soft, "You two are nuts." I leaned back against the cushions. "I know it sounds impulsive, but if I'm going to inherit a legacy built on blood, I want to understand who I am without it first. Before I start making decisions that could get people killed, I want to know who I am when no one's watching." Sky nodded slowly, then signed. "I'm sensing some eat-pray run through Europe in the very near future. You better send us photos while you're going through this minor identity crisis." "You too, Anya." "You're insane," Penn said, eyes gleaming with amusement. "But if that's really what you want, you've got our full support." Sky signed with a smirk. "You're both going to get scammed by some charming thief. I can feel it." "I'm okay with that," Anya said without missing a beat. I grinned, a lightness blooming in my chest. "I'm not. I'll scam him first." With a laugh, Penelope tossed a pillow into the air and straight at Anya's face, starting a pillow fight. Amara 8 months later, the air was alpine crisp, scented with pine, damp moss, and the faint sweetness of wildflowers. Slovenia in late summer felt like someone had photoshopped the entire country too green, too blue, too impossibly serene to be real. We had hiked for over 2 hours to get here, sweat slicking our backs, our boots caked with dirt and stubborn gravel. But the view was worth everything. From this ridge, the entire valley opened up beneath us. Lake Bled glowed sapphire under the late afternoon sun, with its fairy tale island floating in the center like a secret. The little monastery on it sat in still perfection, while Bled Castle clung to a cliff edge nearby like it had been painted into the scene by someone with excellent taste and a flair for the dramatic. This year has felt like a fairy tale unreal, beautiful, and a little out of time, just like this castle. Elira, my adoptive sister, and I had been backpacking our way across Europe, and we'd loved every second of it. We started in Albania, where grandfather Kian Cortez still lives, and wandered north from there one train, one trail, one sunset at a time. Some people our age blitz through 30 countries in 30 days. Not us. We weren't checking boxes, but rather collecting moments, month by month, place by place. We let the world unfold slowly, savoring each sight and experience. When this trip concluded, I'd be back in New York, running back and forth to Las Vegas, because that was my parents' legacy. And Elira would return to Boston, where Mother Liana lived. Elira took a long swig from her water bottle, then offered it to me. If I die here, scatter my ashes over that lake and make it look like an accident. You plan on dying soon, I asked, breathless, half laughing. Only if we have to hike back down. She collapsed into the grass with a dramatic groan, yanking off her boots and socks like they'd personally offended her. Her toenails were painted a glossy, unapologetic purple, something that caught me off guard every time. Elira wasn't exactly the girly type until you looked at her feet. Then it was glitter, color, the whole chaotic spectrum. She wiggled her toes like she'd just conquered a mountain, and maybe, technically, she had. I can't believe I let you talk me into this, she said. You're loving this as much as I am, I retorted, flopping down beside her. I doubt it, she replied, stretching out on her back. And let's not forget that you made it seem like a stroll around the lake and you bribed me with coffee. I was already halfway dressed before I realized you meant real hiking and not some bougie nature walk with a wine tasting at the end. Okay, that part I'll admit. A comfortable silence settled between us, filled only with the rustle of trees and the occasional bird call. This trip had been my idea, my childhood wish. We spent months tracking Europe. Light backpacks. No set itinerary. I wish Jet were here. Elira muttered. Yeah, me too. Jet had always been overprotective of both of us. But he and Elira shared a twin bond that ran deeper than anything I'd ever seen. Lately, though, he'd been keeping his distance. It started after that strange night at the club. I'd asked him about it, pressed for answers. But all he said was that he dropped by to check out the place and happened to run into an old acquaintance. He wouldn't say who. Think he's okay? I asked softly without looking at her. Elira didn't answer immediately. Jet's always okay. So, yeah, we didn't talk more about it. Jet was my family, regardless that we weren't blood-related. But I worried about his impulsiveness sometimes. If he was quiet for too long, it usually meant one of two things. He was fine, and avoiding emotional intimacy, or he was in deep trouble. Are you still in touch with your girlfriends from Diarc? Elira asked, catching me off guard. Yeah, of course. We've got a group chat, but we don't text every day. I tilted my head back, letting the sun warm my face. Anya should be landing in Albania right about now, actually. She's going to make that country her portfolio or something. Really? There was mild curiosity in Elira's voice, though she didn't sound surprised. My adoptive siblings hadn't gone to Diarc. They'd chosen a prestigious university in the UK instead, but they always knew who was doing what. From an early age, they'd learned that information was power. Ariana, Sky, and Penelope are happily married. I went on. Gianna and Francesca are probably causing chaos at Diarc. Elira let out a soft laugh. Those two definitely trouble. I was just about to ask if she wanted to head back when my phone buzzed in the grass between us. Unknown number. Meet me in Paris in 1 week. Same place Mom and Giovanni celebrated their anniversary. Elira's phone buzzed a second later. Same message. We both sat up. Talk about impeccable timing. I murmured. I reread the text, then turned my screen to Alira. She was already holding hers up to show me. He knows we're backpacking. Right, it's not like we can run to Paris. He knows. He's probably assuming we're using a jet when we get to. Tired, she said, eyebrows lifting. Iskofed. He doesn't give us enough credit. She shrugged. No matter. We're going to Paris. And I'm actually looking forward to some action. My eyebrow arched. Are we talking like man action or Paris? Here we come, she answered instead, ignoring my question. I nodded, heart picking up speed. Did you notice he's using an untraceable number? Yep. Elira exhaled and started pulling her socks and boots back on. We better get moving. It will take us a while to hitchhike all the way to Paris. Or we can simply text back and say we'll be there when we get there, I suggested sarcastically. She chuckled, knowing it was an empty threat.
Gabrielle, I wiped the sweat from my brow as my shoes hit the blistering Albanian pavement. The heat rising in shimmering waves around us. Perched on a slope above the Adriatic, the house gleamed white against the sun. All sharp lines and modern edges. The entire first floor boasted paneled windows, giving off the appearance that it floated between sky and sea. Behind it, low cypress trees and pale limestone walls framed a narrow garden that clung to the hillside. But the view it offered of the ocean stretching endlessly, its surface dazzling under the midday sun, was what made it unique. Que puto calor hace, I grumbled. It was too fucking hot here. And coming from someone who spends most of his time in Florida and Colombia, that's saying something. Pfft. Tonterías. Anya chippered, calling me out on my nonsense. El clima es más que perfecto. It's perfect weather. Rafael, my half-brother and Anya's father, stood beside me, looking resigned. Standing on his other side was his wife and Anya's mother, Sailor. She was technically my aunt, but in every way that mattered. She was my mother, too. She'd made sure my childhood was safe, steady, and filled with more love than I probably deserved. How could you let her talk you into this? I added, my mood souring by the minute. Kian assured me my daughter would be safe, Raphael said tightly. His, Tone, however, made it clear that reassurance wasn't doing much to calm him down. Excuse you all. It took me 8 months of begging, bargaining, and borderline blackmail, Anya quipped, sliding her hand into mine with a playful squeeze. My sister studied photography, and for some wild reason, she decided Albania would be her muse. She built her entire portfolio around this country, especially Sazan Island, a former secret military base and prison. The project never made much sense to me, and the fact that her parents agreed to this lunacy made even less sense. But agreed to it they did, and so Anya would spend the next 12 months in Albania. Alone, okay. Not exactly alone, since she'd have her bodyguards with her. But that was practically alone. Is all this because your friends went off and got married? I questioned, hoping I'd understand her better and find a way to convince her to abandon her crazy idea. You can get your own place to live in the States. Just say the word and I'm gonna live here for the duration of my project, she stated, jutting her chin stubbornly. Nobody will stop me. Had blonde hair, so light it was almost silver, whipped around her face in the breeze, near shimmering in the sunlight. She was practically vibrating with excitement. Her stubborn grin stretched wide across her face. I returned to look at the house we'd secured for Anya. It sat just a stone's throw from our mysterious ally, Kian Cortez's coastal estate in Vlor. It was close enough for comfort, but not so close it dipped into surveillance territory. It would be guarded. Of course, discreet, but ever present. Kian had promised to assign a few of his own men as backup. I wasn't sure if that made me feel better or worse. This is still a terrible idea, he muttered, half to myself. Sailor folded her arms and shot us both a look. Anya is a 19-year-old young woman, in case you all have forgotten. She's not asking for our permission. She's asking for our support. And here's a little newsflash for you two. We either back her or risk pushing her away. Thank you. Mum. Anya huffed. She could have just taken photos back home and made Florida her portfolio. Raphael muttered, gesturing to the glittering coastline in the distance. Albania's landscape and beaches look close enough to Miami's. Stay close to home. Snap a few palm trees. And say it's the Adriatic. No one will know. Anya laughed, her blue eyes dancing. No seas tontito. Papito. Anya looked at her dad, begging him to not be ridiculous. I need real content for my portfolio, not digital smoke and mirrors. And you said it yourself, mister. Cortez is your ally. He wouldn't let anything happen to me. Besides, Florida doesn't have Suzanne Island. And that's the star of my portfolio. Mister, Cortez's connections will allow me to be one of the first photographers to ever set foot on that island. I don't know about Suzanne Island, but we have Sanibel Island. And at least that's closer to me than let her spread her wings. Raphael, Sailor murmured, cutting him off. Yes, let me. You can do that just fine in the States. He shot back, exasperation creeping into his voice. This time zone nonsense is gonna make your course load a nightmare to keep up with. I rolled my eyes. That was a weak excuse, and he knew it. Dark's online program was built for students bouncing between continents and time zones. Anya glanced up at me, still holding my hand. You believe in me? Right, I sighed, but gave a reluctant nod. I believed in her. What I didn't believe in was leaving her in Albania, especially not in a place Jet had ties to. That's what unsettled me. But voicing that concern would be like lighting a match in a room full of gasoline. Raphael wouldn't hesitate to burn down the entire Tijuana cartel. Not just for daring to look in Anya's direction, but for the ghosts they stirred. Ghosts that looked far too much like what happened to Sailor when they first got married. My encounter with Jet 8 months ago in the dark hallway of Revelation had made me slightly paranoid. Which is why, since that night, I'd kept a close watch on Anya, Amara, and her infamous adoptive siblings, Jetmir and Elira Volkov Tijuana. The title of the Satan twins wasn't just fitting, it was dead on. And I knew it better than anyone else. Jet would one day inherit the Volkov and Tijuana empires, since they were the children of the late Santiago Tijuana. A cruel and sick bastard, much like their father and mother. Liana Volkov, the twins, were a terror on this earth, neither one even bothering to disguise their bloodthirsty. Nature. Jet had earned himself a reputation with his torture methods, and Elira had a tendency to dismember her lovers. At least, those were the rumors. Bottom line, their reputations preceded them, and those two were individuals you never really wanted to meet. I was sorely tempted to give them a taste of their own medicine because when Satan's twins found out I was interested in their sister, who, coincidentally, wasn't even blood-related to them, they made it their mission to warn me off. I still recall the first time I ever met them. 8 years ago. They showed up in front of the New York restaurant at dusk. Late, because apparently nobody as dramatic as them ever made an entrance at a reasonable hour. I was halfway to my car, thinking about dinner, when the shadows rearranged themselves. Jet and Elira. They didn't walk so much as glide, perfectly in sync. They reminded me of those cheesy movies Anya used to watch, with the vampires appearing out of thin air. She'd made me sit through them so many times I couldn't even watch a baseball game without thinking about those pale freaks running at the speed of sound. Gabriel Santos. We finally meet, Jet said, all smug confidence. I knew we'd have a meeting one day. I wouldn't call this a meeting, I retorted casually, and I think I'm okay not crossing that bridge. He ignored me. Got a minute, only if you're not here to sell me on a cult, I replied, leaning casually against my car door. Though honestly, you two seem more like the ceremonial, knife-enchanting type. Elira smiled, slow and sharp. She didn't bother speaking, instead busy spinning her butterfly knife once, twice, as though punctuating her brother's words. Jet took a few steps closer, hands still in his pockets. We want to talk about Amara. Ah, I said. Your baby sister. The moral compass amid a dozen broken ones. Elira laughed, but it was a cold, detached sound. Funny? Always. Jet's expression soured a touch. We've noticed you hovering. I don't hover, I said. Yorbit. Smoothly, at a respectful distance. Too close. Elira cut in, stepping forward, her eyes narrowing. You're getting attached. She's getting ideas. That's a problem. I raised an eyebrow. You always threaten men who talk to her, or just the most charming ones. Jet didn't smile this time. We protect her from lesser men delusional enough to think they have a chance. Newsflash. Elira addet. You don't. You two always speak in riddles. Or is this your version of a friendly PSA? No riddles, Jet said, tone flattening. Just facts. Stay away from her before something breaks. And by something, do you mean my legs? My spine? My winning smile? Elira took another step, her perfume full of violets and threats invading my personal space. Dumb woman. She better realize she wasn't my type. I wanted to keep my balls intact. Thank you very much. We mean all of you. Elira purred, staring at me with an ice-cold gaze. Because when it comes to Amara, we'll stop at nothing to protect her. I met Jet's unflinching gaze. She's not yours to keep in a cage, no matter how gilded it might be. No, he allowed, sending a nod to his sister. But she's ours to keep safe. They turned in unison. I stood there a moment longer, brushing invisible dust from my jacket. Heartbeat steady but mind spinning. So, that was the warning. Now the question was, what the hell was I gonna do with it? Needless to say, I didn't let their little performance stop me. Nothing did. Until Jet met me in Revelation suggesting that cursed, fucked up trade. Jet's proposition for Anya was a shock even now. Not only because my sweet niece was all wrong for him, but also because Jet was so adamant to keep me away from Amara. "En qué piensas?" Raphael asked, studying me, trying to figure out what I was thinking about. Sailor and Anya had already made their way inside the house while the two of us stood by the gate. "Que esto no me gusta," I stated, again reminding him I didn't like this. We never know when shit can hit the fan, and Anya shouldn't be so far away from us. He nodded. "I know, but even if it does, Kian's got it under control. He'd never let innocent people get caught in the crossfire. It's the only reason I agreed." He let out a humorless laugh. "For fuck's sake. He even saved Leanna. Volko." I tensed at the name. I'd never met the woman, but I didn't need to. Any woman who managed to rise from the ashes and survive the fallout of Santiago Tijuana wasn't just formidable. She was danger wrapped in a designer coat. Leanna was a living myth, a femme fatale by birthright. She was a mobster in her own right, with a body count to rival any man in the game. Fearless and lethal. She was the kind of woman you never saw coming until the blade was already in your gut. Her children, Jet and Elira, were very much like her in that regard. My jaw clenched. I hesitated just for a second, wondering if I should tell him about Jet's interest in Anya. I was still reeling from it myself. The worst part, from everything I'd dug up, the two had never even met. No message. No sightings. Not even a trace of overlap. I'd tried to fish for something casually, in conversation with Anya, but got nothing. No flicker of recognition. No alarm. And that made it worse. Because if Jet wanted her, it wouldn't matter how well she knew him. He didn't chase, he claimed.
Amara Elan's flickering candlelight, polished brass, and linen-covered tables overlooking the cobbled heart of Le Marais was so exclusive that securing a table here meant waiting months or slipping a bundle of cash into the maitre d's hand. Outside, Paris was alive. The late summer night sky still pink with twilight. The streets beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows hummed with street performers and the occasional horde of boisterous tourists. It was strictly hushed elegance within the restaurant's walls, with its crystal chandeliers swaying lazily and casting golden halos across the space. The air smelled of butter, saffron, and expensive perfume. If heaven had a dress code, this was it. I twirled my fork into a nest of truffle tagliatelle, the scent rich and mouth-watering, though I wasn't paying attention to the food. Across the table, my brother and sister stared at me with matching expressions of mild amusement and practiced boredom, but I knew them too well. They were listening. "I'm just saying," I began, stabbing my pasta a little too hard. "If someone buys you a painting worth more than your car, you say thank you. Not, it's too much." Right. Jet Elira took a long, slow sip of her rosé, her earrings catching the light with every tilt of her head. "That painting was of me, Amara. Naked. It's weird. Jet made a sharp sound in his throat and dropped his fork. Why the fuck are you lounging naked for French painters? Elira cut the shit. Yet. She didn't even flinch. I'm a grown woman. If I want to swing off my balcony naked, I will. Luckily for the art world, I decided to pose instead of traumatizing the neighbors. I let out a snort of laughter, unable to help myself. She had always emanated that shameless energy, the kind of woman who could command a room barefoot in a silk robe. It was a trait she inherited straight from Mother Liana. Liana Volkov wasn't my birth mother. But if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have survived the first few years of my life. I loved her fiercely, even after my parents found me. They'd turned out to be incredible. And although my home base was mostly New York and Las Vegas, while Mother Liana's was Boston, she remained a cornerstone in my world. Some bonds didn't break, no matter how tangled the roots. It was how I ended up tied to these two Elira with her fire and swagger. And Jet, who embodied ice and precision. Both were the center of my world. But why refuse the painting I pressed? It's a flex. Elira shrugged one shoulder and said casually, because I set it on fire. He doesn't know yet. Jet barked a laugh while my jaw hit the pristine tablecloth. You what? If he had painted himself naked, though? She mused, dabbing her lips with her napkin. I'd hang that over my bed. Proudly. She and I were still laughing about smoke alarms and singed egos when I noticed Jet had gone quiet. His shoulders were stiff and his gaze kept flicking to the window. Jaw clenched. Eyes shadowed. Jet, I asked, lowering my fork. You okay? He blinked. Yeah, he said too quickly. Just a lot going on. Elira leaned in, her posture shifting subtly. Alert now. That's not vague at all. Jet exhaled, tapping a rhythm into the stem of his wineglass. Business. I felt a pang of guilt. Elira and I had been traveling Europe on a backpacking adventure while Jet had already begun to take the reins of Mother Liana's empire. With Gabriel Santos, Elira asked. And just like that, the whole mood in the room snapped. My head jerked toward her. Seriously, Jet's hand froze mid-drum. He didn't look at us. Maybe. You and him working together is bad news. It's not what you think. Jet muttered. Isn't it? I pressed, arching a brow. Because I could have sworn I've heard you say on more than one occasion. Mind you that you can't stand the Colombian asshole. I even threw in air quotes for a dramatic flair on the last two words. Unless, of course, you're planning some grand alliance between the Tijuana and Santos cartels by marriage or some shit like that. Elira cut in, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I let out a sharp scoff. Yeah, sure. A marriage alliance. Right after Hell hosts a ski tournament. I didn't add that sweet little Anya. Wouldn't last 5 minutes with Jet. That'd be like pairing tiramisu with Tabasco. Why would anyone do that? It's complicated. He snapped, dragging a hand through his hair like the weight of the world was tangled in it. And it's not like an alliance is a bad thing in today's world. Besides, you two wouldn't understand what I'm trying to do. Try us, I said, leaning back and folding my arms. He waved a hand, clearly annoyed. Just know I'm expanding the business. It's got everything to do with Colombia and its jungles. I let out a noise somewhere between a laugh and a scoff. Right. Because Colombia and its jungles sounds totally legit. Are you practicing for a TED Talk? Or are we in the middle of a drug-fueled nature documentary? Jet glanced around the restaurant, his gaze sharp. You're acting like you're being watched. Elira said quietly, eyes narrowing as she nodded toward his untouched duck confit. You haven't even poked that overpriced pigeon. Jet's gaze drifted back toward the window. Just for a second. But this felt like more than the standard unhinged paranoia I was used to from him. There are eyes everywhere in this city, he murmured. That was when we heard it. A low thud. Dull. Distant. But wrong. The kind of wrong that makes your spine straighten before your brain catches up. Our wineglasses shivered faintly on the table. Cutlery stilled. Conversations faltered. Jet stood abruptly, knocking his chair back. Stay here. What was that? I asked. Standing too. Suddenly cold all over. Yet. What was that sound? Elira echoed. Voice tight. But he was already moving. Shoulders tense. He cut through the hushed restaurant like a blade. And then the second explosion hit. A bone-deep boom that made the chandeliers swing wildly. Their crystal teardrops raining onto the floor. The windows imploded inward. Glass slicing through the air like shrapnel. Tables overturned. Plates crashed to the floor. Screams erupted. I hit the ground hard, my shoulder slamming into something solid. Smoke filled my nose and mouth, and my ears rang like sirens. Elira dropped beside me, coughing, and grabbed my wrist. Was that a gas line? I shouted, barely able to hear my own voice. I don't think so. She rasped. Get up, get up. Amara, she hauled me up and dragged me behind the marble-topped bar. We crouched behind shelves of liquor and broken glass, my heart slamming against my ribs. Where the hell is Jet? I gasped, clutching a shaking fist to my chest. Where did he go? Before she could answer. Our phones buzzed simultaneously. I fumbled for mine, hands shaking. Jet, I'm safe. I need to lie low for a bit. Santos is the key. Red and blue lights flashed outside, painting the broken glass on the floor in kaleidoscopic patterns. The sound of sirens now matched the shriek in my ears. I looked at Elira. Her mouth was set in a hard line as she scanned the wreckage. Her nails dug grooves into the wooden bar structure like she wanted to claw through it. What has he gotten himself into? I whispered. If Santu's hurt Jet. If he's behind this in any way. He's a dead man. Elira didn't respond. She was looking past me, past the wrecked light fixtures and overturned tables, past the smoke that bled in from the street through the window frames. Then, as if she heard something I couldn't, she whispered, This won't end well.
Gabriel Saylor and Raphael had taken the jet back to the States once we got Anya settled in Albania. Something was off, and I couldn't put a finger on what. But I'd bet my life it had everything to do with Jet. But speculations were for naught here. I certainly couldn't set up a meeting with Liana Volkov and demand her son stay away from Anya without concrete proof. I detoured to Paris on the rumor that Jet had surfaced here. The moment he spoke my sister's name like it belonged on his tongue. I had gone out of my way to know his location at all times. Sometimes that proved challenging, but I wasn't the giving up type. And now, the three Amara, Yet, and Elira were meeting at a restaurant. I pushed open the balcony doors, and the warm Parisian air curled around my collar while I kept my narrowed gaze on the restaurant in which those three were meeting. I knew exactly where Luis Orlando, my right-hand man, was stationed under the striped awning of the chocolatier across from Elan. And just then, an explosion shook the city. For a moment, I stood frozen as Paris burned with soft lights, its beauty interrupted by chaos and explosions. Then realization sunk in at its source, the very same restaurant where Amara was meeting Jet. I bolted from my hotel room, the door banging against the wall as I sprinted out. My loafers struck the marble floor with frantic urgency, echoing down the pristine hallway. The elevator blinked at me, far too slow, so I veered toward the emergency exit and threw the door open. I took the stairs 2 at a time, nearly stumbling in my haste. I hadn't seen Amara in months, not since Revelation, but no amount of distance and time had dulled the memory of her. I missed her smile, rare and hard-won. I missed the way her laughter slipped out when she forgot to. Be guarded. I even missed the glares, the arguments, the way her words could cut through me like glass. And now, all I could think was, please, let her be alive. I had just pushed through the hotel's glass doors and hit the hot pavement when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I fished it out without breaking stride, sweat already gathering at the base of my neck. It was from Luis, who was currently my eyes in Paris. He'd been tailing Jet all week while I'd been stuck in Albania. And by extension, he'd been watching Elira and Amara too. Especially Amara. Luis Amara's fine. Don't come here. Cops are everywhere. I stopped dead in my tracks, the world tilting slightly. My heart didn't agree with my feet. It pounded forward, screaming for motion, for answers, for here. Then another message buzzed through, harsher this time. Luis, there's nothing you can do. Jet disappeared before the explosion. Don't fucking come. You love-stricken Colombiano. I promise you. Amara is alive. Well, and very much gone from this disaster. Every part of me still burned to run toward the fire. But I knew Luis was right. Charging in now would only make things worse. The most important thing was that Amara was safe. Alive. Breathing. Reluctantly, I exhaled and typed back. Mafia. But when I get my hands on you, Colombiano, we're going to have a long talk about your reckless use of the word. No. A second later, I added me also. Stop calling me love-stricken. I'm emotionally layered. 5 minutes later, I was back in the penthouse of the Hotel de Crillon, and from the balcony, I watched smoke unfurl into the night sky. Assured Amara wasn't harmed, sirens howled in the distance, weaving through the narrow arteries of the city, scattering civilians like startled ants. Down below, the restaurant Elan looked like it had taken a punch straight to the lungs. Windows were blown out, and chaos dominated the street. I paced back and forth before reaching for the unfinished drink I'd started earlier. My fingers tightened around the glass, swirling the amber liquid in my glass. I couldn't get rid of the tightness in my chest as silence bent around me, broken only by the tick of the Cartier clock behind me. I despised the protection my location afforded me while Amara was out there. But I knew. Luis was right. It wouldn't do any good to go to the site of the explosion with Amara gone. Yet, the restlessness and worry refused to cease. I downed the drink, then pulled my phone out to type a message to Luis. I want evidence that Amara is fine. Or I'm coming. My phone instantly vibrated with his response. A photo and an unnecessary caption. Louise, she's with her sister. Both are fine. I let out a heavy exhale. Relieved that I could see Amara was indeed unharmed, although she looked shaken up. Elira, on the other hand, looked to be very much in her element. I didn't wish death on people. Not really. But Elira and Jet had a unique talent for testing my limits. And for one heartbeat-long moment, as I read Louise's text, a flicker of shame slid through me as I imagined the world without them. Me. Do we know what caused the explosion, Louise? I think it was the prick. The prick being Jet. I hit the dial, and Louise answered immediately. She's safe, he said before I could speak. She and her sister took shelter when the second charge went off. What makes you think it was the prick? I asked. The type of bomb. It's the very same one he uses when he hunts for people and wants to inflict harm but not kill. I let out a hum as I pressed up against the railing. So he can torture them properly. Louis exhaled. See? It was the same one he used to escape us in Colombia. A month ago. And considering there was nobody else connected to him in the restaurant, aside from Amara and Elira, I think we can assume he planted the bomb that wouldn't seriously harm anyone. I was so fucking close to killing him when I got alerted to his presence in the Colombian jungle. But that bomb he'd set off gave him just enough time to vanish. It was at that moment that I knew without an ounce of doubt that all the whispers and rumors about him were true. That sick fuck, I grumbled. Very much so. He echoed my sentiment. You and Anya really have a knack for attracting the wrong people. Anya shouldn't be on his radar. He said. And, Amara. She's not like him. But she's blind to those two spawns of Satan. Whatever you say. Jefe. Louis drawled, his voice soaked in sarcasm. So, what now? I stared out at the city. The hum of sirens in the distance like a warning bell no one else could hear. Jet's planning something, I said. My voice as cold and sharp as broken glass, and my gut's telling me it has everything to do with Anya. Or maybe he's setting you up, tempting you to take Amara so he can kill you. Louis suggested. Possibly, but I didn't think so. Considering how violently opposed Jet had been to me even looking at Amara all those years ago like she was some sacred relic under lock and key, his sudden willingness to parade her out like a party favor the moment he set his sights on Anya reeked of strategy, not sentiment. And Elira, she was cut from the same. Cold cloth. I wouldn't put a single goddamn thing past either of them. My memory flickered. Unbitte. Back to the second time he and Elira cornered me 3 years ago. They came for me, just as I was leaving the dark gem reserved for faculty, tucked away from the main campus. Secluded. Quiet. Unfortunately, perfect for Jet and Elira. Apparently, even a peaceful workout was too much to ask for these days. One moment, I was unlocking my car. The next, a sharp, blinding pain shattered through my ribs as something hard and fast slammed into my side. My body slumped to the pavement, and the smell of motor oil and blood mine, it would seem, clouded my senses. A boot pinned my shoulder down, grinding me into the asphalt. Evening. Lover boy. A voice crooned, crouching beside me. His breath smelled like sugar and smoke. Remember me, I scoffed, as if I could forget such an ugly face. Well, this ugly face came here to warn you off. Again, since you seem to have a problem with your memory. Old man. His tone was almost playful, but not quite. Let me guess. I drawled, choosing to ignore his jab. Jet was younger than me, but only by a few years. Stay away from your sister. From the corner of my eye, I could see his twin that looked nothing like him. Elira leaned against my car, arms folded, her butterfly knife catching the last of the sunlight. She flicked it open and closed in rhythm, like a metronome ticking down to something terrible. She's not even your real, I tried to say. But the next hit came fast. Jet's fist snapped my head sideways. She's not even what Elira asked, sweetly. Stepping forward, her boot heels clicked on the pavement like gunshots. She knelt beside me. All coiled, grace and razor edges, her knife now hovering inches from my face. Not our real sister, not our blood. Does that mean you think she's up for grabs? Are you hard of hearing? Gabriel Jet's voice was silk soaked in gasoline. We said stay away from our sister. She's our baby sister, Elira said, her voice so soft that it made your skin crawl, like you were being told a bedtime story in the middle of a murder scene. And you're getting far too close. Jet's hand connected with my cheek, making my head fly and blood spurt from my mouth. You hit like a drunk cheerleader, I taunted, blinking through the haze. Jet laughed, dark and amused. You still got jokes. That's cute. I didn't respond. His boot lifted from my shoulder just enough to twist hard, ignoring the searing pain in my ribs. I drove my elbow straight into his knee. Jet staggered back, and I jumped to my feet fast. My fist caught his jaw with a sickening crunch. He reeled, stumbling backward, and Elira moved in, but I was faster. I kicked her leg out from under her, sending her sprawling with a snarl, her knife skidding across the pavement. Stay down, I growled. I'd hate for you to be the first woman I have to hit. I turned to Jet, driving him against the side of my car and slamming his spine into the door. Then smiled as I warned. Try this shit again. Yet. And you're a dead man. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but definitely soon. I shoved him toward his sister, who was standing now. The two shared a look, communicating silently, and then they left as inconspicuously as they came. Thanksgiving dinners will be awkward as fuck, I muttered to myself, brushing dirt off my pants before I got into the car. Do you think all three of them are up to something? I wouldn't be surprised with how close they are, Luis asked over the line, dragging me out of the memory. No. Something's telling me Jet's doing this alone. Or with Elira. I answered as I watched chaos and evacuations down below. From my vantage point, I could see where the authorities had set up a barricade. Jesus Christ. This would probably be all over the news, if it wasn't already. I reached for my burner phone, while still talking to Luis, and typed a message to Raphael. Me explosion in Paris. Nobody was hurt. Tell Sailor not to worry. My brother would read between the lines and inform Nico. The last thing I needed was that man sniffing around too, sending Raphael and Sailor into a panic. We might have better luck if we snatch the women and question them, Luis suggested, just as I threw the burner phone onto the table. Don't even think about touching Amara. I gritted. She's off limits. Cálmate. Charamba. Luis snickered. Solo fue una sugerencia. Don't fucking suggest it again. I snapped, annoyed that he thought he could tell me to relax and make asinine recommendations about Amara. And Elira he questioned. I'm guessing your protectiveness doesn't extend to her. No, it doesn't. But Amara's close with her, and she'd never forgive me if we went after her sister. Luis went quiet. Keep an eye on Amara and Elira, I said. But stay invisible. They can't know you're there. And if they're in danger, you step in. My voice hardened. They don't get hurt. Not a scratch. Understood. A beat passed before he sighed. You're playing a dangerous game. Gabriel, you should just put the cards on the table with Liana Volkov about her son. And include your brother. We're getting nowhere with Jet. And whatever he's up to, it's bound to end badly. Not if we can easily snatch Elira for leverage, I pointed out. He snickered. But not Amara. Jesus, you really have it bad for that woman. It's not about me, and definitely not about Amara, I replied smoothly, although it was a known fact that the woman fascinated me. However, I wasn't willing to risk Anya's safety. Not for anything. And that included Amara. Luis let out a low breath. You really think Jet's actually interested in your sister? He's made it clear he wants Anya. I just can't see that those two could ever mesh. He muttered. Besides, after 8 months of silence, don't you think he's moved on? A normal person would. I didn't answer. The image of Jet that night at the club smiling like a man already inside the house haunted me more than I wanted to admit. Firstly, Jet's not normal. Secondly, he was too casual when he asked about her. I said eventually. And even more casual when he accepted my denial. It was almost as if he'd already made the decision, and coming to me was an afterthought. A twisted courtesy of sorts. Well, Luis muttered. Let's hope you're right. I'm confident I am, I replied, draining the rest of my glass. And if I'm wrong, it won't matter. I'll correct the mistake with blood. Luis said nothing else. The line went dead. I stood in the darkened suite, letting the hush settle around me. Outside, the city still smoked. Somewhere behind that mess, Amara was breathing, and Jet might be running, plotting. But I had men in every district of Paris. I had his scent now, and when the time came, Jet would learn the truth. Nadie se mete con un Santos y vive para contarlo. No one messes with a Santos and lives to tell the tale.
Amara, 1 minute. Paris was offering you champagne and a 3-course meal. The next it was coughing up smoke and secrets. We left Elan in the back of a stolen ambulance because Jet, in all his brilliance, had disappeared, leaving only wreckage and a single cryptic text. Like he thought we'd be fine, sorting through a bomb scene in designer shoes and soot-filled lungs. The air outside the restaurant still stank of gunpowder and melted. Wiring. Sirens wailed in overlapping directions, echoing off the stone buildings. Cops. Medics. Fire crews. Cameras. Civilians. Too many eyes. We'd slipped through the smoke easily, cutting down a side alley behind a shuttered flower shop. My legs were trembling and my lungs burned. But Elira didn't slow down. She disposed of her heels almost immediately and broke into a sprint. Dress torn. Face streaked with ash and stained with blood. Elira spotted the ambulance first. It was half concealed, behind a boulangerie. Still idling. Doors flung wide like someone had left in a hurry. No crew. No stretcher. No lights. Just keys swinging from the ignition like an invitation. I hesitated. She didn't. She climbed into the driver's seat, fingers already flying over the controls, adjusting mirrors and ripping off a lanyard from the dash that might have belonged to someone still inside Elan. "Get in," she droned as she turned the engine over. "No." I did as she said, the vinyl seat catching against my scraped palms. The sirens were getting louder again as we took off around the corner. 2 minutes later, we were swallowed by the back streets of Paris. Red taillights bouncing off wet cobblestone like a pulse. We didn't speak for a while. The city blurred around us, fractured and flickering, as if Paris itself were trying to forget what had just happened. And maybe we were too. "You can tell me if you were responsible. You know, I can handle the truth," he muttered, gripping the overhead bar as she swung us through a maze of alleyways. Her hand steady on the wheel. She smirked. "Wouldn't have used that much smoke. Too dramatic. We'd be dead if it were me. You have issues." Elira's sunglasses were back on, even though it was pitch black through the windshield. "Tell me something I don't know." The back of my throat still tasted like plaster dust and panic. We were bleeding adrenaline and guessing at every turn. But one thing was clear, Jet had known something was coming and he hadn't warned us. "Do you think Jet anticipated the explosion?" I questioned. Elira flicked me a glance before focusing back on the road. He seemed paranoid, almost as if someone was coming after him. The explosion must have something to do with Santos. My brows furrowed. "That's kind of far-fetched. Don't you think Santos is in Albania with his sister?" "His sister is there. But Santos left Albania. We need to find that man." Jet said he's the key. Elira said coldly. "Yeah, the key. Not the killer. Same damned thing," she retorted dryly. "We have to find Santos and question him." He scoffed. About what his dealings with Jet. The explosion. Everything. I stared at my sister's profile in disbelief. It wasn't like Elira to jump to conclusions or act peculiar. Yet I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something off about her. She was being kind of cagey. "Do you know something I don't?" I asked her slowly. "No." Why, I let out a breath. "Because you seem so sure that Santos is the answer. Although I'm unsure to what." "Well, we were almost killed. Jet sent us a note, saying that Santos is the key. It seems natural to go after him. Maybe. But we shouldn't jump to conclusions and accuse him of anything until we're sure of whatever it is that Jet's accusing him of." "Okay. But what would you say if I told you that Gabriel Santos tried to kill our brother before what?" I asked. Shocked to my core. "Yes. Your admirer has threatened him on several occasions and even tried to murder him. Our own brother." As her words sunk into me, so did the anger. No wonder Jet had disappeared. His life was in danger because that Colombian asshole was after him. And it certainly made sense now that Santos stopped pursuing me. He was trying to kill my brother. Over my dead body. The backpacking trip certainly ended with a bang. He is set. Fury simmering in my chest. So now what? Do we go after Santos first or look for Jet, if Jet doesn't want to be found? "We won't find him." She deadpanned. Santos it is, I said resolutely, picturing his lifeless body in a pool of blood. Shit. Why did it bother me so much? He was just a nuisance. Over the years, Gabriel Santos had lurked around me. At dark, he was always there in the hallways, front and center at gala dinners. He was my polished shadow even before I noticed him, persistent and annoying. But something shifted after our encounter at Revelation last year. He stopped showing up, stopped circling. It should have been a relief. I should have felt free now that he'd finally granted me my wish. But instead, it left this hollow, aching silence behind. Like missing a fight you'd been training for. Like reaching for an enemy and finding empty air. It was stupid and shallow and just complicated enough to keep me up most nights. I told myself it was better this way, cleaner. Simpler, but never in a million years had I fathomed that he disappeared because he had murderous intentions toward a member of my family. Let's ditch this transport, I suggested. We're too visible in this. Agreed. By the time we ditched the ambulance and broke into an abandoned perfume warehouse near the Canal Saint-Martin, the moon was still high in the sky. The city didn't sleep. Neither did we. We didn't talk until we were safely inside, and the door was bolted behind us. Elora turned to me, eyes sharp. We need to get out of France. Agreed. I pushed my hand through my disheveled hair. Do we know? Where Santos is, she pulled out her phone, her eyes skimming over her screen. Colombia. Jesus. Why couldn't he be closer? I muttered. We'll have to find a way in, she declared. Off-grid. No airports. No hotel check-ins. Untraceable. Boat, I said. She blinked. I like where your head's at. I nodded. Elira and I were rarely at odds, and those disagreements usually came in duos. Right or wrong, Jet and Elira would always have each other's backs first and foremost. When they entered my life, they immediately took me under their wings, even though they were only 3 years older. They took their older sibling status to extremes. We'd been a tight trio ever since, spending as much time together as we could until the two of them went to study abroad. And even then we'd remained in constant contact. Yes, sometimes they could be overwhelming and overprotective, but they did it with the best intentions. We can vanish for a while, I stated pensively. We find Santos and figure out what's going on. We just have to locate him. The Santos family's home base was split between Miami and Colombia. That was when he wasn't lurking as faculty on the dark campus. Either way, it was hard to figure out where he was at any given time. Elira began pacing the warehouse floor. We should start with Colombia. My brows furrowed. It would probably be easier to start with Miami. Don't you think? She shrugged. I don't think so. There's a spot deep in the Colombian jungle that Jet had been to visit multiple times in the past. It's the best place to start. When I remained silent, she added, unless you have a better plan, I don't. I loved Jet to death, but he never shared his dealings with anyone, not even Elira. How do you know his movements? Elira shrugged. I put a tracker on him. Surprise rolled through me. Don't tell Jet. But why? I asked. The twins trusted each other blindly, and putting a tracker on Jet seemed to violate that trust. He's been acting stranger than usual, Elira explained. My brows furrowed. Why haven't you mentioned it before? Never came up. I studied her, but before I could question her further, she added, so it's settled. We'll go to Colombia. Okay, let's retrace his steps. Maybe we'll find some information or clues. She nodded. Agreed. We buy a yacht, I said, my voice steady. Not a flashy one, but it needs to have comforts. Elira retorted wryly. I'm not suffering through some shitty accommodations while battling the sea. Fine. I rolled my eyes while shaking my head. We'll register it to a holding company out of Malta. Or Gibraltar. Something buried deep. Elira gave me a slow, wicked smile. Shell company, I nodded. Name it something boring. West Point Navigation. Or Belridge Holdings, she recommended. A playful smirk on her face. How about midnight, I asked. She clapped once. We were born for this. No, I said, meeting her gaze. If we make a mistake and get caught, we'll cause a war. We have to be careful. Elira, Mother Liana never taught us to be weak or soft. She taught us to be capable of walking into any room and walking out with the deed to the place. And when that didn't work, we were taught how to burn the place down. But she also taught us never to act recklessly. Okay, I began. We sail for Colombia. Her brows lifted. Can you at least admit this is exciting? Much better than dealing with the syndicate and all the business bullshit. No, it isn't, I assured her. I don't have a good feeling about this. But we have to at least try. If Santos is trying to kill Jet, he'll have a war on his hands. I don't know how the hell those two got to that point. But we'll have to figure it out and help Jet because it's obvious he's in trouble. A beat passed. Elira nodded. I'll move the money through my account, she said. And I'll do the same, I replied. I'll handle the yacht. I looked out the window. Somewhere, Jet was running and Gabriel was watching. And right here and now, Elira and I were planning. Amara 2 weeks later, we hadn't heard from Jet since his cryptic message in Paris. Midnight rocked gently beneath my feet as I stood on the teak deck, the salty breeze biting at my skin. The sun had just slipped below the jagged horizon, staining the sky a bruised purple and orange. We settled on a sleek, Mata black yacht in the end, and it moved silently except for the faint hum of the engine below. I still couldn't believe we'd pulled off buying it without alerting our families. Both Mother Liana and my biological parents had a pulse on everything going on in the underworld, but we'd somehow managed to keep this yacht purchase under the radar. We bought it in a shadowy port just outside Monaco. Registered under a fake shell company no one in our family or government agencies could trace. We hired a crew known for two things, their discretion and their exorbitant fees. As long as the money kept flowing, they wouldn't ask questions. They sailed us to Colombia. Meanwhile, our families believed us to still be in the midst of backpacking Europe, snapping artsy photos of narrow streets and overpriced cappuccinos. I pulled out my phone when it vibrated and opened the group chat with my college friends. It was where adulting and this mission took a backseat, and chaos reigned. Most of the girls were now happily married, posting ridiculously romantic photos on Instagram and flaunting their healthy, mature relationships. I couldn't even fathom it. Penelope doing a romantic weekend getaway with my hubby, preparing for our anniversary and a weekend marathon of getting laid. I rolled my eyes, but a grin tugged at my mouth. Penelope was now happily married and getting laid plenty, much to her delight. Me, isn't your anniversary Christmas Day? That's ages away. Penelope, it's a rehearsal for our anniversary. Gotta keep the spark alive. You know, what about you? Amora Mitani. Devastatingly handsome locals on your glamorous backpacking adventure. Me, nope. No handsome men around. But I am about to go backpacking through the mountains. Technically true. Except the mountains were in South America and probably deserved their own list of triggers. I hated lying. But there was no way I was telling my girlfriends that I was about to trek through the cartel-adjacent wilderness. Anya, that sounds like the setting of a romance novel. Me, do you know of any... Not that I planned on doing any reading. Romance novels and photography were Anya's thing. I was still trying to discover myself. Hence the trip with Elira. Anya, no. But I know I need one with 600 pages of pure smut. Like, emotionally scarring levels that will make it hard to function. Penelope, get married and you'll have smut on demand. Anya, no. Thank you. Nobody's putting a leash on this hot bod. I'm the CEO in my world. And I call the shots. I solemnly declare a ban on marriage. Me, I'm with Anya. Smut on demand sounds suspiciously like marital duty. Anya, on that note, I'm going to bed. It's way too late here. Me, I cannot believe you're in Albania. What the heck spurred that on Penelope? Maybe she was chasing Anya me. You tell her. Anya, just because Pen chases, it doesn't mean the rest of us do. We have more important things to deal with. Sky, you need to let go of your inner Mafia princess. Amara. Expand your horizons. Sexually. Spiritually. Geographically. I scoffed at Sky's text. Ever since she married Nikola Nikolaev. She believed herself to be some kind of enlightened porn star. Me okay. Mrs. Nikolaou. We get it. You and your hubby have explored the full IKEA catalog of bedroom accessories. No need to go public. Besides, I am exploring. Backpacking. Remember, Sky, you have such a dirty mind. All I'm saying is, maybe it's time for an alliance between your and Santos's family. Gabriel would snatch you up in a heartbeat. After all, he's had his eye on you for a while now. I tensed, not only because subtlety had clearly left the chat, but also because he happened to be the reason behind my current geographical location. Anya and Amara and Gabriel romance screams age gap. I love my brother, so obviously I encourage you to give it a try. Plus, he'll be less focused on me. Considering you're his family and therefore very biased, BTW. How are you liking Albania, Anya? So far, I'm loving it. Anya, marry Gabriel. Then come and visit me here in Albania. We can be wild and reckless together. I wouldn't marry her brother. I'd kill him the first chance I got. Poor Anya. I loved her, but I could never tell her my plan because her loyalty was tangled up in someone like Santos. Much like my own family. Maybe I'd spare him for her sake, certainly not out of mercy. But strategy. I'd keep him alive. Hidden away in a basement where I'd force him to call her now and then to assure her he was fine. Of course he would be lying. But that was better than being dead. Such a shame, though. Because Gabriel Santos was a fine human specimen, gorgeous, lethal, and built like sin. We'd been playing a game of cat and mouse for years. I gave a slight shake of my head, banishing the image of the gorgeous man. There were dozens just as beautiful as him who were smart enough never to threaten my family. Besides, being reckless and visiting Albania where my grandfather, Kian Cortes, lived would definitely not earn me any goodwill points. My grandfather was a force of a man that didn't go for anything reckless. He always said that being in a position of power required us to be cautious and responsible, to do the right thing when it mattered. Furthermore, his name could open doors or get you killed before you could knock. Hence why I kept my distance from men and only used them to scratch the itch when needed. Most were only drawn to the empire behind me anyway. The family name. The promise of access. It left me constantly second-guessing their intentions. Was it desire or ambition, love or leverage? It was impossible to know for sure. And while I tried to lump Gabriel in with every other man on this planet, deep down, I knew he was different. He was patience incarnate, just like the word patience I knew he had inked across his bicep. He was also measured and calculating, characteristics that only made him more dangerous. My phone buzzed with the next message. Sky, yes. Marry Gabriel and we'll be some sort of in-laws. The family tree is too complicated for me to be sure. Yeah. Hell would freeze over before I ever married Santos. Especially now that I'd learned he'd tried to kill my brother. The man would be dead when I was done with him. Gripping my phone, I typed the next words with a bit more force than necessary. Me Sky, is that your husband typing while drinking artisanal mezcal with the Santos air? Blink twice if you're being held hostage in a 5-star jungle villa. Sky, ha ha ha. I sense fear behind those words. Amara. I rolled my eyes again. It was less like fear, more like fury. Me, is he with you in New Orleans by any chance, Sky? No. I think he's in Colombia. Nicola said he had some business there. Penelope, why would Amara need an alliance? Her hot grandpa is literally Mafia royalty. If my own husband weren't sculpted like a Roman god dipped in hotness, I'd be climbing that tree. Man's got silver fox swagger. Me, and he's married. Pen, does your husband know he's got competition? If my grandpa ends up dead due to your husband's jealousy, there'll be hell to pay. Sky, I'm calling it now. This chat thread will be used as primary evidence in a true crime docuseries one day. Probably on Netflix. Or HBO. If we're classy. Anya, let's start a DILF Mafia Edition fan club. I know Kian is technically a grandpa. But hey, he can still make the list. Penelope, so much for innocent Anya going to sleep. I chuckled, shaking my head. These women were unhinged. And thank God for it. For a moment, I forgot I was about to plunge headfirst into a humid, possibly life-threatening unknown. Leave it to this chaos crew to make organized crime sound like a networking opportunity and marriage like a recurring nightmare with benefits. Me, you all can thirst over my grandpa without me. I'm out before I need to bleach my brain. I shoved the phone back into my pocket. Elira was standing against the doorframe, watching me with crossed arms and narrowed eyes. I knew why she had to come. As much as I considered Jet my brother, he shared a womb with her for 9 months. There was no version of events where she sat around European cafes sipping cappuccinos while he was in potential danger. If something goes wrong, call Kian, I said, voice rougher than I intended. Of course. And not to worry. I won't call your parents, she scolded, although Kian probably will. I mentally slapped my forehead. You're probably right. But let's just start with Kian. Besides, it'll probably never come to that. I knew it sounded strange calling my grandfather, the head of the Albanian Mafia, Kian, like we were pals. There was a long, messy story behind that. And it wasn't exactly a Hallmark special. As for Liana, her story was complicated too. And it wasn't the kind you shared over coffee. He'd probably take a hit out on me before picking up my phone call. He won't. We're his favorites. She snorted, a small, reluctant smile breaking through. Yeah, but you're his granddaughter by blood. I'm not. I gave her a grim smile. He said more than once that you're family to him. Trust him to help if you ever need it. She looked like she wanted to argue, but the weight of the promise settled between us. I pulled out the folded map and coordinates that Elira was able to pin down. Our only lead to finding Jet and figuring out what his business with Santos involved. All right, let's see what kind of trouble he's got himself into. I glanced out at the ocean one last time, feeling the tension coil tight in my chest, then folded the map carefully and slipped it into the inner pocket of my jacket. Elira stood by the helm, fingers twitching and grinning darkly. What if you run into Santos? I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Ideally, I find this location and get lost before Santos or his men spot me. I tried to keep the worry out of my voice. It is his territory, she pointed out. It was what worried me too, but I didn't voice that. Instead, I just said, I need to figure out what Jet was doing with him. If I run into Santos, I certainly hope it's after I learn whatever Jet wants us to know so I can call him out on it. Although I hope it doesn't come to it. It would do no good to start a war with the Santos cartel without facts to back us up. The expression on Elira's face was lined with worry. And if you run into Santos before you figure out what Jet was doing, I'll have to play coy. Although, being coy with Santos had never been my strength. He seemed to know how to frazzle me and distract me with his words and beautiful mouth. My phone buzzed again, and I pulled it out, my thumb hovering over the screen. Sky, whatever it is you're up to, if you need help, just message us on here. We'll send a rescue squad. Or memes. Probably both. Just to be safe. Penelope ditto. And if you get kidnapped, send a picture of yourself with a badly drawn smiley face taped over your mouth. That can be our secret code. I laughed, my heart a little lighter. Me, why am I not surprised you girls are on to me, Penelope? Elira glanced over my shoulder, smirking. You and your college nerds. They'll blow our cover. They're just being idiots. I told her. They have no idea that we're not in Europe. What do these emojis mean? I shrugged. I'm assuming that our secret is safe with them. What secrets? You didn't tell them anything. She arched a perfectly shaped brow. Did you? I didn't. But they still have my back. Besides, it wasn't as if I had something important to tell my friends. We didn't know what the hell Jet was up to or what we would find in the jungle. Do you want me to drive you? She offered. No. I'll have one of the crew handle it. We had limited staff on board. And best of all, they were discreet and trustworthy. Their only job was to ensure we were fueled up and we had more than enough supplies while we traveled the oceans. I'll call you to arrange the pickup for me once I'm ready. I continued when Elira didn't object. In the meantime, you hold down the fort well. The yacht, I guess. My attempt at humor landed with a thud. I'm leaving. Tonight. The drive's nearly a full day. And I still need to pack my weapons. Okay, she said. A little too easily. I blinked. Elira was usually a control freak, protective to the point of smothering. Letting go wasn't her style. But this time, she just let it happen. She held my gaze as I said, If you don't hear from me in 48 hours, I know. I know. Call Kian. She finished. Exactly.
Gabriel the moment. Amara set foot on Colombian soil. My phone lit up. One quiet ping. That was all it took. She had vanished in Paris alongside Elira, but I'd cast a wide net, weaving digital threads across continents and setting up algorithms to track her. Facial recognition from a shuttered customs checkpoint outside Buenaventura had finally tripped the alert. Too quiet to be intercepted by anyone else. Loud enough for me. A second later, Luis called and I answered the phone. "Did you see it?" he asked without preamble. I did. "I'm about an hour out. Want me to intercept?" "No," I said, cutting him off with a tone sharp enough to slice through his worry. "I'm already here. I'll follow her myself." "All right. Be careful." The line went dead. I left a half-smoked cigar curling wisps of blue-gray into the warm air and 2 untouched glasses of 20-year rum on the table, signaling the abrupt end to a meeting with one of my most volatile distributors. His face had contorted with confusion when I stood, phone in hand, and walked away without explanation. I didn't owe him one. Not when Amara was on my territory. Amara was a woman wrapped in strength and fire, with a legacy that royalty would be envious of. But none of it mattered to me. The only thing that fascinated me was the woman underneath it all, with deepest blue eyes and full, soft lips that tempted me. And now she was in Colombia, my home. I pulled up the interface synced to my local surveillance net. My men had already triangulated her position. A dusty road on the fringe of La Jungla near the Valle del Cauca. Someone had dropped her off at the edge of the jungle, and she was now on foot, heading inland. She'd been clever bypassing checkpoints, likely rotating sims and using false documentation when docking her yacht. But clever wasn't enough. Not here. Everything that happened on this territory got reported back to me, including the visitors that were trying to stay under the radar. I started the Jeep, the engine growling to life beneath me, and followed her pin along the winding dirt roads that snaked through the underbrush. The scent of loam and petrol soaked into my collar. The storm was crawling across the mountains, and the wet season clung to everything. 10 minutes later, I watched her dot disappear from the road and veer into the forest. The girl must have ditched her bag before crossing the tree line. My phone buzzed again. "Luis, don't touch that backpack. Could be rigged. Luis, I should be there. But I know you want her all to yourself. Me, I'm not trying to marry her. Luis, I just want to know why the hell she's here. Luis, maybe she missed your pretty face. Beauty aside, don't touch the pack. Could be a bomb. Me, I'm not an idiot. Luis, you're a man. That's dangerously close. Me. And what does that make you? Keep texting, and I'll leave you in a shipping container with a bag of expired plantains. Luis generous. Me, I'm going dark. Keep tracking, Jet. And don't do anything stupid. Luis, that's your job. Me. Love you too. Luis, go get her. Tear. Try not to get shot. Ismerkt. Slipped the phone into my thigh holster and parked at the edge of the path. The jungle greeted me like a beast with open jaws, humid, dark, and alive. The air tasted like wet moss and decomposing leaves. Crickets whined in the distance, and sweat bloomed across my spine as I moved low and fast. Boots silent against the soft mulch. I reached the backpack and crouched beside it. No tripwire. No pressure plate. Just dirt. Duct tape. And a hand-stitched patch that said, "Property of Amara." She'd left it behind, not because she was careless, but because she didn't want to be weighed down. What is she planning? Gunfire cracks the humid air like a whip, and I dropped to my haunches. I was moving before the shot's echo died. pushing deeper into the brush. Thorns dragging at my sleeves, vines slapping my arms. The canopy darkened overhead. I could barely hear my own breath over the pounding in my chest. She was close. I forged ahead, tunneling my vision, and burst into the clearing seconds later. The scent of copper hit first, followed immediately by carnage. 4 bodies on the ground, throats opened, and bullet wounds leaking blood into the packed earth. Their guns were scattered like bones. And beside them, a rusted shipping container with its doors flung wide stood empty. I saw chains, broken manacles. The scene felt fresh. Human trafficking was like a hydra. You cut off one head and 2 more slithered out of the dark. You didn't win. You just delayed the next monster. And damn it, sometimes it felt like the monster was winning. And in the middle of it all was Amara, standing like the final act in a Greek tragedy. Blood streaked across her shirt. Fingers still curled around her gun. Her chest rose and fell in sharp bursts. Her eyes were glazed over, not with fear, but adrenaline. She didn't see me at first. Her mind was still inside the violence, her body still humming from the kills. And for a moment, I didn't move. I just watched her in the way one might watch a rising fire and wonder whether to douse it or let it burn the world down. Then she turned, ever so slowly. The barrel of the gun lifted with the instinct of a soldier, not a civilian. Not that it surprised me, considering her lineage and training. Her eyes locked on mine and froze. And still, I smiled. Not because I liked her looking bloodied, feral, and magnificent, but because I knew, in that instant, she would rather have faced a battalion than me.
Amara, the jungle didn't hide secrets. It buried them alive. But no secret stayed buried forever. I found the location Alira had pinned and scouted the area. It didn't take me long to run into something. It was Jet's Birkin bag, his initials still visible on the leather. I recognized it instantly because it was the same one I had. It was Alira's gift to us and herself for last Christmas. Of course, Jet had moaned and groaned that no sane man would ever use that bag, but apparently he'd been using it. Inside it, I found Jet's sat phone. I didn't have time to power it up, nor did I want to alert anyone of my or my brother's location. So I rushed to shove it all into my backpack and clear out of here before being spotted. I was just about to leave when I heard faint voices drifting through the air. For a moment, I stood undecided whether to check it out or not. Curiosity got the best of me, and I followed it, my feet soundless against the ground, until I saw it and I froze. Young girls. Containers. Men who laughed and antagonized as they ushered women into the steel prisons. It was a goddamn camp for human traffickers. Fury slithered down my spine, and I knew there'd be no leaving now. I couldn't turn my back and pretend I didn't see this. Instead, I watched as they opened the container. Then men attempted to load girls into it. Some girls obeyed. Others fought. The September heat made the air humid. I could feel sweat sticking to my skin, as well as a plan I began to conjure in my head. I lowered my backpack to the ground. Its weight would make it hard to fight these men. Instead, I pinned its location using my phone, then dug out my weapons and continued moving around, searching for the best angle to attack. I was wary of a team guarding the perimeter, but I refused to let anything or anyone stop me. I crouched low, knees aching, Sweat and dirt, slicking my hands. My breath came slow and shallow as I watched 4 men shove a dozen screaming girls into a shipping container. The door slammed shut, bolts locking with a metallic finality. They laughed as the girls whimpered and cried. The sun bled orange through the canopy of trees, but the heat clung to everything. My skin burned under dried sweat and mosquito bites. I didn't know what the hell I was planning to do. And yet, I couldn't look away. One of the men bawled, thick-necked, sweat-soaked shirt open to reveal a gold chain, spat on the dirt and lit a cigarette. The others passed around a bottle, their words a blur of Spanish, too fast for me to follow. But I caught enough to understand their jokes about gringa meat. My grip tightened around the knife in my hand just as the container door creaked open. The youngest of the men dragged a girl out who couldn't be older than 15. She wore a dirty dress, her limbs thin, face hollow with shock. Her hair was matted, her feet bare. Something in me broke. I moved before I could think. I was on the bald one first. The blade slid up under his jaw, clean and fast. His gasp was soft, but it echoed through my skull like a tolling bell. I grabbed the pistol from his waistband before he hit the ground. The second man turned, eyes wide. I shot him in the gut. He crumpled, screaming. Gunfire erupted behind me. I dove behind the container as bullets tore through the metal. And I prayed the girls knew to lie flat. My ears rang, but I didn't hesitate. I slid along the far side, rose up just enough, and fired. The first shot missed, but the second didn't. The third man dropped. The last one ran, shouting. I caught him before he hit the trees. We struggled. He was stronger. He slammed me into a trunk, snarling in Spanish with both hands on my throat. I headbutted him, stars flashing behind my eyes, then drove the knife into his side. Again and again. He fell in a twitching heap, and just like that, the jungle exhaled. No gunfire, no shouting, just the rustle of leaves and the distant hum of life. The girls were gone. They'd scattered like deer, vanishing into the green. I could only hope they knew the layout better than I did. I stood there, bunting, while blood soaked into my jeans. My hands trembled and silence pressed into my chest louder than screams. My thoughts scattered. I couldn't breathe. Was Jet involved with this shit? Was Santos? I couldn't believe it. Our organizations were strictly against it. And knowing what Mother Liana had gone through, Jet would never fucking ever get involved with it. Right. My mind clawed for a reasonable explanation. But all I felt was a crack opening inside me and swallowing me whole. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Eastbourne. Gun raised. Finger tight on the trigger. And stopped, taking in Gabriel Santos's bright smile that had no place in this setting. Qué manera tan interesante de darte a conocer en Colombia, he said in smooth, unhurried Spanish. English was his native language, but you never guessed it by the way he rolled his R's. I rolled my eyes. English. Please. Yes. I knew a bit of Spanish, but I wasn't proficient enough to converse and understand it all, especially when he rolled his R in that sexy, cursed way. Interesting way to introduce yourself to Colombia. He repeated in English. I'm very pleased to see you here. I'd bet my life that he didn't just run into me. No way. No how. I thought you gave up stalking. He said, eyeing him suspiciously. I had to buy some time so I could gather information on Jet's whereabouts. He stepped out of the trees, calm and otherwise spotless in a tailored shirt and black slacks. A luxury watch gleamed on his wrist. I never give up. Amara. He glanced at the bodies, then at me. You should know that about me by now. I didn't lower the gun. How did you know I was here? He moved closer. Slow and controlled. Colombia is my territory. I know everything and everyone on my territory. And as you eloquently put it, I've been stalking you. So I've always known where you are. He scoffed. Creep. Your creep? Certainly not mine, I muttered, feeling my body heat. Let's discuss that some other time. He purred, then nodded toward the bodies again. I should thank you. You cleaned up an unfortunate mess. Saved the girls. I'll have my men get rid of the bodies and find the girls so we can get them medical care and then reunite them with their families. He eyed his suit. And you managed to save me the trouble of dry cleaning. I paused and tilted my head. They weren't working for you, he frowned, visibly taken aback. No. Trafficking goes against everything we stand for. My brother worked hard to wipe it out. Sailor, the woman I consider my mother, was nearly killed by men like that. I'd never touch that filth. I let out a quiet breath, relief washing over me. Strangely, I believed him. But that didn't mean I trusted him. And it didn't answer the 100 other questions burning in my mind, questions I wasn't ready to ask. Who the hell wears a suit in the jungle, I grumbled instead. Who backpacks through the jungle and hunts traffickers, pleased that he didn't seem to be questioning my motives or planning to bring sanctions down on the kingpins of the syndicate for trespassing. I nodded. Touché. He tilted his head, studying me like I was a puzzle he hadn't yet solved. Do your parents know you're here? He asked. Last I heard, you were still in Europe. Only then did I see he was holding the backpack I abandoned what felt like hours ago. Last I heard, my business wasn't yours. I snatched it from him, lowering my gun by an inch. And aren't you too old to be stalking? He smiled again. Lazy. Unapologetic. Like I said, you're on my territory now. Amara, he stated, voice low and even. Everything you do is my business.
Gabriel, surrounded by bodies and blood-soaked dirt. I stepped closer to the woman who had fascinated me from the moment she started at dark. Her breaths were still sharp and ragged, blood smearing her cheek. Her hands trembled slightly, but I'd witnessed firsthand how steady and lethal she was when in motion. She was dangerous, not only due to her skills, but also because of who she was. As Killian Cullen and Emery DeLustro's only child, and adoptive, daughter to Liana Volkov, nobody sane would fuck with Amara Cullen. It was a good thing I wasn't exactly sane. We locked eyes, and she stared back at me with that stubborn chin tilted up. Amara was unlike any woman I'd ever met, and had been the subject of my fascination. Or, as she called it, stalking, until her cursed brother involved Anya. Put the gun down, I said quietly, careful not to startle her. We both know you won't kill me. Unless it wouldn't be because she valued my life, but rather to avoid a war between our families. In our world, loyalty was a currency more valuable than gold and as rare as diamonds. And I won't kill you, I added. Her eyes narrowed as she lowered her gun, letting it hang by her side, as if I'd ever have a chance. I gestured behind me, back in the direction I'd come from. We should get going. You're covered in blood. And if someone shows up, Trouble is bound to find you." She laughed. "I think it already has." I held out a hand, but she looked at it like it was a snake. "Amara, you need my help. Stop being so damn stubborn and take it. I'm offering you a ride." Her eyes flickered between my hand and the jungle around us. "And what else?" I smiled. "That's up to you." She said nothing. So I added, "Maybe you can tell me why you're here." We both knew she wouldn't, and I knew it had everything to do with Jet. She didn't take my hand, but she jerked her chin. "Lead the way. Santos." We walked back the way I came, leaving the container and bodies behind us. I already dropped the location to my cleanup team. You handled those men very effectively. It was pretty amazing to see. I'm pretty amazing. That you are. I chuckled, although it hasn't escaped me the way you're dodging my questions. She shot me a sidelong look. I'm backpacking in the South American jungle. Obviously. Bullshit. She tilted her chin in defiance. It's not. I'm here, aren't I? In a jungle that's in South America? I let out a sardonic breath. Your dream was to backpack Europe, not South America. Surprise flashed in her eyes and I smiled smugly. What? Don't tell me you're surprised I know everything about you. You need to find another hobby. Santos, she muttered, her cheeks staining red, and Amara blushing was a sight to behold. You like my attention, I drawled. Her stride slowed a bit before she shot me a glare full of defiance and resumed walking. I detest your attention, she grumbled. Let's agree to disagree. I purred, then decided to cut straight to it. Are you here for your stepbrother? This time her stride didn't pause and her breathing remained unchanged. But a flicker of darkness passed across her expression. You ask too many questions. Santos, why aren't Satan's twins with you? Protecting you, she didn't. Answer. And I didn't think mentioning that I knew Elira was back on her yacht would win me any points. You know, whatever you're doing, I can help. I offered. 2 heads are better than 1. She scoffed. Depends on what 2 heads we're talking about. Amara had such a fucking knack for insults. I'd be offended if I weren't so fascinated with her. You look like you need some sleep. Preciosa. I drawled. We could get some rest together. Aren't you scared of being killed in your sleep? She asked. As long as you're the one doing the killing. No. We walked toward the road. 2 shadows drawn into the same endless game of cat and mouse we'd been playing for years. It was a dance we knew by heart.
Amara, the engine growled beneath us as Gabriel steered his black jeep down the dusty road. The jungle thinning into barren red earth as the last streaks of sunlight died out. I kept the gun close on my lap, wary of the silence. It felt too still. I had another 2 hours before my time expired. I debated whether to send a text to Elira now or wait until I was away from Santos. He cast a glance my way, a crooked grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Not many people stroll into my territory covered in blood and flashing a blade like they own the place, he said, voice smooth as aged whiskey. I snorted. I like to leave an impression, something to be remembered by. He chuckled, darkly amused. As if anyone could forget you. I looked sideways, not surprised. Gabriel never played coy when it came to his interest in me. You did, I said before I could stop myself. The bitterness laced the Words like venom. A whole 8 months since revelation. And nothing from you. Not even a peep. He shrugged. You didn't see me or hear me, but I saw you. Why, I questioned. I wanted to hear him admit it was because he was after Jet. You told me to stay away. I did. I crossed my arms, fingers twitching near the knife strapped to my thigh. Since when do you listen to anyone? His grin widened, teeth flashing. When a woman says she'd rather become a nun than touch me, yeah. That's where I draw the line. Iskofed. He raised a brow, the grin never fading. What? Would you rather I hadn't? That I'd taken you against your will? I blinked, jaw tightening. Conversations with you are always so educational. Gabriel tapped the steering wheel, amused. Glad you think so. Now, tell me, what had you so pissed before I showed up? Well, you know, aside from the filth being perpetrated against innocent women, did you miss your morning coffee or something, despite myself? Ishmirkad. Maybe I don't drink coffee. You also like tequila, sharp objects, and chaos. Honestly, it's like a Colombian spirit got stuck in an Italian body. I'm still waiting to see the Irish traits. I didn't bother telling him that I took after my mothers. 2 women who raised me with sharp edges and sharper instincts. You might wait for a long time for those, I said in a dry voice. Of course, there was no denying my Italian and Irish roots. The Delestro side, with their ties to the Italian Mafia, and the Cullen one, whose roots run deep in the Irish underworld. The sun dipped behind the hills, casting long shadows across the cracked road. I inhaled slowly, steadying the thoughts clawing through my head. So, Sandus, what's the real reason you're helping me out? He laughed, but it didn't reach his eyes. I don't want to be responsible for something happening to you on my turf. The last thing I need is your family showing up and burning everything down. I raised an eyebrow. Scared, he shot me a sideways look, smirk still intact. Hardly. I just don't need the headache. I narrowed my eyes, done with circling the point. What do you have going on with Jet? You're hiding something. And if it involves my brother, I can't be held accountable for how I deal with it. I've got nothing to hide, he replied, tone dropping, suddenly lethal. But you are hiding plenty. Me. This was the exact reason I always kept my distance from Gabriel Santos. He could see deep into my soul with those blue eyes of his. It was dangerous, but also so tempting to get lost in. Yes, you. A chill crept up my spine as he glanced at me again. Don't mistake my fondness for you as weakness. Amara. I narrowed my eyes but held my tongue. Some things were better left unsaid. For no. The Jeep jolted over a pothole, the suspension groaning as a cloud of dust spiraled in the headlights. I kept my gaze fixed on the windshield, but Gabriel's presence lingered in my periphery like a shadow I couldn't shake. His words still echoed, low and sure, curling in my mind. Don't mistake my fondness for you as weakness. Amara, I'd always liked that about Santos. If nothing else, he traded in riddles and veiled threats. Sure, but I got the sense he wasn't lying. At least not deliberately, which was the reason I was still no closer to getting answers about Jet. He hadn't denied knowing I was here for information hell. He was the one who brought it up first, but he was doing a fantastic job of dancing around the topic. So, I said, slicing through the silence before it thickened into something heavier. You've got problems on your territory. Do you encounter traffickers often? Gabriel snorted. You expect me to spill my secrets while you hoard yours. Communication, preciosa, is a two-way street in a relationship. I smirked. This isn't a relationship. He shrugged, eyes steady on the road. But it's still communication. I leaned back, exhaling slowly. You're so... I searched for the right word. Different. Infuriating. So are you, Amara. I like that about you. I like everything about you. He glanced my way, eyes gleaming with something unreadable. You're a strong, independent woman who can hold her own in any situation. Stop hiding it to make the world more comfortable. I wasn't hiding it exactly, but men often felt inferior when faced with it. Not Gabriel, though, and a part of me hated that he seemed to like every part of me, especially because I'd have to kill him if he was after Jet. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure you can figure it out. I laughed, a dry bark that echoed inside the vehicle. You've got some balls on you. Santos. He smiled, slow and dangerous. Maybe one day you'll admit you want to explore them further. I shifted in my seat, heart thudding like a drum in my ribs. Yeah, keep dreaming, he muttered. Your balls and hot body aren't on my agenda. Yet, he drawled, then shrugged again like it meant nothing. But I didn't miss the muscle in his jaw clenching. I turned toward the window. The jungle blurred past. Too dark now to make anything out. Whether it be his presence next to me or my body's way of staying awake, memories I'd kept buried surged sharp, hot, and inescapable. I was 18 right before I started college, the first time I killed someone. It wasn't in the stupid, scrappy way kids threw punches after school, but deliberate and violent. Late afternoons, humid, sticky hot air clung to my skin as my Converse hit the pavement of the Boston streets. I could smell sunblock in the air and hear the clatter of bikes rattling on the streets. But all I could focus on was the restlessness churning in my bones. It was my weekend with Mother Liana. But she wasn't here, and neither were Jet and Elira. They'd be back today. I passed the Cathedral of Holy Cross, the outer walls of the church blending in with the city. I decided to cut through the abandoned alley, behind the church. Just as I turned the corner, I spotted two boys. No, not boys. These were men half drunk and swaggering, laughing and sputtering words I couldn't hear at the girl who couldn't have been older than 14. I saw red, and before I registered what I was doing, I moved. Or maybe I made the conscious choice because a calmness had washed over me. I spotted a shattered bottleneck glittering on the hot pavement and reached for it, picking it up. It almost felt like flipping a switch. I strode toward them calmly, acting like I belonged there. They spotted me, their breaths stinking of cheap beer and machismo. They laughed when I shoved them. They even went as far as to say I looked mighty pretty when I was mad. Then the glass met one of the men's necks. The sound it made was soft, wet, and so wrong. Yet I felt no remorse. He was no longer laughing, and I watched as his blood hit the pavement, sizzling in the heat. The scent of rust, gasoline, and death permeating the air. I turned to the other guy, and before he could run off, I yanked him by his dirty hair and knocked him unconscious. The girl whimpered, but the sound was almost drowned out by the pulse in my ears. Go home, I instructed, my voice calm and distant. Tell nobody. I didn't have to tell her twice. She took off running, never looking back. Without another look at the scene, I walked away. I threw the glass in a dumpster And once I got back to Mother Liana's, I scrubbed my hands raw in the sink of the guest bathroom. My eyes locked on the mirror. The petite, non-threatening woman staring back at me. And it dawned on me then. This was my asset appearing non-threatening to everyone, so they'd never see me coming. A smile curved my lips just as I heard the commotion outside. The familiar voices of Mother Liana and my siblings ringing in the air. I quickly dried off my hands and slipped out of the bathroom, eager to see them. I hugged them tightly with an innocent smile on my face while my heart hammered under my ribs with the newfound discovery of the side I didn't know I had. I was more than capable of leaving blood and chaos in my wake. Much like today. I hadn't thought twice before taking those men down. There was no doubt in my mind they deserved it. Besides, Mother Liana and my parents had taught me that regret was useless once the past was set in stone. Its only purpose was to teach us lessons. "You're quiet," he said. "You okay? Are you not put off by a woman who doesn't mind killing people?" He hummed softly. Unconcerned. "Should I be, I could kill you as easily as I could kiss you, or draw my next breath," I said, the words slipping out too fast. He seemed troubled by my tone that was colder and sharper than a blade. But his grin was all teeth and danger. "Please make sure you kiss me before you kill me." I rolled my eyes. Typical. A man hears one word and misses the rest. "Oh, I heard the killing part," he said with a chuckle. "I just prefer to focus on the positives. And I like strong women." I snorted. "I can guarantee you that I won't take your request into consideration." "Why?" he asked nonchalantly. "Afraid you aren't a good kisser," I arched my brow. "Oh, I'm good at both kissing and killing." He flicked me a glance, his eyes locking on my lips for a heartbeat before he returned his attention to the road. "I'm sure you excel at everything. Although, fair warning if you kiss me. I won't let you go through with the killing part. Then it's a good thing I don't ask for permission." He laughed, low and quiet. "Oh, preciosa. It'll be so much fun when it happens. But try not to fall too hard for me. One of us falling hard is enough." I let out an exasperated breath but couldn't keep a smile from forming on my lips. It was both the right and the worst thing to say. Especially here. In this lawless stretch of jungle where alliances could get you killed and feelings were liabilities. A well-placed word. A flicker of affection. And someone could reel you in and gut you for information. Like I was about to do some fishing for intel. "So, you and Jet," I started slowly, watching him from the corner of my eye. "Have you two done any business together?" His shoulders tensed. "No." Gone was the charming, playful Colombiano, and in its stead was the cold, calculating mobster. "But you two have met, right?" I continued, keeping my tone light. "Yes." "What kind of contact do you two have? None?" The air in the vehicle shifted, turning cold and somber. Yeah. Santos was definitely hiding something. Turned out, Santos didn't know me as well as he thought. Because if he did, he'd be running the other way. Once I decided on something, I never gave up. And I protected those I loved above all else. "I need to take care of some things in Buenaventura," I said, feigning boredom. "But I probably have time for dinner before I take off." He stilled, eyeing me suspiciously. So I added, "Restaurant of your choosing. Worst case, I would get a meal and thank him for the drive that would have otherwise taken me hours. Best case, I'd uncover the truth about him and Jet. There were truths left for me to unravel, and I planned to get to the bottom of it. If getting close to Santos was the key and seduction opened doors, I wasn't above using it. Amara, the city of Buenaventura, smelled like sea salt and gasoline. Neon signs blinked like tired eyes, casting reflections on rain-slicked cobblestones, while the distant wail of a siren cut through the murmur of motorbikes and the shouts of late-night vendors. It was the kind of place that looked like it might kiss you or kill you, depending on the hour. Gabriel's Jeep rolled to a stop beneath a crooked street lamp. Its light, stuttering like a dying pulse. The buzz of electricity hummed above us, the only sound for a moment before the engine gave a low, resigned sigh and died. The shadows around us lengthened, stretching over graffiti-tagged walls and rusted metal gates. I wiped off a sheen of sweat and dust, clinging to me like a second skin. And the sins I was about to commit, they weren't the kind you could scrub off with soap. It didn't matter, though, because I'd do anything for Jet. Just as he would do anything for me. I stepped out, boots crunching on broken glass, and Gabriel followed suit, the creak of the vehicle's frame echoing in the thick air. He rounded the front bumper, slow and sure, like a man with no reason to hurry and too many reasons to watch his back. He watched me. He always did, with eyes that missed nothing and gave even less. "So, how about that dinner?" I asked, voice low, steady. "Tomorrow night. I've got some time." His expression didn't shift, but I saw the tension in the line of his shoulders. Somehow I can't help but feel suspicious. "Amara, don't tell me you're scared." "Santos." He barked a laugh, too sharp to be casual. It cracked across the street like a warning shot. I'd have to be an idiot not to be at least cautious. "You and your siblings. You're a bit like landmines. Pretty until you step in the wrong place. Call it a thank you," I said, shrugging like it didn't matter. "For returning me in one piece." He stepped closer. The scent of his cologne drifted on the humid air, smoke and citrus. Metal and something faintly sweet beneath it. Familiar now. Dangerous. But it wasn't the holstered weapon under his jacket that made my pulse quicken. "You're up to something," he stated. I met his gaze, unflinching. Scared, he reached up, fingers brushing a strand of hair from my face with a gentleness that didn't match the calluses on his hands or the blood I knew. They'd shed. The touch was brief, a whisper of warmth against my temple, but it scorched. My breath hitched, almost imperceptible. Almost. His voice dropped. "You keep playing with fire. Preciosa. Ishmirkad. You haven't even seen me strike the match yet." For a moment, the night held its breath around us. The city pulsed. The shadows listened. And beneath it all, something coiled low in my gut, a hunger with a familiar edge. Damn it. I shouldn't have resorted to abstinence these past few months. "So, are you?" I challenged, ignoring the throbbing pulse between my legs. "Scared not for me." "No," he said quietly. "But for the rest of the world, yeah. I'm terrified." Thick silence settled between us. He shook his head, eyes shadowed. "You should carefully consider how far you're willing to go. Amara, actions have consequences." I looked away, but the truth pulsed in the space between us. He was right to be suspicious. Still, I pressed on, because Jet's life was at stake. "So," I said, softer now, "is that a yes for dinner? Fine. But I'm choosing. I don't trust your taste in wine or food." I snorted. "You're too picky. Colombians appreciate food." It's like lovemaking slow, savoring, and yeah, I get it. Why is it always about sex with you? I never said a word about sex. And just for the record, you brought it up first when you mentioned kissing me. I strictly meant kissing, not sex. I lied shamelessly. Sure. He rolled his eyes, but there was a playful glint in them. Just admit it. Amara, your mind is in the gutter, not mine. I snorted. Right. And I'm supposed to believe you were describing food, not foreplay. He threw his head back and laughed, rich. Unrestrained. The kind of sound that made the night feel warmer. I hated how much I liked it. Even with all the walls I'd carefully erected. Something about that laugh was magnetic. I felt them quake. And it was enough to pull me back to my mission. Take my car, he finally said. I don't want you roaming the streets alone at night. I nodded, not mentioning I was about to make a stop. Thanks, I said, climbing behind the wheel with my backpack. I recited my number, although I suspected he already had it. I'll see you tomorrow. He nodded. I'll text you the address and time. I'll wait with bated breath. There better be some tamales on the menu. He laughed. I'll try Nabli. The engine growled to life beneath my hands. As I headed toward the harbor toward my yacht. My sister. My escape. I fought the pull in my chest. The urge to turn back. To say something I'd regret.
Gabriel, I kept my eyes locked on the taillights as Amara pulled away from the curb. I didn't blink. Didn't breathe. The moment she was gone, I raised a hand toward the black Mercedes idling nearby tinted windows. Factory shine. The kind of car that didn't just promise discretion. It demanded it. The engine kicked over with a low purr. Luis eased the car around and rolled up beside me. Window halfway down. You've got odd taste in women. Gabriel, he said. Voice dry as the desert. Like, do you have a subscription to disasters? Or is this just freelance work? I opened the door and slid into the passenger seat. The cold leather welcome after the hours in the jungle. Are you saying that because she's out of my league? He muttered. Or because you've got unrequited feelings for your woman from Medellin, Luis grinned, tapping the steering wheel. Touché. But at least my woman didn't have lethal connections and crazy fucking relatives. Or did you conveniently forget the warning of those Satan twins in their little ambush from 2 years ago? I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. I grumbled. Allow me to jog your memory. They explicitly told you to stay away from their sister. I waved a hand dismissively. That's ancient history. He gave me a sharp look. Ancient history, Jet, could be scheming to get your sister. He and his sisters are enemies. And you're busy falling under. Omara's spell. Ihum. Luis was right. Of course. Yet was a problem. The one that we could no longer locate because the psychopath vanished into thin air. But it would hardly make Amara the enemy. Right shit. I had to get myself together because when she was around, it was hard to think straight. Yeah, that's what I thought. Luis muttered. Do us both a favor and steer clear of Amara. She and her family are walking disasters. She's complicated, I said, unlocking my phone and pulling up my tracking app. A single red dot moved slowly on the map. I still couldn't believe she hadn't questioned taking my Jeep. No one chooses their family. Why in the fuck was I even defending her, damn it? You wouldn't understand. Oh, I understand. You're looking for trouble, he said, shifting into drive. I'm begging you not to make it a lifestyle because it reflects poorly on me. We pulled out onto the road, and for a few seconds, neither of us said anything. Luis broke the silence. I'd like you to fall for someone boring. You know, someone with a job. A real one. Like a nurse. Or a barista. Ishmirked. That'd be nice. If I ever wake up and find out I've got a boring life. Luis laughed. The sharp chuckle all but drowned out by the crunching of gravel under tires. If you ever wake up bored, remind me to call a priest or a coroner. Little lights blinked on the screen. One of them marking Amara's last known location. Looks like she parked by the buildings near the docks. He muttered. Luis glanced over, arching a brow. I know of a certain person of interest there. Yeah, Esteban. The fucking kid is trouble. Another chuckle. Sounds familiar. Do you think Amara knows him? I turned my head to level him with a look that said, What do you think? I don't think she just happened to park her boat near the city's most reliable hacker. Luis smirked. Eyes back on the road. Well, if she fries any circuits, I'm blaming you. Just remember that I warned you to kill Amara and her crazy adoptive siblings. At the very least, it would have solved the problem of that loose cannon pining after Anya. But no, you didn't want to cross that line. I groaned, dragging a hand down my face like it might wipe away the headache forming behind my eyes. Yeah. Next time I'll be sure to pencil in murder between coffee. And light extortion. Really brightens up the calendar. I clicked my tongue. Diplomacy is key in our line of business. Especially if I'm going to be invited to family reunions. Luis barked a laugh. Yeah, that's about as likely as a snowstorm in the goddamn Sahara. Hard to tell who's the bigger pain in my ass right now, you or them. He shot me a shit-eating grin. Please, it's not even a competition. And you wouldn't have it any other way. I gave him a look flat. Unimpressed, but the smile still tugged at the corner of my mouth like it had a mind of its own. Congratulations. You're officially insufferable and self-aware. Araricombo. Is there a medal for something like that? He questioned. I rolled my eyes, then turned serious. That unhinged freak wants Anya. And I suspect it's not in the schoolboy crush. Pass a note kind of way. A part of me worries how far Jet will go. Louis sobered instantly, the grin dropping off his face. He glanced at me, jaw tight. Then we make sure he doesn't get the chance. The vehicle rolled on through the city, heat rising off the pavement despite the late hour. I stared ahead, but my thoughts were miles away. Somewhere darker, somewhere colder.
Amara, this city felt like it was rotting from the inside out. I walked the cracked sidewalk near La Bodeguita dock, the wind whipping in off the ocean sharp enough to slice through the fabric of my shirt. It was a welcome reprieve in this humid heat. A cargo ship groaned in the distance, crane silhouetted against a smoke-choked sky, the whole area pulsing with the low, mechanical throb of machines that never slept, somewhere, bobbing in the inky black sea. Elira was waiting for me. The thought gave me the confidence boost I needed to complete my mission. In a way, it reminded me of the property in Venezuela where I'd spent the first 5 years of my life. I vaguely remembered it, but it was the kind of remote place people vanished in. I had a horrible feeling that whatever Jet with or without Santos was up to, it would end badly for all of us. When my brother made up his mind about something, he rarely held back. Like the time he put the first boy I ever slept with in the hospital for making a joke about my virginity. Jet broke every one of his fingers, then shattered both his legs, just to make a point to never make fun of any girl again. My phone rang and Alira's name flashed. "Hey," I answered. "You were supposed to call me," she reprimanded. I was worried sick. "Why?" "Well, for starters, we are on someone else's territory. And you're my sister. Of course I worry." "Damn it." I smiled. As we expected, I ran into Santos. "Shit," she muttered, although not exactly surprising. We kind of anticipated it. Yeah, we did. A heartbeat of silence. Any signs of Jet, I found his phone. My fingers curled around the phone in my pocket. And I'd found it in the bag he dumped outside that camp, and picked it up, knowing it might lead me somewhere. It wasn't the phone he'd had with him the evening we'd been separated. This one was matte black, unbranded, and heavily encrypted. I can't unlock it. Lucky for us, there's a good hacker here, Elira pointed out. It wasn't unusual that we thought along the same lines. After all, both of us were trained by the same people. "Will you go to him? I don't have much choice," he muttered. "Not if we want to unlock it." I couldn't decide whether coming to Esteban's was smart or plain stupid. Anyhow, I'm here now. I'll update you on everything when I leave. Sounds good? Good luck. Click. The line went dead while I stared ahead. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss and that everything wasn't as it seemed. Maybe I should just get back to the yacht. "I'm already here," I muttered under my breath, eyes darting around the structures looming over me. I might as well get the information and then I'll go from there. I slipped through the warped side door of the 10-story building, a vertical stack of crumbling apartments, most of them reeking of mildew and despair. Mold climbed the walls like ivy. The stairwell stank of piss, rotting wood, and spilled beer. Every step I took groaned underfoot like a warning. What the hell was Jet up to? Why couldn't I shake off the feeling that I was making a mistake, yet I kept ignoring the warning churning in my gut. By the time I hit the 3rd floor, I was high on adrenaline and self-doubt that I blamed on a level of fatigue not even espresso could fix. I raised my fist to pound on Esteban's door, then hesitated. If I spooked him, he'd bolt. If I gave him time, he'd start lying. He always did. So I knocked firmly, only once. A long pause followed before the door creaked open an inch and a pale face peeked out. His eyes widened, the blue glow of his monitors illuminating the space behind him. Amara Esteban breathed. One and only. My eyes bounced from him to my right, feeling invisible eyes everywhere. Vimet ad-Dark. In our world, hacker skills were important. And once I learned of Esteban's skill set, Jet, Elira, and I occasionally shared his expertise. What a surprise. Good one. Of course. I rolled my eyes. Inside, he stepped aside fast, the deadbolt clattering uselessly against the frame as I walked in. The place was hot and filled with stale air. Half-eaten food containers and empty cans were strewn across a floor that hadn't seen a broom in maybe ever. The air conditioner in the window wheezed like it was dying. 3 monitors threw light across a desk cluttered with wires, flash drives, and a tangled mess of mismatched tech. "You look like hell," I muttered. "Much like this place." He scratched the back of his neck. "It's a side effect of people wanting you dead." Esteban had always been a little paranoid. I assumed it was related to secrets he'd dug up over the years, although I'd never cared enough to find out the details. My sources told me he'd been here for 4 months, which I knew to be an eternity for a hacker at his level. Then solve my problem before someone from your long list of enemies gets lucky. He gave a nervous laugh as I pulled the black phone from my jacket and dropped it on the desk. His brow furrowed. "That's a military-grade sat phone. Where'd you get this, Jungle? Who does it belong to? My sibling?" His face paled. "Which one? Not your business." I stared him down. "You're going to crack it. And stop asking questions." He chewed the inside of his cheek, hesitating. He picked it up and turned it around, typing the barcode into his monitor and plugging it into a portable grid. Finally, he set it down and met my gaze. "Look, this kind of thing takes time, and depending on the layers, you're already wasting my time," I said, stepping close enough to make him flinch. He had a foot on me, easily, but I was the more lethal one, and we both knew it. "Just do it." Esteban put his hands up in surrender and sat at his desk. All right. Let's see what secrets it holds." I watched him work, fingers flying across his keyboard as he connected the phone to a different set of cables and adapters. Lines of white on black. Code began scrolling down the monitor faster and faster. The room buzzed with the low hum of decryption. He muttered under his breath in a twitchy mix of Spanish and code. Minutes passed. Then something shifted. Esteban leaned forward. "I'm in." He buried the data under a dummy operating system that looks like a media player on the outside. But inside, he trailed off as files began to unfold across the screen. "Encrypted folders," he murmured. "GPS log. Here's one drafted. Message. Unsent." I reached forward and grabbed it, yanking wires off of it, and opened the draft. The message was scrambled, parts of it lost or corrupted, but what remained turned my stomach cold. If you get this, follow the coordinates. Snatch Santos. Yet, my brows knit together. There were no coordinates in the message. No attachment. Just empty air, where something important might have once been. Then it clicked. The server. Back when we were kids. Jet. Elira. And I had built a Dropbox on the net. It started as a joke of a place to stash dumb messages, fake spy games, and test answers as we got older. It reflected the kind of paranoia kids thought made them clever. But then we continued using it as we spent extended periods of time apart as a way to stay up to date on each other's lives. I pulled out my phone and my fingers moved on instinct, punching in the right codes, clearing the layers of encryption like brushing dirt off a buried weapon. 3 minutes later, the screen blinked once with a single file. Uploaded by Jet 48 hours ago. They were coordinates. "What does it say?" Esteban asked. Voice low, glancing at me. I stared at the phone screen. Why would Jet want me to snatch Santos and deliver him to those coordinates? Why wouldn't he have just taken Santos himself since he was clearly in the jungle and on Santos's territory? I turned and headed for the door, sliding both phones into my coat. "Wait, hold on. I can back that up. Just give me." I stopped at the threshold and looked back over my shoulder. "If you tell anyone I was here, I swear to God." He swallowed. I won't. I opened the door. If you lie to me, I added without turning around, say your prayers. You're already a dead man. A heartbeat passed before he replied. Okay. I disappeared into the hallway, already pulling out my burner phone and telling Elira I was on my way back. We needed to know where this clue led. Then we'd grab Santos, the one man I'd rather keep at a safe distance. But hey, you know what they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Gabriel. We rolled to a stop outside a squat building near the docks. Engine still ticking as the heat bled through the metal. That's when we saw Amara, slipping out the front door like a ghost. She moved through the shadows with that eerie kind of quiet grace and confidence. The world bent a little around her, allowing her to pass. That had always fascinated me about her. I'd always known she was the controlled girl, raised to be a queen. The moment I saw her in the jungle, I witnessed it. And fuck, I loved that about her. She was dangerous and powerful. And seeing her for who she was, I couldn't say that I minded that at all. Luis and I stepped out of the vehicle, and I gave him a quick signal. Keep your distance, he muttered, and we drifted into the shadows behind her. The rhythm of pursuit second nature by now. The heat clung to us. The air was thick with salt, sweat, and the far-off aroma of spices cooking over heat. My focus was sharp like a blade, and right now it was pointed straight at Amara. We trailed her into a back alley, where the sounds of the city faded like a bad memory. Cracked graffiti walls hemmed us in the darkness. Moonlight barely made it down this far. I could feel my pulse in my teeth as we watched her. A part of me hoped she'd lead us straight to Jet, but I knew it wouldn't be that easy. At the docks, she veered hard right, then walked straight to the end of the pier. She didn't look back. That's when I saw it some bloated piece of rich boy vanity, a black yacht pulsing with tacky neon lights, and the name Midnight scrawled along the side. I thought she had more class. I grumbled. I leaned against the wall, the concrete cool against my back as I watched her vanish onto the boat. What the hell was she doing with Esteban? I said, mostly to myself. Luis sidled up beside me, voice low. Told you she's the siren kind of. Treble. One shrill, seductive note, and just like that he snapped his fingers. You're smiling as she ruins your life. I rolled my eyes at his dramatics. Relax. Shakespeare, I said. The only spell I'm under is the one that makes me tolerate your shit. He shrugged, unfazed. Just don't come crying to me when you're shipwrecked and she's steering the wreckage. That yacht must have a captain and crew. It wouldn't even surprise me if it was stolen. Luis Grint. Even better. You're not just falling for a siren. You're falling for a pirate. Are you done? I muttered. He shrugged. Amara and Elira are up to something. And I'd bet my life Jet's the one behind it. Except Amara was asking me questions about Jet, which tells me she doesn't know what he's up to. Iscalfid. You don't think Amara's the enemy here. My gut's saying no. But you can never be certain, I said pensively. Jet's pulling strings, possibly with the help of his twin. And my gut's warning me it has everything to do with our encounter in Revelation 8 months ago. Luis shook his head slowly. You're too fucking blind. Gabriel. What if Amara's helping him, Fuck. Maybe she's even pulling the strings with Illyra. Jet doesn't follow anyone's rules. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay, I agree. And judging by your fixation on Amara and the stalking that borders on a restraining order, she's not exactly the player type. She seems like a no-nonsense type of girl. But you and I both know that she would do anything for her siblings. My fists tightened, and my thoughts slipped back to Revelation, its low lights. That smooth jazz bleeding through the walls. The shadows thick enough to hide my meeting with Jet. Unlike our last two encounters, he was all teeth and charm. Like a snake dressed in velvet. He was trouble in a tailored suit. His mind fixated on a girl with fire in her blood and no idea what kind of predator was circling. Anya. Over. My dead body. I could still see the top-shelf arrogance in him from our last encounter, and I could only picture it now as he pulled strings from the shadows, playing his own sick games. It would seem he didn't heed my warning. Remember that little sermon you gave me about staying away from? Amara, I said. Voice low, steady. Take your own advice. Stay the fuck away from my sister. Jet's lips curled into a lazy grin. One that said he'd already done the math and didn't care for the results. He looked around with a bored expression. But I knew better. This wasn't going as he'd hoped. She's not really your sister, he taunted. I smiled without warmth. And Amara's not really yours. But that didn't stop you from acting like she was state property. I stepped in, relishing the few inches I had on him. So do us both a favor and cut the bullshit. Gabriel, you spacing out or what Louise snapped, dragging me out of the memory. Back in the alley. The air felt heavier. Jet didn't let go of things, especially not people. The way he'd backed off Anya didn't feel like mercy. It felt like strategy. I pointed my chin toward the yacht, then back at the abandoned-looking building. You ready to see how deep this rabbit hole goes? He let out a slow, almost theatrical exhale, like he was dragging the weight of the world on his lungs. No, but when do I ever get a damn choice? I rolled my eyes. You're such a drama queen. He shot me a mock-offended look. Watch it. I'm a king, not a queen. I pinched the bridge of my nose, fighting a grin. Jesus Christ. Your Majesty. Let's go back and pay Esteban a visit. See what Amara's been up to. Maybe we'll get lucky and find the skeletons she keeps in her closet. He cracked a crooked smile. Lead the way. My reluctant knight. I always got stuck with the crazy ones. Gabriel, I didn't bother knocking. The heel of my boot slammed into the wood and the apartment door cracked open with a bang, ricocheting off the wall like a gunshot. Inside was a shoebox that overlooked the shipyard, cluttered and likely rat-ridden. The place reeked. It was the kind of smell that stuck to your clothes if you stayed too long. Good thing I was planning a quick visit. 3 monitors glowed in the half-light, sitting above what looked to be a disassembled burner phone and about a dozen hard drives. The chair was empty. Where the hell was he? The sound of a window sliding open, a faint metallic screech cut through the silence. I moved fast. By the time I reached the back room, Esteban was halfway out the window, his legs dangling over the ledge, trying to wriggle into the alley like a cockroach diving for a drain. I stepped forward and grabbed a fistful of his hair. yanking him backward. He let out a thin, high-pitched scream as he landed hard on the floor. Thrashing. A clump of hair stayed in my hand. I dropped it without looking and drove a boot into his ribs. He folded with a wet grunt, gasping for air. "How nice to see you," he wheezed, curling around the pain. "Why are you running?" "Esteban," I drawled. Esteban Santiago was a 20-year-old punk. He was born in Miami, raised online, and currently in hiding, mostly along the shores of Colombia. He was brilliant, but arrogant, lacking the street smarts necessary to survive our world. The younger syndicates practically worshipped him, although personally I didn't see the appeal. Por favor, no me last times. Come here before I pull out my gun and decide to empty the magazine. I hauled him off the ground like he weighed nothing and shoved him into the desk chair. He barely had time to blink before I pulled the zip ties from my jacket pocket and fastened his arms and legs to the frame, tight enough to bite into the skin. Esteban whimpered, pleading under his breath in a mix of Spanish and English. It didn't matter what language he begged in. He wouldn't get mercy until I got my answers. I grabbed a chair from the kitchenette, turned it to face him, and sat down slowly. Calm, in control. He needed to see that. "No," I said, voice razor sharp. "Tell me what you're working on for Amara Brennan Cullen." "Ooh, I don't." I pushed up from my seat in an instant and threw my fist. The crack echoed in the tiny room. His head snapped back, eyes wide with shock and pain. "Wrong answer," I said coolly, flexing my fingers at my side. "And just so we're clear, lying only makes this worse." He groaned, spit mixing with blood on his lip. I gave him a few seconds to breathe. I wanted him scared but conscious, alert, focused on me. Again, I said, "What are you up to with Amara?" I don't know. I swear. "Señor, por favor," my knuckles split his cheek open this time. Blood ran freely now, dripping from his chin onto his shirt. Still not enough. I settled back in my chair, brushing a piece of imaginary lint from my shirt. My heart rate hadn't even gone up. Running the cartel out of Miami meant staying calm while people screamed. There was a general belief among factions that I was too rich, too distracted, too comfortable, that I wasn't across every part of my organization. I found that it worked in my favor for the most part. Let them believe it. I leaned forward, eyes locked on his. "Your priorities are fucked up. Esteban, you're scared of Amara, but you should really be terrified of me and what I'm about to do to you if you don't start singing." The idiot actually started singing. "Por favor." "You've already pissed me off," I said, cutting him off. Blood was soaking through his pants now, turning the fabric black. "But I'm giving you a chance. One chance. Tell me what she wanted, or I swear to God, you'll wish I'd killed you when I walked in." I slid the switchblade from my pocket and clicked it open with a deliberate snap. The silence did the rest. "I don't know," he whispered, eyes darting, lip trembling. Nobody came to visit me. I drove the blade into his thigh. Esteban screamed. "Yvette," animal sound, The room trembled with it. I can't tell you. He roared. She'll kill me. You're missing the fact that I'm about to kill you if you don't give me answers, I said, twisting the blade. Stop. No, She wanted me to hack into a device she recovered in the jungle. He choked out. Whose device was it? Her siblings. He cried. Which one? Did she give you a name? No, she just gave me a locked phone. What did you find on it? I didn't read it. She took it right after I broke through the encryption. A slow, menacing smile spread across my face. Come on. Esteban, let's not pretend that you didn't copy whatever was on that device. You kept a copy, didn't you? He let out a sigh and nodded. Good boy. I untied his hands and handed him the burner phone. Now send it to me. He reached for his phone with a shaky hand, and I watched him as his fingers flew across the screen before my phone beeped. I haven't had a chance to decode it. Don't worry about that. I yanked the blade out. He howled and collapsed sideways, blood smearing the floor. I stepped around him, wiped the blade clean on a filthy towel slung over a drawer, and slipped it back into my pocket. I didn't look back as I left the shitty apartment and stepped into the stairwell. I took the steps, 2 at a time, as I pulled out my phone. I dialed Nicola, my nephew, friend, and the perpetual pain in my ass. He picked up on the second ring. What do you want? Gabriel, show some respect. He scoffed. Fuck you. Uncle. How's that for respect? I need a favor. You're in luck. I'm giving out favors because I'm in a good mood. I heard some rustling on his end, and he added, Give me a second to help Sky. I chuckled. Sky had been good for him. Since their wedding, he'd been more grounded, and even more reliable. But mostly he was just happier. It took no time, and Nicola was back on the line. Okay. What's up? I need you to try to decode information that came off a device that Amara Cullen picked up in Colombia. I said, It's military grade. Nicola exhaled. She's in your territory, yes. A pause. All right. He'll die. Appreciate it. I'm sending it to you now. I stepped outside of the shitty building just as the call ended, determined to find out what was on that phone, one way or another. I slid behind the wheel of the Mercedes. At the same time, my burner buzzed. The screen lit up with one name, Nicola. Luis raised an eyebrow, already smirking. Your side piece. I flipped him the bird and connected the call through Bluetooth. That didn't take long. Nicola, talk to me. He didn't bother with pleasantries. Amara accessed a message from an encrypted device. From Jet. My grip tightened on the wheel. I put the car in drive and rolled out of the parking lot, trying to ignore the sudden twist in my gut. What kind of message? A grab order, he said, hesitating. Its target is you. My foot eased off the gas. We slowed as a siren howled somewhere in the distance, like the city had already heard the news. Luis turned toward me. Smirk, gone. His voice dropped a note lower. Does it say anything else? It also mentions coordinates, Nicola replied. But there's no data attached. It might have been scrubbed or sent through another channel. I'm still digging. Frustration tinged his voice. Nicola hated holes in the story. Told you she's a siren. Luis muttered. What Nicola sounded confused. Nothing, I said. Luis is just feeling poetic lately. Right. Nicola clearly thought we were both insane. Whatever's going on, don't be acting reckless. He added, define reckless. He sniggered. And that coming from someone like you is rich. Nephew. He chuckled. Yeah. What was I thinking? You and reckless don't belong in the same sentence. Except for where your fixation with Amara is concerned. Go back to your wife, Nicola. I ended the call before he could reply, while Luis narrowed his eyes. So what's the move? We hit the yacht first. I shook my head and exhaled slowly. No. We let Amara kidnap me. Luis blinked. Come again. There's a purpose to the order. They're not grabbing me for sport. If I let her snatch me, it might lead me to Jet. All this, it has to do with him, and whatever plan he's cooked up. Luis stared at me like I'd grown a second head. So you want to get kidnapped? By the siren mermaid. His voice went up half an octave. Are you concussed, or just terminally stupid today? I gave him a tight smile. A little bit of both. Gabriel, please reconsider. I have, and it's a good plan, I claimed, although it remained to be seen. Amara being with Alira could become a problem, since she was just as crazy as her brother. Amara is my way of finding Jet. I'm going to charm the pants off her to get her to trust me. She'll tell me where Jet is and what his plans are. He muttered something that probably wasn't a compliment and started tapping his fingers nervously against the dashboard. Fina, but if you're going in, I'm coming too. No. You follow. I've got a date with Amara tomorrow. I looked at the time on the dash, 2:43 a.m. Or tonight, I guess. Will get me fitted. With a tracker. And you'll monitor the route. Luis rolled his shoulders. Joe said, and if I lose your signal, you burn the world to the ground. Yeah, got it. Gotta buy earplugs first. I frowned. Earplugs, so I don't fall for the same song you did. I scrubbed a hand down my face. Exasperated. God help me. I'm going to get killed by either this idiot, Satan's twins, or the love of my life. Luis snorted. Stop whining. Let's go shove a tracker in your ass, or some other part of your flesh, so you can play bait like a damn Bond extra. Honestly, best idea I've ever heard a mobster utter. He didn't agree with the plan. It didn't matter. I wasn't asking for permission.
Amara, I stepped onto the yacht, running on fumes while dirt crusted on my skin and sweat dried like a second layer. All I wanted was a shower hot enough to burn and a bed cold enough to soothe my aching muscles. But first, I had to see Elira. I found her in the office, hunched over her tablet, glasses sliding down her nose, brow creased in deep concentration. The light from the screen carved sharp angles into her face. I stood in the doorway, studying the mess surrounding her. There were cables snaked across the floor like vines, maps pinned to mahogany paneling, and a computer screen glowing on the wall. The air smelled of salt, metal, and stale electronics. The low hum of the engine vibrated faintly through the floorboards. Out of the small, salt-flecked porthole, Dusk had begun to paint the sky in smudges of lavender. "Hey," I said, my voice rough as gravel. Her head snapped up. She blinked once, took me in, then grimaced. "Hey, you. Christ, you look like hell." "Appreciate the warm welcome," I muttered, dropping into the seat across from her. "Turns out I'm not in as good shape as I thought." She scoffed, pulling off her glasses and tossing them on the table. "What are you talking about? We backpacked across Europe for months." "Yeah, but that doesn't compare to a goddamn jungle and coming face to face with Gabriel." She leaned back in her chair, the corners of her mouth twitching. Hair was pulled into a tight, no-nonsense bun as she sported one of her many "don't screw with me" looks. "Well," she said dryly, "I guess the jungle won." "So how did the encounter with the Colombian go?" I tilted my head, studying her, as you might expect. "What did you learn? Any clues about Jet?" she questioned. I reached inside my pocket and handed her the device, the decoded message still on the screen. She read it, then lifted her head. "What does it mean?" I shrugged. "I guess we need to get to that location with Santos." "And where is that location? We need to trace it on the map," I said, standing up and making my way to the wall. She stood as I crossed the room to the map pinned to the far wall. My finger slid along the faded lines, tracing the latitude and longitude until it landed at its target. A long exhale left me. No way. She was suddenly behind me, where I stepped back. South Albania. Coastline. Her eyes narrowed. "Albania," she repeated, like the word tasted off. I nodded. "Why the hell would Jet send us into Kian's territory?" Elira gave a low scoff. "Kian's influence stretches past Albania." "Sure, but that's where he lives. And Jet knows that. For fuck's sake. You two grew up there." She didn't flinch. "Maybe that's the point. Jet knows every back alley and hidden route in that country." My gaze stayed on the cracked map. "Yes, I guess that makes sense." I turned to her. "Did you get anything?" While I was gone, she shook her head. "Nothing solid." "Nothing," my brows drew in. "Come on." "Not even a lead," she shrugged. "Nada." Zip. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. I could barely think straight. Well, then we're left with no other option but to kidnap Santos. Then we'll figure out what he's up to with Jet and get him to the coordinates that Jet left for us. Elira's tone shifted and her expression turned sly. "Speaking of Santos, oh boy. I have an effective method of kidnapping." "I'm sure you do. You want to hear it? Not really. But go on." "I kiss Santos with a poisonous lipstick. Unfortunately, it won't kill him, but it'll paralyze him just long enough for extraction." You stared at her. Images of Elira kissing Santos flashing through my mind like a nightmare. My stomach churned with revulsion, and I knew I'd never allow it. "What do you think?" she asked eagerly. "No." "What?" "It's efficient. It's psychotic." "Thank you." Isil. "I have dinner with him." I glanced at the clock in a couple of hours. "I'll handle it without involving deadly lipstick." She gave a theatrical eye roll. "Boring." "Effective." I shot back, already walking toward the door. "We'll talk about the details after I get some shut-eye." Without waiting for her reply, I headed to my cabin, peeled off my boots, and collapsed face first onto the bed. "Just a minute," I mumbled to the empty room. 1 minute. Then I'll shower. Sleep swallowed me whole before I could finish the sentence. Shower forgotten.
Raphael, what's bothering you? Mirena Sailor's gaze drifted from the endless sweep of the ocean surrounding our private island. The second her electric blue eyes met my own, something inside me shifted as it always did. It was a subtle tremor, familiar and unrelenting, as if my soul had never learned how to steady itself around her. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she let the silence stretch between us, the way only someone you've loved for decades could unrushed. Unafraid. I could see the storm behind her eyes. Quiet, but insistent. Ever since Anya moved to Albania and Gabriel started spending more time wrapped up in the business, Sailor had seemed a little unmoored. It was natural, I supposed. The children had grown. They'd built their own lives, flung themselves into new stories that no longer had us at the center. And now, the house echoed in ways it never had before. It was just the two of us, for the first time in our lives. Yes, sometimes the silence felt heavy. Sometimes it felt like a void. But in moments like this, with the sea breathing beside us and her eyes searching mine, it also felt like a chance. A quiet beginning, not an ending. I reached out, brushing a strand of wind-blown hair from her cheek. "We're still here," I said softly. "You and me. It's enough. And one day grandchildren will follow. They better be Gabriel's children. Not Anya's." But I kept those words unspoken. "I'm worried," she muttered. She released a long sigh. "Anya. Gabriel." Her voice trembled as she returned her gaze through the window again, locking on the blue ocean. "I feel like something is brewing and we're clueless." I squashed down my own worries, because I'd been battling a bad feeling myself since Anya moved to Albania for her project. It wouldn't help to share that with my wife. Instead, I pulled her into my arms and pressed a kiss to the top of her head while stroking her waist in a soothing rhythm. "They don't need us as much anymore. Mi reina. We've raised them well and taught them to be independent. Unfortunately, if they need us, they'll call. Like you said, we have to let them spread their wings. So you better purge any worries from your mind." Her lips twitched, fighting a smile. "You're something. Diablo. I'm your Diablo. And you're my Reina," I murmured. "At the end of the day, that's what's most important. And our children," she muttered under her breath. "Por supuesto. But you have to understand that they'll start building their own lives." I softened my voice. "They'll find someone to do that with. It's the way it should be. I know. And funny, I feel like Gabriel is probably on his way to that. But with Anya, I don't know. Something is off, and I can't put my finger on what." "Want us to go to Albania and get her," I offered, secretly hoping she'd say yes. But I should have known my wife better. No, that wouldn't be right, and would only push her away from us. Of course she was right, because Anya was her mother's daughter. "Then let's call her," I suggested gently. Sailor didn't respond right away, but I caught the flicker of hope in her eyes. That small spark she tried not to let me see. This was the quiet ache that grew not out of conflict, but out of time. "Let's FaceTime her, and then Gabriel," I added. Texting was the language of their generation, quick, efficient, easy to hide behind. But a text couldn't show us if they were really okay. It couldn't catch the tremble in a voice, the weight behind a smile, or the exhaustion tucked beneath their eyes. A video call, though, could offer something real, something closer to presence, even if it wasn't the same as holding them in our arms. Yes, we just need to see them. She agreed softly. Hear their voices. Make sure they're truly all right. I didn't waste a second. I grabbed my phone and called Gabriel first. He picked up instantly. "Todo bien?" he asked, skipping any greeting and immediately making sure everything was okay. "All good," I said, smiling. We just figured we'd have a video call. This might make you feel a little closer. There was a brief pause before that familiar grin appeared. "Oh, you guys are missing me. That's adorable. Little rascal." Sailor chimed in, her face lighting up. I could tell she was already feeling better. "Of course, we're missing you. Your mother's missing you more than I am," I added, lying through my teeth, judging by the smirk on his face. He knew it too. "You're too arrogant for me to miss you equally." "Sure, Raphael, you can lie to yourself, but not to me. You're looking sharp in that suit." Sailor cut in, derailing the banter. "Go plans." Gabriel leaned in toward the camera. Can a guy just look nice for no reason? Not that nice. I laughed. Gabriel loved a good suit as much as I did. But that wasn't his usual work attire. "Well, if you must know," Gabriel said, adjusting his tie. "I have a date." "Oh, tell me everything." Sailor gasped dramatically, her expression softening. "She must be someone special to catch your attention." "She is special," he replied seriously. In all the years, he'd never mentioned a girl. Sure, there'd been occasional flings, but if he was bringing someone up now, it had to be more than special. "Anyone we know?" I asked casually. Gabriel shrugged. His signature move when he didn't want to answer. "Maybe, but I'm keeping her name under wraps for a bit longer." Sailor sighed theatrically. "Fine. Just tell her she better be good to you. If not, I will break her bones." I laughed. She would try, but she wasn't meant for bone breaking. I would do the deed, and she'd take the credit. That was how he operated. "She's perfect for me," Gabriel said, his tone dropping into something more grounded and somber. "We've got some things to work through first. But once we do, she'll be mine, and nobody will touch her." I raised an eyebrow but smiled. Duly noted. Still, you can't blame us for being a little protective. "I don't," he said, nodding. "Also, I need a big favor from you two." "Anything," Sailor said quickly. "I might be off the grid for a bit, but don't worry. I'm fine, and Luis will be with me." My brows furrowed. "What are you up to?" He waved his hand nonchalantly. "I just need to charm my girl. My method will be a bit unorthodox. So, if you don't hear from me for a while, I don't want you to put out a search party and look for me." Sailor groaned, suspicion lurking in her eyes as I let out a sardonic breath. Then said, "Please tell me you're not kidnapping her." Gabriel smiled. "I swear I'm not kidnapping her." "Good. although we'd have your back no matter what. I told him. Kidnapping is hard to defend. Sailor justified, visibly relieved that Gabriel wasn't entertaining the ways some of us had resorted to in the past. Violence, too. But that's sometimes necessary. Gabriel nodded. You're right. But that violence will be necessary for whoever's buzzing around Anya. Sailor and I froze. Is someone buzzing around her? I asked slowly. My voice calm, but my knuckles were already cracking. Gabriel shrugged again. Not sure. But if someone gets too close, I'll break his fucking bones. I growled reflexively. Agreed. Gabriel said without missing a beat. My wife, clearly unimpressed by the sudden spike in testosterone, gave us both a look, the kind that said, I married one of you and raised the other. But don't push your luck before any bones are broken. She cut in, her voice calm but sharp enough to slice through the tension. Maybe we ask Anya if whoever is buzzing around her, assuming there's someone is to her liking or not. I opened my mouth to protest, but the glare she shot me shut it just as fast. By the way, Gabriel, she continued, now directing her attention back to him with that sweet but deadly tone. Have you actually talked to her about any boys? We've talked. She assured me she wants no boy attention. I had a feeling Gabriel was twisting the truth a bit. I definitely wouldn't call him out on it, because my Anya was too young for anyone. It didn't matter if the boy she chose was a saint. I'd fucking kill him. Sailor raised an eyebrow. Really, yeah. Gabriel. Sailor Ciel, rubbing her temples like she was bracing for something she didn't want to say. Do you ever get the feeling that Anya's, I don't know, off lately? Like something's not quite right? Gabriel didn't answer right away. Then, with almost mechanical precision, his expression shifted calm, composed. Unreadable. No. And just like that, the mask dropped into place. That alone sent a cold ripple down my spine. Because I knew that look. It was the same one I'd worn too many times when I didn't want to say what I was really thinking. She's been kinda distant lately, Sailor continued, unaware of the shift in Gabriel. And I don't mean geographically. I just can't shake it off. I can call her, he offered. Sailor waved her hand. No. I don't want her to feel like we're ganging up on her. We'll FaceTime her after this. But just keep an eye and an ear out. I will, he mumbled, tugging at his collar. And let's make sure we're listening to Anya. Okay, Sailor continued. If there's someone in her life, we need to hear it and accept it. Not act all medieval. She tilted her head to look at me. That means no breaking bones without permission. Raphael, no promises, he muttered.
Amara, the restaurant Santos picked whispered class and romance with its gold accents, polished marble, and a string quartet playing something soft. I strode through the restaurant, locking my sights on the table in the VIP section, and the man seated at it who traced my every move with a hooded gaze. He looked good in a crisp shirt, tailored jacket, and an expression made of granite. He wore his clothes the way most men wore bulletproof vests, sharp and controlled. I spotted the telltale holster under his jacket, same as mine strapped around my thigh. My silk dress was midnight blue and backless, with a slit high enough to make a bishop blush. It cost more than it was worth, but I liked the way it moved when I walked. I paired it with heels and earrings that I borrowed from Malira. His eyes tracked me like I was a loaded weapon until I came to a stop in front of him. "Well," he said, setting down his wine and standing up to pull out a chair for me. "You dressed up for me." "That's thoughtful." I slid into the seat across from him with an innocent smile. "I dress up for me. Santos. You just happened to have a front seat to it. Besides, I wanted to look good after you had to witness me wearing grime and dirt." He chuckled. "You looked good wearing that, too." "Thanks," I said, taking a sip from the already filled glass next to my place setting. Cheers to Colombian smooth talkers. He leaned back into the chair. "Do you have something against Colombians? Because if that's the case, I can resort back to my American heritage. Iscofed." "But what would be the fun in that?" agreed. "We need to embrace all of our heritage." The waiter brought out lobster grilled in citrus butter, arepas stuffed with cheese, and a ceviche so overdressed it looked like it belonged at Fashion Week. I ignored the food, feeling slightly disappointed that tamales weren't on the menu. "My apologies." The waiter appeared again. "Here are the tamales prepared specifically to your instructions." "Mr. Santos." Gabriel nodded his head in acknowledgement. "It's for the lady." Surprise shot through me as the waiter placed the plate in front of me, then disappeared again. "You remembered." I breathed, gushing like a silly schoolgirl. If Elira saw me right now, she'd smack sense back into me. "Of course I did," he drawled. "I remember everything you say. I hope you like it. It's our family recipe." I arched my brow. "Wow." "I'm flattered." "You should be." He deadpanned, cutting into the lobster. "I don't regularly share our family's tamales." Our eyes met, and I felt the heat rush to my cheeks. This effect he had on me was maddening. This fluttering, this pull, it was unfamiliar territory, and I had no idea how to navigate it. But then I remembered the plan. The fact that Gabriel was behind the explosion in Paris, and Jet's disappearance. The attraction chilled instantly, like a bucket of ice water down my spine. I picked up the silverware and started cutting into my food, then chewed it slowly. My taste buds exploded, and I couldn't hold back a slow moan. He grinned. "Like it, it's good." That's the understatement of the century. It was, but I wouldn't admit it. For the next few minutes, we ate in silence. He savored his lobster while I ate my tamales like it was my first and last meal. Then Gabriel broke the silence and my food porn session with tamales. "So, what are you up to?" "Amara, you show up on my turf, kill a few men, and now you're dressed like vengeance. Why can't I help but think there's more to this than just a romantic dinner?" "It's not romantic," I said, lying through my teeth. And I was hungry. "Right." And the yacht out back, I shot him a blank look. Feigning. Ignorance. And he smirked. "Planning a sailing trip, maybe." "Who all is on that yacht?" I smiled again and repeated. "You know, family and such." He tilted his head, studying me with those eyes that seemed to sink deep into my soul. "That means, Elira, since the rest of your family is blissfully unaware of your endeavors and thinks you're still in Europe," and never stopped eating. But I did manage a small grimace. "I see you're back in full stalking mode." He flashed me a charming smile. "At least I do it with morals and respect your boundaries." Stalking. Morals. And boundaries don't belong in the same book. Never mind the same sentence, I retorted dryly. You like me stalking you. Amara, you just don't want to admit it. His confidence was hard to resist. Most men trembled when they learned of my connections to Mother Liana, my own parents, and Kian. But not Gabriel. He set down his silverware, his eyes never wavering and his confidence never faltering. You've got that look. What look? The one that says you're about to do something reckless and morally questionable. Are you... Amara. My lips curved into a half smile as I reached for my glass. That's just my face. And if I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. He took his own wine glass between his strong fingers, bringing it to his lips and taking a sip before putting it down. It was dangerous how normal this moment felt, almost as if we'd done this 1,000 times. He leaned in slightly, voice low. You're not going to start more trouble here, are you? Preciosa. Of course not. Ailit. He cocked a brow. You're not that good a liar. I leaned back in my seat and folded my arms. I guess I'll need more practice. Then, I like the way you move, he said, suddenly changing subjects. You walk like you own the world and everything in it. Confidence looks sexy on you. Flattery won't get you anywhere with me. Santush, I said, tilting my head. It isn't flattery if it's true, he stated matter-of-factly. Then thank you for the compliment. You're sexy too. I mentally slapped myself for flirting. He laughed again, real this time. Warm and a little dangerous. The kind of laugh that had me wondering what his mouth could do besides talk. If you weren't so damn complicated, stubborn, and related to pathologically sick twins, he said, swirling his wine. We could have ruled a small country by now. We could be living like royalty. Be the kind of force nobody has ever seen. I raised a brow. Just one country. You dream small for a man with such big ambition. You don't believe in humility, do you? I believe in theatrics. And right now, I'm giving you drama and tension. I mean, this is practically a Shakespearean play. He threw his head back and laughed, his Adam's apple bobbing. I crossed and uncrossed my legs, heat suddenly plummeting to the spot between my thighs. Let's toast to that, he announced, and we clinked glasses. He took a long drink. So did I. The silence stretched, but it wasn't awkward. To theatrics and betrayal, I tensed, my instincts flaring. But no, he couldn't possibly know of my plans. I was just being paranoid. So, what's next for you? He asked. Another city or jungle you can get lost in, or will you strictly stick to the seas, by the way? Have you shared the fact that I have a boat with anyone? He didn't miss a beat. Are you asking me if I told your family I cleared my throat? Yes. No, Amara. I didn't. After all, that's your business. I smiled, hiding my relief. Yes, it is. Still, I appreciate your discretion. He leaned forward, interest flickering in his eyes. Are you hiding? Things from your family? No, I said, lying shamelessly before I asked. Are you? His smile twitched, then faded. I'm protecting my family from certain things. So yes, you could say I'm hiding some things from them, like what he didn't answer. But the way he watched me, eyes sharp with knowing, only deepened my suspicion. It made me want to squirm in my seat, but I held myself rigid, refusing to give in to the urge. Do you want to get out of here? I asked suddenly, my voice low and husky. heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. The scrape of his chair was all the answer I needed. He tossed a stack of bills onto the table and held out his hand. I hesitated just a flicker before I placed my fingers in his firm and steady hand. "Are you okay?" he asked when I didn't stand up immediately. "I'm fine," I ground out, rising from my seat. We moved through the restaurant together, the low thrum of music and laughter dimming behind us. Outside, the air was thick and electric, the city lights painting the sky. The harbor glistened in the distance, quiet and waiting. My gaze flicked to the dark alley a block from the restaurant. I had studied the area well before I met him tonight, mapping out every street, alley, exit, and I knew that alley would be the best place to carry out my plan. His hand was still in mine as I led him toward it. He followed without question. Neither one of us spoke, but with every step, a weight pressed heavier on my chest. There'd be no turning back from what I was about to do. Once we reached the mouth of the alley, he finally broke the silence. Now what? I stopped and turned to face him. My heart thundered in my chest like it was trying to warn him. His eyes searched mine, waiting, almost as if he were trying to solve a puzzle. I rose onto my toes slowly, deliberately, and let my mouth brush against his. His scent overwhelmed me, intoxicating every fiber of my being. As my lips pressed to his, heat rose within me and set my skin on fire. It was just a whisper of a kiss, barely there, but it was enough to feel the heat of him, the pull, the history we never had. 1 second, 2 seconds, or was it minutes? I wasn't sure because time slowed and the pulse drummed in my ears violently. A heaviness settled between my legs just as his breath hitched, caught between surprise and instinct. He didn't move or pull away. His gaze burned as I gripped his forearms, eyes locked on his. He looked at me like I was his woman, but I wasn't just that. I was the woman who was about to rewrite every line in his story. There was something fragile and fierce in that gaze. It was the look of a man who understood that whatever came next wasn't just a choice, but a turning point, a moment carved out of fate and fire. "I'm sorry," I whispered against his lips, my voice softer than it had any right to be, considering what I was about to do. The tranq syringe slid from my sleeve, and I jabbed it into his neck. He staggered. "Amara, I got you," I said, catching him as he crumpled into me. Out of the shadows stepped Elira with an attitude twice her size. She looked at Gabriel, slumped against me. Then me, as she rolled her eyes. "You should have just gone with the poisonous lipstick," she said, "since you were going to be smooching and all." "Stop with that stupid poisonous lipstick crap," I muttered, shifting his weight. "Help me get him to the boat." She grabbed his legs. "You shouldn't have let him eat. Now we have extra pounds to carry." "I'm so sorry for not jabbing him with a needle in the middle of the restaurant," I said, sarcasm lacing my tone. Guilt snaked up my chest and wrapped around my throat. This feeling was a novelty, and I hated it. Besides, we can thank Jet. This is his doing. Remember, yes, but Jet didn't tell you to kiss him, she pointed out. It's complicated. I certainly hope you don't sleep with him, because that will make it even more complicated. Iskofred. Are you trying to give me ideas or warn me, both? I guess. We staggered down the dock, Gabriel dead weight between us. I nearly tripped on a broken plank. Jesus. Elira grunted. What did he eat? Cement, regret, and moral superiority. More likely, I blew a loose piece of hair away from my face. Honestly, I'm surprised his men aren't around. She shrugged. He underestimated you. His mistake. But then, men are dumb, so no surprise there. We finally reached the yacht and heaved him onto the deck. I turned around and faced the waterfront, searching for signs that we'd been tailed. Alira wiped sweat from her brow and asked, "You sure he's not going to wake up mid-sail and strangle you? I didn't miss a beat." "He'll probably try." Alira snorted as we dragged Gabriel's unconscious body down the deck. "Just don't fall for him. Hopefully he won't develop Stockholm Syndrome and fall for you. That would be unfortunate." "What the hell do you know about Stockholm Syndrome? Everything." She deadpanned. "I actually use it as a form of torture." I shook my head. Jesus. Elira. You're so scary and criminally undervalued. I pity any man who captures your interest. Yeah. She gave a soft, tired laugh. "Anyhow, let's focus on you and your lover boy." "He's not my lover boy." I corrected her, glancing her way. "We should probably cuff him just in case he does try to kill me." She went quiet for a moment. Our footsteps the only sound on board. We instructed the crew to keep out of sight tonight. "Do you think this is smart?" she asked. Voice lower now. The edge fraying. "Probably not. But we trust Jet. And Gabriel is definitely hiding something." I said. "Am I worried?" "Yeah. Every damn second." Elira nodded. Jaw tight. I shifted Gabriel's weight, mentally going down the laundry list of my to-dos after I handcuffed the prisoner, get supplies of clothes and toiletries, and whatever else to ensure our prisoner was somewhat comfortable. He wasn't just anyone, but the heir to the Santos cartel. "I love you." "Cease," she whispered, and my head whipped to her. Alira wasn't the sentimental kind and rarely expressed her feelings. "And I love you," I said softly. "You're my favorite criminal." "Well, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Don't get emotional. We're still dragging 200 pounds. I swear to God." Elira huffed, adjusting her grip on his legs. "Next, Time Jet recommends we snatch someone. It better be a skinny twig of a man. Get in line." My arms ached and my breathing heaved. "The yacht is fueled up." "Right, yes. Everything is ready. Supplies replenished and route set." We finally entered the cabin and deposited him onto the mattress when Elira said, "I still can't believe you kissed him." I was creating emotional dissonance and distraction. "It's a tactic. It's a kink." "Maybe." I looked down at Gabriel, limp and silent, his breathing steady. Isihil. Gosh, he really is so beautiful. Such a waste of triceps. "Then make him yours." Alira deadpanned. Maybe our moral compass had gone to shit over the years. That fleeting kiss played on loop in my mind, reliving every part of it. I'd burned many bridges in the past, but I instinctively knew this one would hurt.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Wir können auch davon ausgehen, dass sie keine Suspension haben. Die hätten sie sonst wahrscheinlich gezogen, um die Dublinias rote Karte auszugleichen. Stattdessen der Ausgleich jetzt. Macht er hier den Deckel drauf. Können die Juniors den wichtigen zweiten Platz sicher machen? Ja, es ist durch! Die Juniors gewinnen das Duell gegen Era Colonia mit dann insgesamt 9-7.
Todo se define en los penaltis chutados.
Organiza, allá va Rubio, Rubio con el amague, Rubio con el disparo, ¡gol! Arranca Irene. Lo toma con calma, va calculando Irene. ¡Gol! Lo empata el América. Arranca Giró. Allá va la española. Hace la mague. Giró Tinajero. Acá viene Vero Pérez. Sale Nicole. Vero con el disparo. ¡Gol!
Gabriel, I woke up to the gentle sway of the sea and the faint groan of a yacht cutting through dark water. For one stupid, wonderful second, I convinced myself I was hung over in some overpriced 5-star suite, drowning in room service and bad decisions. Then the cold bite of metal pressed against my wrist pulled me back to reality, and I remembered the plan I'd set out to accomplish. My eyes snapped open, and as I tried to sit up, the sharp clink of chains rattled against the polished headboard. She cuffed me to the bed. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," he muttered, blinking away the fog. I was anticipating kidnapping, but not damned handcuffs. The sheets beneath me were soft and comfortable, but the metal around my wrists definitely wasn't. I tugged at the cuffs, testing their strength. Solid. No wiggle. No give. I had to hand it to her. Amara didn't just wing this. She planned it down to the last thread. Too bad for her. I was already 2 steps ahead. The cabin smelled like salt, leather, and her vanilla perfume. It brought me back a few hours to the moment I captured her lips with mine. That hadn't been part of the plan either. But hell if I was going to turn a good thing down. Footsteps echoed as they approached. Then the creak of the cabin door sounded, and the woman, starring in all my fantasies, stepped in holding 2 mugs of coffee. Hopefully they weren't poisoned. You could never be certain when it came to Amara. I grinned, like I hadn't just woken up in a real-life episode of Kidnapped, the Sexy Edition. Well, I said. If it isn't Colombia's most charming kidnapper, I was going for the world's most charming kidnapper. Or at least South America. She replied, raising a brow. You're awake. Unfortunately. I rattled the cuffs. Tell me, is this part of the hospitality package, or did I accidentally sign up for the deluxe experience? She set 1 mug on the bedside table and sipped from hers. Not even blinking. It was so classically Amara. Beautiful and impossible to fluster. Sorry about the restraints, she said casually. I couldn't risk you killing me in my sleep. I barked out a laugh. The sound edged with something dangerous and not entirely sane. Kill you, Amara. Preciosa. I just dropped a small fortune on lobster. And wine for you. The kind of lobster that comes with its own zip code. I was halfway to proposing. You could have just asked me to come on your yacht. You know, like a normal person. She tilted her head. Would you have told me the truth? I wouldn't have. Because I couldn't trust Amara enough. Besides, even if I did tell her everything, starting with that outrageous proposition Jet had made over 8 months ago, she wouldn't believe me. The bottom line was that we didn't trust each other. Would you believe anything I said? Her expression confirmed my suspicion. There you go. Nonetheless, I would have appreciated the courtesy of being asked to come to your little yacht here. I wasn't going to risk you turning the tables and kidnapping me. Santos. Well, I hope you thought this through and at least lined up snacks and a playlist. Something moody, with songs about betrayal and lust. Her lips twitched into a near smile, It was almost criminal how that small thing could make my heart stutter. "You're taking this well," she said, watching me with a narrowed gaze full of suspicion. "Sweetheart, I've woken up in worse places. A bathtub in Marrakesh. A meat locker in Chicago. A priest's closet in Warsaw. Don't ask about that one." She laughed under her breath. I hated that I loved the sound of it. I leaned back against the pillow and studied her. What's this really about? Amara. Because this, I raised the cuffs. Letting the metal clink for emphasis is taking it a step too far. Although, I do kind of like it. It's slightly erotic and quite kinky. Don't get yourself all worked up, she chirped, rolling her eyes. Although you might have to work up to the erotic. You're finally seeing things my way. I grinned. You keep surprising me with your flirtations. She let out an incredulous breath. You certainly see positives in everything. Santos. Wow. A compliment. Could it be you're sorry for kidnapping me in such a manner? No. Of course. I wouldn't have expected anything else from her. So, where are we going? You'll see. I wasn't surprised she refused to answer. So, why do you need me? Am I bait, a bargaining chip, or just a really handsome hostage you plan to snap in half? She didn't answer. You know, whatever it is you're doing. You've just added trouble to your resume by kidnapping me. I continued soberly. Amara nodded. I'm well aware. Why did you kidnap me? I asked. Determined to prod for any information. I'm sorry, but I need you. I let out a long breath. Of course you do. And I have a feeling it has nothing to do with needing my body, and everything to do with needing something entirely different. What is it? She remained stubbornly silent. And I continued. Did your brother put you up to it? Her lips tightened into a straight, silent line, making it clear she wouldn't entertain any questions about Jet. Are you using me for leverage to find Jet? Clearly, I'm using you for something. She answered indifferently. I took a deep breath, willing myself to keep my composure. It wouldn't do me any good to get mad. The main goal was to get some answers and charm Amara. Then I'd slowly instill doubt into her siblings' actions, and she'd start seeing them for the psychopathic assholes that they were. And Elira, is she on your side or Jet's? I questioned. But Amara refused to take the bait. Does this have anything to do with your siblings' warning that I stay away from you? Is this payback? Surprise flashed in her eyes. Interesting. What warning? She demanded. What are you talking about? No way that she didn't know. Yet strangely, I believed her reaction to be genuine. Your siblings and I crossed paths a few times, I said slowly. They demanded I keep my distance from you. Her lips parted. When there's been a couple of threats over the past few years, I admitted. They're protective. She shrugged. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that she was convincing herself more than me. Nothing wrong with that. I debated whether to tell her that Jet even suggested an exchange of women Anya for Amara, but I decided against it. She wasn't ready. Tell me why you were on my territory in the first place, I finally said after a long pause. I thought we were making progress in the jungle, and even yesterday at the restaurant. Now it feels like we've gone backward. She scoffed. Why don't you start by telling me everything? Santos, that would be a good step forward. Instead of way too many questions. Especially for someone in your position. Well, I'm not the one who crossed into your territory. You came to mean it. That gives me the right to ask. And yet, she said with a smirk, you're the one kidnapped and handcuffed. Touché, preciosa. I chuckled dryly. At least tell me you used the good tranquilizer. Not the kind that gives you a twitchy eye and a limp dick. She tilted her head, amused. Don't worry about your dick. Santos. I used the best on the market. Thank you. That's so thoughtful of you. That made her laugh softly, almost guiltily, while something flickered in her eyes. Something warm. Something tired. I looked at her seriously. You know I'm not staying in these. Right. For now you are. I need you to listen. Ishmirkad. Then you better make it interesting. She opened her mouth to respond. But then the door swung wide again. Dios santo. Elira looked just as menacing as the last time I saw her. Her dark gaze swung from me to Amara, a smirk playing at her lips. I should probably be more concerned about the danger I was in. But something about the scene was too ridiculous to take seriously. Took him long enough to wake up. Elira drawled as she strolled in wearing tactical black, a knife strapped to her hip. And because life was full of contradictions, a plate of toast in hand, like she was delivering a casual breakfast. Not crashing a kidnapping. You know what I just learned? Amara asked, sipping her coffee while keeping her attention on her sister. There was a barely noticeable tension in her shoulders that Elira seemed to miss. What? That you and Jet cornered Gabriel. Not exactly cornered. Elira cut her off, narrowing her cat eyes on me. Semantics. Amara gritted. You too, demanded Gabriel. Keep away from me. Elira shrugged. Well, it's not like you liked him. A slight flush stained Amara's cheeks. That's not the point. Elira, I know you're protective, but I can handle myself. And she tilted her chin my way as she continued. I can certainly handle him. Fine. Elira, he said. You have my word. I won't be threatening him to stay away from you anymore. In fact, you two can shag like rabbits, and I won't say a thing. So nice to have your permission. Elira. My tone dipped with sarcasm. It's what I live for. Elira rolled her eyes, then purred with poisonous sweetness. I'm so happy to see you again. Santos. Too bad the circumstances are just as shitty for you. I smiled with fake sweetness. Not as shitty as you think. Oh my. You're so delusional. Just because my sister kissed you doesn't mean she likes you. Amara's head whipped back and forth, her blush turning a deeper shade of red. Stop it. You two. Elira shot me a glare before turning to look at her sister, and I was taken aback by the soft expression on her face. It appeared almost foreign on her. But it was clear she loved Amara. Sorry. Says. He started it. Amara Seichet. How many times exactly did you guys meet? We crossed paths twice. I tried and failed to bring up my hands to form air quotes around the words. I'm surprised you lived to tell the tale. Elira drawled as she rolled her eyes and crossed the room. It's a shame that Amara is kind of obsessed with you. My brows arched in surprise. She is, I'm not. Amara protested. Elira didn't pay her any mind. Yes, she is. Elira pinned me with a look as if she was proving a point. I knew it the minute she spent an hour picking earrings for dinner. You don't accessorize for kidnapping unless you're emotionally compromised. I glanced up at the cuffs biting into my wrists, then around at the two women in the room. Both could probably kill me with a teaspoon and would argue over who would get the honors. The absurdity of it hit me all at once as I muttered, "Lucky me." Somewhere deep in the back of my brain, Luis's voice echoed, warning me that I was fucked. And honestly, I was starting to feel like it too.
Amara, after leaving Gabriel handcuffed. I made my way back into the cramped office with Elira at my heel. Somber and silent. Once inside, I turned around and looked at her. "What the hell was that?" I hissed. She blinked. "What now? Something's off." "Elira, I know you." She rolled her eyes. "I'm not sure what you're suggesting." "Yes, we warned Gabriel off. But that shouldn't be anything new. Jet and I are your older siblings, and your safety is our responsibility." "Iskofed. Because I can't take care of myself. No, because you're family." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "Okay, then explain to me what you're up to." Her shoulders tensed, but her expression never changed. "I'm not following. I can understand you warning Gabriel to stay away from me. But throwing around words like shagging, I don't get it. Seriously, what the hell is going on?" Elira shrugged. Maybe I had a change of heart. Maybe. She waved her hand nonchalantly. "Well, the guy has been relentless for years. It must mean he cares for you. And I can admit, maybe he isn't so bad." My mouth parted in shock. "You can't be serious. You like him." Amara. She wasn't wrong. But Elira wasn't the kind of person who changed her mind easily. And it seemed off that she would so readily decide that Gabriel was right for me. Especially now. After getting that message from Jet, that familiar uneasiness flickered to life while I watched my sister. But before I could dwell on it, Elira broke the silence. "Tell me you're not attracted to him and don't feel some romantic feelings toward him," she insisted. "I saw how you were flirting with him at the restaurant. I've never seen you like that before." This sudden switch in Elira didn't sit well with me, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was more to it than just her acceptance. "Okay, let's say hypothetically that I like him." Like him seemed to be a slight understatement. But that wasn't the point. And whatever this attraction is, it was around for a while. Yet you and Jet threatened him to keep his distance. But suddenly now you're okay with it. She let out a heavy sigh and threw herself on the chair. Like I said, Amara, I came to my senses. Why do we have to dwell on the errors of the past? Ehomet. I was all for moving on, but there was still something off. And if my instincts were to be believed, I wouldn't learn whatever that was from Elira. Not today. Anyhow, is that a good or bad? She questioned. That's a let's drop it. I muttered, turning to look at the map with a pin of our end destination. No, since it'll be a minute while we sail across the ocean to get to Albania. We'll take turns guarding our prisoner and ensuring he's safe and comfortable. However, in no circumstance will you be threatening him again. Got it. She let out a sardonic breath. Got it. Got it. I won't hurt the Colombian. Cross my heart and hope to die. Alira knew me better than most. But I also knew her. This whole thing with Jet, his disappearance, and vague messages kept me in suspense. No. Combined with Alira's strange behavior, I couldn't help but wonder whether those two were up to something. Not to endanger me. Because one thing I knew for certain, my siblings would always protect me. It's practically his backyard, she said, cutting into my thoughts. I tore my gaze from the map and our destination to meet her sharp eyes. Her jaw was clenched, her expression calculating. He won't be happy if he finds us there and we didn't give him a heads up. She didn't need to mention him by name. Kian's presence in Albania wasn't just known, it was embedded. He didn't operate like a man so much as a weather system during a monsoon unpredictable. Atmospheric. Impossible to ignore. His criminal network bled through those borderlands like groundwater, seeping into every crack. If we got anywhere near that village, the mountains would whisper it to him. The sea would carry our scent. We don't have a choice, I said, voice low, dry in my throat. That's where the coordinates lead. Kian is family, but he wouldn't agree with what we've done. No, he wouldn't support our decision to kidnap an heir of the Santos cartel. Alira reiterated. Isihil. No, he won't. He's the mobster with the strictest morals. He'd probably hand our asses to Santos and his family to teach us a lesson. Not to torture us, but maybe to wash their windows or some shit like that. Torture. I can handle. Washing windows? Fuck no, Alira said. Then leaned in closer, her knuckles whitening on the desk. We could come in through Montenegro, she offered. Already plotting. Hike the trails. Stick to the tree line. Avoid roads. No cell towers. No digital trace. That'd take weeks, I said, shaking my head. And we're not exactly in shape for an alpine expedition. Need I remind you how much you complained while we backpacked Europe? Her glare said she didn't appreciate the reminder. We could do it, she said. Then, after a pause, added, or we go in by water and hit the shore when the night falls. I nodded slowly, the pieces starting to fit. We launch a small boat before we hit the Albanian coast. Leave midnight anchored. We cannot risk running into Kian. He'll mess up whatever plan Jet has. Alira grumbled. Or even worse, he'll call Mother and your parents. That will screw up everything. We're putting a lot of trust in Jet. I mumbled. Do you not trust him? Alira asked slowly. And I considered the question. I trusted Jet with my safety and his loyalty to our family. But there was no denying that something had been off with him for the past year. He'd been in touch a lot less and disappearing more than usual. Amara, I trust him, I answered slowly. Anyhow, we'll land at night, hit the coordinates, and vanish before Kian even realizes we've stepped ashore. Jet better be there. She exhaled, considering it. For a brief second, the hardness in her face cracked, and something softer flickered behind her eyes. And if we do run into Kian, she asked. I didn't blink. Then we improvise. Alira gave a short, bitter laugh. Improvising with Kian is like playing cards with a mirror behind us. He'll know what we're doing even before we figure it out ourselves. I looked at her dead on. Then we don't give him time to figure out what we're up to. A beat passed. The yacht creaked gently beneath us, the sea tapping at the hull like impatient fingers. Finally, she nodded. Decisive. We both turned back to the map and the screen that pulsed dimly in the low light, casting a soft glow over our faces. The coordinates waited. Still. Silent. Inevitable. And somewhere beyond the horizon, Jet waited too.
Gabriel. I waited until they were gone. Elira didn't bother with pretense. She shot me a wink, sharp and glinting like a trigger warning, then disappeared out the door. Toast in hand. Amara had lingered before following her sister. She paused in the doorway. Postura rigid. Eyes unreadable. Her jaw was tight, like she was holding back more than just words. Regret. Maybe. Or something heavier. Then she turned, and I was once again alone. Silence settled in. I let it stretch. Listening. An hour passed. Maybe more. I didn't move. Just sat with the weight of it all. The self-imposed kidnapping was going according to plan. More or less. Elira's comments about shagging still rang in my ears. And I had no doubt in my mind that she was working with Jet. After all, why would she suddenly be okay with my interest in Amara? I let out a sardonic breath. It was so much more than just interest. She and I had been circling each other for years. Never colliding. Never close enough to burn. But always within gravitational reach. A glance here. No sudden moves. No reckless advances. Not with her. The wrong kind of attention around someone like Amara could mark you for the wrong kind of consequences. My mind drifted, uninvited, back to the first time I saw her. I'd learned early on that people projected ambition through posture. And at dark, it was all chest-forward arrogance. Every student here had some kind of legacy to carry on. I was on the edge of graduation, walking out of my last seminar, half set on vanishing from this place and taking over the Santos cartel empire so my half-brother could retire. But then I saw her, Amara Cullen, from the looks of the campus map in her hands and her open, curious expression. She was here touring the school, despite the sense of awe emanating from her. She carried herself like someone who had already decided she owed this place nothing. Amara Cullen was the daughter of Emery DeLustro, who was part of the Kingpin Syndicate, and Killian Cullen, the adopted son of Liam Brennan. Both were known for arms dealing. Amara was Kian Cortez's granddaughter, the man known for running private security for many in the mobster world, but also the head of the Cortez cartel, which was previously known for human trafficking. Of course, Kian ended that after his brother was killed. As if that wasn't impressive enough, Amara was also the adopted daughter of Liana Volkov, known for arms dealing, human and organ trafficking, drugs, and a bit of everything else. Needless to say, Amara's reputation alone should have made her predictable and calculable. Or, at the very least, the sheltered Mafia princess. But the moment I saw her, I knew she wasn't. She wasn't polished. She was pressure-forged. You didn't get that kind of composure from training alone. She moved through the crowds of students like she was collecting intel reading tells, cataloging weak points. Maybe she'd never use them. Maybe she would. The moment she spotted me across the campus, amid the chaos of passing students, our eyes locked, and I felt something shift inside me. The world blurred, and in that stillness, I vowed she'd be mine one day. No, Matter how long it took, I'd wait until the end of time for her. I knew she was a rare gem, worth every second of my patience. Not because of her legacy, but because of her essence that shone in her eyes. Most people glanced away when I watched them. She held my stare like she was pulling something from it, and then, just as easily, let go. Like I wasn't useful yet, but I might be. That was the moment I knew I'd stay. The idea landed fully formed. I didn't question it. I delayed graduation, took the internal offer for an adjunct role under another professor's mentorship, where I'd trained second years. She never took my class. Not that it mattered. I hadn't stayed to teach her. I'd stayed to watch her. Amara wasn't just her legacy. She was a live variable. A volatile one. And I'd never been good at walking away from volatility. Yes, patience wasn't a novelty to me. And especially not where it concerned Amara and her family. After I'd waited an hour, long enough to hear the yacht settle again, I got to work on my professional-grade steel cuffs. My skin already burned around the edges where I'd rubbed them raw from tugging. I twisted my left wrist just enough to reach the inside seam of my sleeve, letting the edge of the fabric pull taut. The handcuffs bit in deeper, sharp pressure. Enough to sting, but I didn't flinch. With a flick of my fingers, I popped the button loose. The sleeve relaxed, and the small embedded mod revealed itself. A stitch line just a little too straight. A fold that was a little too precise. I didn't need to dislocate anything, thanks to my tailor who prepared for all possible scenarios. Carefully, I rolled onto my side and exhaled through my nose. Slowed my pulse. Focused. From beneath the cuff, I eased out a sliver of steel no thicker than a thread. Spring-loaded. Needle-fine. The kind of tool that passed unnoticed through most scans, because it wasn't metal, it was carbon alloy. Jackpot. I worked the lock with muscle memory and breath. Pressure. Tilt. Twist. My fingers danced like they'd done this 1,000 times. Every cuff had a rhythm. You just had to find its tempo. Click. The sound was quieter than a sigh, but loud in the stillness. Freedom. Or a version of it. I flexed my wrist once, then slid out of the bed. I flexed my fingers while surveying the cabin. The room was absurdly lavish, with white leather, gold fixtures, and mahogany walls. It was a room designed to feel indulgent, not like a prison. A failed design, in my opinion. Why? Because of 2 unhinged women lurking nearby and windows I couldn't crawl through unless I felt like going for a long swim. I rolled my sleeve back down, smoothing the fabric over the raised skin, then rebuttoned the cuff with deliberate care. The handcuffs stayed where? They were close to the rails, visible but undisturbed. Checking my pockets, I let out a string of silent curses. My cell phone was gone. Fuck, it was a good thing we'd inserted the tracker into the flesh beneath my left bicep, or that would have probably been gone too. I had to assume that the tracker still worked and Luis was watching. I carefully cracked the cabin door and peered outside. The hallway was empty, and the air smelled faintly of sea salt, diesel, and something sweet from the galley orange peel and stale coffee. I spotted a crew member and waited before he disappeared from view to slip through the door, keeping my steps light. I was careful not to step on any loose floorboards. Not that this yacht was poorly built. On the contrary, it was built too well. I made 3 slow circuits of the boat, sticking to the shadows, when another crew member appeared. I pressed my back against the wall and waited for him to disappear. Frustration simmered under my skin, but I knew better than to let it boil over. It might be best to hold off on exploring for now, since the crew seemed to be out and about. Once the echo of footsteps receded, I turned around and slipped back into my cabin, closing the door behind me. I would let them think I was shackled for a bit longer. There was no need to tip my hand too early. If playing the helpless victim bought me time to learn their plans, I'd fill the role for as long as necessary. I didn't smile fully, but something like it twitched at the corner of my mouth as I slid back on the bed and handcuffed myself. Now we were on my timeline, and that meant trouble for Amara and Elira.
Amara, despite it being late September. It felt slightly chilly due to the breeze coming off the ocean. The low hum of the engines was the only sound in the office while I considered our choices. Jet's device sitting on the table. Gabriel had been our prisoner for 24 hours, and I was surprised he wasn't making this difficult. In fact, he'd been very pleasant, almost behaving as if he were on vacation. I didn't like it. Or maybe it was the whole thing with Jet that made me anxious because we were following the trail he'd laid out. Reckless, definitely. But what other choice did we have? If my parents knew what we were doing, they'd lock me in the old Irish estate until Jet either showed up or didn't. Either way, they'd be too terrified of losing their only child. Elira and I following Jet's lead, and whatever chaos he'd run us straight into was the only viable option. I stood by the window, my hand trembling slightly as I gripped the frame, the glass cool beneath my fingertips. A tight knot of frustration curled beneath my ribs, coiling tighter with every shallow breath. I told myself it was because of Jet, but I wasn't a good enough liar to believe it. It was him, Gabriel Santos, my prisoner, the heir to the Santos cartel I'd spent years trying to ignore. My mind replayed and mocked our first kiss, the way his eyes burned into mine. Why couldn't I let it go? I'd only crossed that line to distract him, to get close enough to drug him. Right, it should have meant nothing. His mouth had met mine, although he suspected I was up to something. And he kissed me anyway. It was as if he wanted to prove he could make me falter. And for a heartbeat. I felt it. The jolt of heat that went through me. The way my fingers tingled with the need to touch him. I hated how easy it was to lose myself, for the way my thoughts kept drifting back to the taste of him on my lips. And most of all, for how part of me wanted to do it again. I couldn't keep drowning in this. I wasn't some romantic who dwelled on affairs of the heart, even if it was likely just lust. Turning away from the vast stretch of blue, my gaze settled on my sister, who was slouched in the corner, spinning her knife like she was waiting for the world to give her permission to use it. "What were you thinking about just now?" she questioned, causing me to tense. "Nothing." I answered too quickly, and Elira's lip curled into a smirk that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Sure. I bet you my entire bank account that you were daydreaming about a certain prisoner." I shot her a narrowed gaze. "Why are you all of a sudden constantly bringing him up, and why are you pushing him toward me? Maybe because you need to get laid." She drawled. "And who better than the man you're attracted to who happens to be shackled to a bed? Mount him and—" "Jesus. Elira. What the hell is wrong with you?" I snapped. "I'm not going to fuck a handcuffed man." Especially since he probably no longer wants me after I bit my lip, irritated at myself for slipping. But Alira smiled knowingly. Oh, sis, I'd bet my money that he wants you. He'd thank all the saints if you were about to climb him and ride him like a goddamn bull rider. My mouth practically touched the floor. She winked, then continued. I bet he's good in bed with that Latin blood running through his veins. Maybe you're attracted to him since you keep bringing him up. I pointed out dryly, trying my best to smother images of me grinding against Gabriel. She shrugged. He's not exactly my type, but I'd shag him if there was nobody else. Don't you fucking dare. Elira, I hissed, and knew I slipped again when I saw her victorious smile. You're so fucking annoying. I swear. But you love me. She deadpanned. You love Jet too. I do. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation. Although, I can't help but feel like he's playing us and leading us into a clusterfuck. Poofed. What could possibly go wrong? I didn't look at her. So many things. I breathed. But we can't let anything happen to Gabriel. He's Gabriel now. Huh. I turned to face her. Her eyebrows raised in challenge as she flicked the knife up and down, the metallic clink echoing ominously. And how do you think this will end with that well-dressed cartel air, wedding bells? No. The moment this is over, Gabriel will demand all our heads on a platter. I don't know, I admitted, my jaw clenching. If only we knew why Jet instructed us to snatch him. Elira leaned forward, her voice quieter now. We have a man you desire handcuffed to a bed. Do yourself a favor and make your journey to Albania slightly more exciting. Stop being so damn uptight. I could practically hear alarm bells ringing in my skull. Your contradictory actions make no sense. Elira Shmirked. You're a grown woman and you can handle yourself as well as the man you do or don't fuck. Silence settled between us again and I watched her curiously. But then my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen, Mother Liana. I winced. I should have known. She and my mom had been tag-teaming their concerned check-ins all month, thinking they were subtle. Spoiler alert, they weren't. I pinched the bridge of my nose. This is going to be a nightmare. If we don't answer, it'll be worse. Elira Muttard, already lowering her voice into pleasant mode. I answered the call and tapped the speaker button. Hello, Mother Liana. Hey, Mom. Elira chimed in, sugar-sweet and suspiciously cheerful, much like me. She was terrifyingly good at being a trained killer one moment and a normal daughter the next. My darlings, came her voice strained, sharp, and wrapped in guilt. Where in the world are you? I thought you were in southern France. But when I called the hotel, they said you never arrived. I glanced at Elira. She just shrugged and made a face. Southern France, yeah. We're staying on my yacht, I said, like it wasn't the dumbest thing I'd ever blurted out. Yacht. Her voice pitched up. My pulse spiked and Elira shook her head, mouthing. Really? Yeah. We bought a yacht, just because I dropped my chin to my chest. Shit. Yeah. Why haven't you mentioned it before? I grimaced. I probably forgot. We've been super busy. Elira Chimadin. And I wasn't sure which excuse was lamer. Don't lie to me. You two. I expect better from you both. She snapped. What is going on? Why are you off the grid and why is Jet still not answering his phone? Is he with you? I froze. My throat was dry. Yes? Jet's with us. Elira cut in brightly. and my head whipped her way, with wide eyes. You know him when he sleeps. It's like he's dead. Good. Have him call me when he wakes up. I looked at her pointedly, but she just waved me off. Sure thing, she chirped happily, ignoring my silent scolding. There was a pause and then a sharp inhale from the other end. Good. Good. You know how I worry about you all. I know. But there's nothing to worry about, Alita said, smooth as silk. We're just enjoying some quiet time. European waters. No drama. Just seagulls and sunscreen. He stared at her. She smiled at me like I've got this, and mouthed, You're the one who brought up the yacht. Send me the name of the boat so I can track it. Alira lifted her brows in slow horror, folding her arms and mouthing, Your move. Genius. Hello, girls, can you hear me? Mother Liana snapped. Yes, we're here, I said quickly. We'll send it. Promise. The line went dead, and for a beat, the room was still. Then Elira snorted. We're so screwed. I exhaled and slumped into the chair. Why did you tell her that Jet will call her I panicked? She grumbled, then shrugged, slipping her knife back into its sheath. Let's just worry about today and make sure Mom never learns what Jet's doing. We don't even know what he's doing. And anyway, if we get caught in Albania, she's definitely going to know. She smiled optimistically. But the good news is that Albania is in European waters. So technically, we won't be lying. I slapped my palm against my forehead. Jesus. Are we really going for a technicality here, unless you have a better idea? This is reckless and stupid. Following these dumb clues and kidnapping the heir of the Santos cartel. Probably. She agreed. But it's too late for regrets. So, this would no doubt end in a disaster of epic proportions.
Gabriel. I slipped the handcuffs from my wrists again, easing them discreetly onto my pillow. I winced, hearing the soft sound carry in the silence. But no footsteps followed. There was just the ever-present creak of the sea pressing in against the yacht's hull. In the past 3 days, my jailers had developed a routine. They would come in the morning so I could use the bathroom and the shower, then change. They'd keep me company while I ate, engage in small talk, and be back several times throughout the day to repeat. Once they went on with their day, I'd go exploring. By now, I'd done it on multiple occasions. I'd yet to find anything, although I did get a sense for the girls' routines outside their hours spent visiting me. Elira was probably up on the sun deck, planning something deranged with a mimosa in hand. Amara would be below, or pacing along the aft deck. Dammit. How that woman tempted me. She called to me like a mermaid's song. Luis was right. I was so goddamn doomed. Maybe I should have bought earplugs too. I moved into the bathroom and splashed cold water over my face, chasing off the fog of sleep. Truthfully, I was going stir-crazy after 3 days of confinement. But there were worse things in life. Meeting my expression in the mirror, I noted the exhaustion. Ironic, really, considering I'd been more or less resting most of the time. I stepped quietly back into the main cabin and made my way to the door that led outside. I paused and pressed my ear to the wood. Nothing. I turned the handle slowly, easing the door open an inch at a time. I winced when it squeaked, then held my breath and peered through the crack, confirming the coast was clear. I slipped out, the door clicking shut behind me. As I made my way ahead, my feet were silent, and the weight of every step was measured. I passed another cabin that seemed to be just a glorified storage closet. Stale. Air was thick, with the scent of old wood polish and forgotten linens. Then came the staircase, sleek, chrome-accented, curving upward in a lazy spiral. I crouched low, the soles of my boots making no more than a whisper against the steps. 2 decks up, I found the main lounge that was luxurious but empty. Pale leather couches framed low tables that gleamed like obsidian. A bottle of champagne sat unopened in a bucket of half-melted ice. The lights were dim, diffused, casting faint streaks of amber across polished teak floors. Each time the yacht groaned under its own weight. I ducked low and froze, my heart hammering in my throat. Breath caught mid-inhale until the silence returned. I had a fairly good layout of the boat by now, but what I needed to figure out was where the fuck we were going. I had to find some kind of war room, or at least an office that would have some information on our destination. One thing I didn't waste time on was a comms panel. I knew Amara and Elira weren't that careless. If there was any open line to the outside world, it would be guarded tighter than a vault. I moved on, slipping past the galley. It was spotless. Sterile. The faint scent of lemon oil lingered in the air, mixing with the cold metal tang of stainless steel. Someone had cleaned recently, which probably meant the crew didn't have enough to do. I made it down another staircase, narrower this time, and steeper. Plush carpeting gave way to steel-grated steps. The walls turned industrial. This was no longer the yacht of champagne and chrome. This was the machine that kept it alive. It was an office set up with a map and screens everywhere. And then I heard it, a voice low, precise and familiar, crackled through a nearby speaker. I stopped breathing, stopped moving as I stood frozen in the dark corridor, ears straining. "Just distract her," said Jet, whose gravelly voice was unmistakable. "She's going to start putting it together. She's already suspicious." Elira replied, voice tight with warning. "You know Amara isn't stupid. And when she figures out why you did this," she paused, barely a heartbeat, "she's going to be furious. That's why I have you. Sis, work your magic." I warned Santos, but he wouldn't listen. Jet's voice coiled through the space, making my skin crawl. A sliver of yellow light spilled into the hallway from a cracked door ahead, cutting through the dark and catching the floating motes of dust. I moved closer, just enough to see. Elira was sitting in a lounge chair, phone in hand and ankle propped over her thigh, looking the picture of casual, as if she weren't broadcasting something treacherous into the open air. A rookie mistake, stupid. Even for someone like her to have that conversation on speaker. It's simple math. Jet said coolly, "They won't know what hit them until it's too late." I frowned. Are you sure this is the only way?" she replied, unease bleeding into her tone. "Not so casual." "Then, maybe Santos. It's the only way," he snapped. "I'll give her what she wants, and I'll get what I want. Trust me." Something twisted hard in my gut, like a wire being pulled tight. All this just to get her. Is she really worth it? Elira asked. Absolutely. Anya. The name detonated in my mind. This had to be about my sister. It couldn't be anyone else. I stumbled back from the door, chest heaving. My heart pounded like fists on steel. Each beat louder than the last, drowning out Elira's low murmur. My fists clenched. Every tendon in my body coiled with the raw, animalistic urge to burst through the door and slam Elira against the wall, to crush the phone underfoot, to scream down the speaker and demand answers from Jet directly. But I didn't move. Don't jump to conclusions. Gabriel. No. Fuck that. This confirmed everything I'd suspected since the night at Revelation. Jet wasn't circling. He was closing in. And now I knew why. He was coming for my sister. A rage unlike anything I'd ever felt surged through me. Hot and electric. It roared in my ears. It wanted blood. But rage wouldn't help Anya. Rage wouldn't unravel Jet's plan. And it sure as hell wouldn't stop it. I had to be smarter than that. Grinding my teeth. I turned from the door and forced myself to walk. Back into the cabin. Back into the cage they thought I'd never escape from. Back into the skin of the obedient prisoner. But things had changed. The end game was clearer now. Omara. She was my opening. She and Anya had been roommates. Good friends, practically sisters, during Amara's final year at Dark. If there was any part of that bond still intact, any flicker of loyalty left under her cool exterior, I could use it. Even if she still called Jet her brother, because once she realized he was coming for Anya, she'd have to choose a side. And I was going to make damn sure it was mine.
Amara. The lantern swung with the ship's motion, casting golden arcs that sliced across the cabin walls. The air was warm with a faint tang of salt and rusted metal. Gabriel had been our prisoner for a week, and we'd slipped into an uneasy routine. I was mostly the one who uncuffed him for the essentials, like his bathroom breaks, food, and showers. I'd even taken the liberty of procuring him toiletries and some clothes since he wasn't really prepared for this little adventure. He didn't complain once. Just watched me with those piercing blue eyes that seemed to see and know it all. Something was unsettling in the way he seemed to look at me as if he knew how this would end. And then there was the silence in the criminal underworld, not even a whisper of Gabriel's disappearance, which made me restless. That quiet made my skin itch and made me feel as if we were approaching doom. Whose exactly? Remained to be seen. We still had another 2 weeks before we'd reach Albania, and I was bored out of my mind. Elira was tu, but she entertained herself by flirting with the crew, pushing the cabin door open. I paused, heartbeat stuttering. Gabriel lay sprawled across the narrow bed, handcuffed, restrained and yet somehow managing to look like he'd booked himself a luxury cruise. I brought you some food and coffee, I said, the words sticking slightly in my throat as I glanced down at the tray in my hands. And more movies. He turned his head lazily toward me, lids half lowered, like a jungle cat watching from the underbrush. Room service by my beautiful jailer. How decadent. He purred. The smile touched his lips, but not his eyes. Those remained razor sharp. I must have done something right to deserve this kind of luck. His gaze was steady, tracking every twitch of my body like he could see. Straight through to the places I tried to hide. Not to worry. He gave a casual tug against the cuffs. Still shackled. I offered a smile that didn't reach my eyes. Good thing. I'd hate to have to kill you before we even reach our destination. His grin shifted less charm. More teeth. How you wound me. Amara, I thought you were joining me for a date with movies. Music. And food. Not threats. A sigh left my lips. Always a charmer. Only when it comes to you. His voice dropped. Low and rough. I rolled my eyes. You're still trying to flirt your way out of every situation. I see. Hey, he said, stretching as much as the cuffs would allow. I take what small pleasures I can around you. I stepped farther into the room, closing the space warily. You forget. Those things don't really work on me. I set the tray down on the bedside table with a small clatter. Besides, nothing can disguise the ruthless and calculating man underneath it all. Not even your hot, muscular body. He didn't move. Not even a blink. But the muscle in his jaw flexed once, betraying the tension he tried to mask. The stubble there was darker now, giving him a worn-in edge he hadn't had when we first met. Gosh, preciosa. I don't know if I can take so many compliments at once. Somehow I feel you'd fish for even more if you could. Iscofed. You feed off them. Santus. He didn't answer. And beneath the silence, something simmered. It was a tether too frayed to name but too thick to break. I'd feed off your moans and your body too. But you're not offering that. Are you? He retorted. Why don't we make a deal, my body for yours? Your information for mine. I snorted. Let's get one thing straight. I'm never making that trade. And you'll have to pry information from my cold, dead body. He chuckled, then murmured, At least tell me. Why kidnap me? Where? Are we headed instead of answering? I reached into my pocket, pulled out the key, and walked over to his side. Don't do anything stupid. I warned, sliding the key toward the cuffs. You know I won't hesitate. Oh, I know, he purred, looking between me and the bed frame he was tied to. You're as dangerous as you are beautiful, but I've given you no cause to defend yourself or hurt me since you kidnapped me. Have I? I ran a finger along the metal, letting it hover over the cold steel before unlocking it, then leaned away as they clicked open. No. You haven't. You can trust me. You know, I'd never hurt you, he murmured slowly, taking a deep breath into his lungs. Just tell me what you and your siblings have gotten yourself into and I'll do everything in my power to help you. I narrowed my eyes. All three of us, a flicker of tension passed through him. He masked it immediately. But not before I saw it in the faintest tightening of his shoulders. You're my primary concern, he finally said, leaning forward. You've been the highlight of my days long before you kidnapped me. It was my turn to tense. Don't try flattery to get your way. Santus. Or I'll cuff you again. The corners of his lips tilted up. If that's what you want. Hell. I'd even let you spoon-feed me. I'm not spoon-feeding you. Afraid I'll bite, I know you will, he muttered. He flexed his wrists and rubbed at the red marks there, his eyes never leaving mine. Heat crawled up my spine. I shifted my weight and rested a hand on the butt of my gun, grounding myself in the comfort of cold steel. Eat, I said. Sharper than I meant. I don't have time to babysit you all day. I thought we'd share a meal, listen to romantic songs, and then finish the day with a cliché movie. It'll be like a real date. I don't think so. Damn it. Why did my voice sound like I actually wanted to do those things with him? He chuckled and picked up the tray, eating with the focused ease of a soldier who'd learned to take what time was given him. But even then, his eyes flicked up, watching and waiting. The memory of his mouth, soft and firm, all at once surfaced like a betrayal. The kiss I'd used to distract him the night I drugged him still hummed through me, haunting me. I wished I hadn't used that tactic, because oblivion was so much better than knowing how good his kiss felt. You never told me where we're going, he said between bites. And as flattering as this private cruise is, I've got responsibilities and a family who'll be wondering where I am. Well, they still haven't started searching for you, I pointed out, drawing a dismissive sound from him. Anyhow, we're sailing east. East, he questioned. It's a big old world out there. Can't you be more specific? No. His whole posture shifted, just enough for me to catch it. Are you trying to start a war? His voice dropped an octave, no longer amused. Or are you and your siblings just plain stupid? I leaned in until I could feel his breath on my cheek. Careful, Gabriel. I won't blink twice before cutting that silver tongue out. He didn't flinch. As long as it's not my dick. We're square. Men, I muttered. Besides, I already told you. Nobody's looking for you. So no danger of starting a war. He set the fork down. What are you and Elira doing? Amara following Jet's orders. You think his twin's really on your side? Those two would sell each other out to save their own skin. What makes you think they'd be loyal to you? You're wrong about that. He puffed out his chest. Arrogant prick. No, I'm not. And deep down you know it. The problem was that I believed Jet and Elira would always have each. Others' backs before mine. It was only natural. And I never minded it. But that didn't mean I thought they would ever betray me. And where is Jet? He studied me like he was trying to pick apart lies from half-truths. You tell me. Why the hell would I know? He snapped, finally cracking. But I didn't flinch. I had questions of my own that I couldn't ask. You and Jet, you didn't make some kind of deal. He threw his head back and laughed. Anyone who trusts Jet enough to make a deal is either desperate or suicidal. That's not true. It was. God help me. It really was. Where are we going? Amara I finally decided it didn't matter if he knew or not. He was stuck here under my guard, under my and Elira's watchful eye. Albania. His breath caught and stillness followed. Anya. Her name came out like an oath. Sacred. Tender. You're making a mistake, he said, voice tightening. We're just following the coordinates we were given. To my fucking sister, he growled, launching forward. Jet's leading you straight to Anya. He wants her. My gun was out before he took his next breath. Back off, I ordered coldly. Put your hands on the rail, or I'll make sure you reach our destination riddled with bullets. For a long beat. He didn't move. Then he exhaled and let a blank mask fall over his features. Here. He placed his hands where they'd been earlier. Happy, put the cuffs back on. Through the rail. He obeyed, and I leaned in to lock them close enough that his lips brushed my ear as he whispered, You're going to regret this. Amara, your brother wants my sister. Click. I stepped back, holstered my gun, and picked up the silverware that scattered all over the floor in silence. Then I powered up the television and selected Stephen King's Misery from the movie options, which I thought was fitting, before heading for the door. Jet has never even met Anya. If Anya had met him, she would have surely mentioned it. "We're halfway there," I said without looking at him. "Enjoy the quiet while it lasts. Your love for your siblings is blinding you, and your paranoia about your sister is blinding you," I said softly. "I promise you, Santos, Jet doesn't want Anya. She's not his type. She's all he's wanted," he said, fury laced with fear. "For almost a year." I startled, my hand pausing on the doorknob, then shook my head. He was trying to get a rise out of me. That was all. I glanced at him over my shoulder and said, "There's no scenario in which Jet would have met Anya, much less have something to do with her. He would have told me otherwise." Would he? I questioned myself silently. Jet was notoriously private when it came to his love life, so maybe he wouldn't. However, Anya would, and she had definitely not mentioned my brother. "Anya is the key to whatever your brother's up to," Gabriel gritted, and I had no doubt that he believed it. Yet, it seemed unfathomable. "Right," he stared at me, eyes sharp, but behind the steel, something cracked. "Wherever this goes, you're going to regret not trusting me. We're all already regretting something," I whispered. He didn't answer. Only the soft clink of chains followed me out, and the heavy silence of everything we weren't saying.
Gabriel. The door clicked shut, and with it, the storm she dragged in with her words and actions finally settled. The movie began playing on the screen, and I had to wonder at Amara's choice of entertainment. It was disturbing. Ignoring it, I stared at the metal rail where my wrists were once again cuffed. I let the pain simmer in my jaw. The taste of control lost sitting like rust on my tongue. She hadn't believed a word I said. She'd pulled a weapon on me. Ava. Worse was that she had cemented her faith in Jet. The fucker who'd go to extreme lengths to get what he wanted. Maybe I should have told her what I'd overheard between Jet and Elira on the phone. But when she leveled that gun at me, I knew she was already too deep under her sibling's sway to believe anything I said. And still, my loudest thought had been how close her mouth had come to mine. What the hell? Gabriel, I sat back and closed my eyes. I didn't bother uncuffing myself. Instead, I let the tension seep into my muscles until it burned. My eyes zeroed in on the screen. Whatever game Jet was playing, Amara was walking into a death trap and dragging my sister and me into it. All because she refused to see Jet for who he really was, a loaded gun. And she thought I was the threat. A bitter laugh rose in my throat. I swallowed it. I didn't have time to tend to my wounded pride. Not now when Anya's life was in danger of getting caught in Jet's web. I leaned forward and started to strategize. Amara wasn't stupid, but she could be distracted. By me. She tried to hide her reaction to me behind a clipped tone and stiff shoulders. But I'd seen the flicker. The heat she tried to crush. The way her body responded before her brain could catch up. It would be my leverage. Brute force. Threats. And reason could never work on her. However, desire was an entirely different matter. She didn't trust my words. But she was starting to trust how I made her feel. That I could work with. A dual-purpose plan started to form in my mind, save my sister and win Amara. Not with lies, but with carefully offered truths. It would be the best of both worlds. And then I'd deal with Jet and his twin once and for all. Amara was used to liars. Manipulators. So I'd be different. I'd make her feel safe with me. Needed. Wanted. The old Gabriel would have played it light. Flirted. But that wouldn't work. On her. No. Amara didn't need sweet words. She needed intimacy disguised as honesty. Moments that felt real, even if they weren't. She needed vulnerability. I stared at the spot where she'd stood by the door. It was still faintly scented with warmth. She'd made it clear she'd shoot me. Maybe even kill me if I pushed too far. But her hands had trembled when she pointed that gun at me. Her eyes had flashed when I said Jet wanted Anya. That wasn't just fury. That was confusion. A crack in her foundation. And I could widen that crack. Tomorrow, I'd apologize. I'd offer a breadcrumb of truth about Jet's proposition back at the club. Not enough to reveal everything, but enough to raise doubt. And in the quiet moments when we were alone in this floating prison of hers, I'd let her see something real in me. And if I played it right, she'd not only uncuff me, she'd trust me. She'd want me. And that would be the real shift in her loyalties. Because the second Amara wanted me more than she trusted her twisted siblings, I'd own her. And from there, everything would unravel exactly the way I wanted. But first, I had to wait. Chains rattled as I shifted back against the bed frame and closed my eyes, letting the steady pitch of the sea rock me into calm. We were halfway to Albania, and by the time we got there, she'd be mine.
Amara Elira had been pacing the yacht all morning, citing a strange noise coming from the generator. I didn't question it. Whatever excuse she needed to vanish for a while, I welcomed it. The silence she left behind was a relief. I needed space to think, to breathe, and to try to make sense of what Gabriel had revealed yesterday. I hadn't gone back to his cabin since that conversation. No lunch. No dinner. No check-ins. I'd handed that task off to Elira. She said he wasn't talking much. Not to her. After Elira disappeared, I went into my own cabin that felt like a different world. The air still and thick with everything I hadn't dared to say out loud and maybe never would. My window was cracked open, letting in the breeze. Occasionally, voices drifted in from the deck, muffled and distant. It made the stillness in here feel louder, almost alive. I stared at my phone for too long. First at the lock screen, then at the time, and then at the contact list. Her name was there, waiting. Anya. My thumb hovered over the call button. I didn't know what I wanted to say or do, but I knew something in my chest had been pulling tighter and tighter, like a thread snagged on something sharp, and I needed to loosen it. So I called. Anya answered on the second ring. Hey. Her voice was soft but a little distracted. Hey, I said. Am I interrupting? She laughed. But it sounded tight. Not really. I've just been calling Gabriel. I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Fuck, I can call back later. I rushed out, guilt clawing at my chest. What the hell was I thinking, that she wouldn't notice he was missing? No. I need the distraction. Gabriel is probably off doing something stupid. No. Tell me. What's up? Is everything okay? I sighed. I just needed to talk. Are you sure now is a good time? There was a pause that made me feel like shit. It never crossed my mind that Anya would notice him gone. He always seemed to be jetting around the world. And he hadn't mentioned her in Colombia. It certainly showed how much I knew about him. Yeah, she said finally. Are you okay, kinda? I rubbed my thumb along the edge of my phone. I have a weird question. Another pause stretched. But this one was a different kind. Waited. Okay. Have you ever met my stepbrother? I asked. My voice didn't waver, but I was aware of how careful I sounded. A breath escaped her on the other end. Something had shifted. I couldn't remember if I'd introduced you to Jet and Elira. I added, lying. I knew for a fact I'd never introduced them. And my siblings didn't attend DARC. So there shouldn't have been a reason for Anya to have crossed paths with either of them. Jet, she asked, her voice too careful. One of the Satan twins. I gave a short huff of a laugh. Yeah. Dark hair. Never smiles unless someone's bleeding. That one. Though I wouldn't call him Satan to his face. At least not out loud. She chuckled while I waited. No, she said at last. I've never met Jet. And just like that, the knot in my stomach eased, the pressure releasing. I hadn't realized how tightly I'd been holding my breath. Right. Okay. That's good. Why is that good? Because it means I'm not losing my mind. I said. I was starting to think I might be. Oh. No. You're not. I've never met him. Amara. I nodded, though she couldn't see it. Right. Sorry. It was a dumb question. It's not dumb, she said immediately. Her voice carried that gentle conviction that made it hard not to believe her. How is your project going? I asked. And more importantly, how do you like Albania? I freaking love it. I could hear her enthusiasm in her voice. It's like stepping into another world. People are wonderful. Food is great. And everywhere I turn, there's a picture-perfect moment. My portfolio is growing, but so are my experiences. That's great. Has my grandfather come to visit you? She chuckled. Once. But I wasn't home. I sent him a note thanking him for checking up on me and told him firmly there'd be no need for that. They're guards, and she stopped abruptly, and I waited. She cleared her throat before she continued. Anyhow, I'm safe, and he doesn't need to trouble himself by babysitting me. I chuckled. Your family never stood a chance once you set your mind on Albania. Did they? I can't help it, she muttered sheepishly. I might look like my mama, but I got my papa's temper. And from that aspect, I'm as Latina as they come. I'm proud of it too. As you should be. I agreed softly. You know what you want, and you go after it. I'm proud of you too. A heartbeat passed before she asked. And you, what about me? I've always gotten the sense that you hide a part of yourself from the world. She said carefully. Is it a family trait? I stared blankly at the far wall of my cabin, eyes unfocused. Maybe, I replied pensively. My siblings and I had an unconventional upbringing compared to my friends, and while I wouldn't have it any other way, each of us hid a part of ourselves from the world. Could it be that Jet had an endgame and was keeping me and Elira in the dark? Do you ever just feel like someone's lying to you? I asked, thinking about my siblings. And it's not in anything they're saying. It's just in the silence. Anya didn't answer at first. When she spoke again, it caught me off guard. Can I tell you something? It's a secret. Though, sure, there's someone I like. I sat up straighter. Wait. Seriously, she gave an embarrassed laugh. Yeah, I know. Surprising. You've never mentioned a crush. I'm usually too wrapped up in fictional romances. It's hard for real guys to compete after reading so many love stories. Her voice softened, dipping into something more hesitant. But this is complicated. Why? It's difficult to explain. My brows furrowed, and she continued. He's so overwhelming and possessive, but in a sweet way. I've never met anyone like him. Then she chuckled softly, almost dreamily. He acts like he'd burn down the world for me. It sounded like a crazy mobster to me. I thought. My chest twisted as a thought struck like lightning. What if Jet was using an alias? Anya would never know it. Who is he? What's his name? I asked. Silence stretched. Not awkward, but protective. I'm not ready to say, she admitted, and a knot in my stomach tightened. I don't want my brother to find out and scare him off. A relieved breath swished out of my lungs and I leaned back in relief, a smile tugging at my lips. If she had met Jet and he was as interested in her as Gabriel would like me to believe, she'd know it would take more than her brother to scare him away. Jet didn't run from anything. People ran from him. Okay, that's fair. Another beat passed. Thanks for picking up, I said. Always, she replied. The call ended, and I stared at the screen until it dimmed and went black. I set the phone aside, fingertips brushing the wood grain of the desk like I was trying to ground myself in something real. But something still itched at the back of my mind. Not about Jet. About Anya. It was in the pause. The beat was too long before she told me there was. Someone. The way her voice had shifted just slightly before she changed the subject. I was interrupted from my ruminating thoughts when a noise outside caught my attention. I turned sharply toward the window. But there was nothing there. Just the moon's reflection trembling on the waves in that low, crawling sense that someone was there.